Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Parallel Deku, back with another fanfiction. This is the second part of What If Vigilante Deku Was Adopted by Aizawa. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. What did you do after you ran away? Judge Sakai asked after a short break. How specific do I need to be? Deku grumbled out. Like hell was he gonna let this mask fall again? He's already let his real self FCK up once. It wasn't gonna happen again. It couldn't. Aizawa sighed and rubbed the bridge of his nose between his fingers. Deku internally smiled at the action. Good. Of all people, Deku didn't mind annoying Erasure a bit. Perhaps it will help if I ask more targeted questions. Sakachi offered. The judge nodded. I'll fill in if I come up with something on my own. The judge said. All right, Midoriya-kun. Deku tilted his head in the detective's direction. Where did you go when you left the Okabe house? Where did you sleep that night? The following weeks and months. First, I went home. Home? The judge asked. To Mom's. I don't know why. The house that had been burnt down? Sakachi asked. No, the other house where my parents never fought and flowers lined the walkway. Had the sarcasm been actual liquid, the room would have flooded from the amount that dripped from Deku's tongue. No one replied to his snarky comment, so Deku continued. It's not there anymore. They built an apartment complex over it. I slept in the parking garage that night, and then got kicked out by a security guard early the next morning. After that I started making my way towards my territory, a small section of Sector 9. Deku tacked on the last sentence when he saw Mochizuki-san's confusion. When did you start working as a vigilante? My official debut, according to the civilians in my territory, was August of last year. But I'd been helping people with smaller things for months before then. Detective Tsukachi flipped through some of his papers. The first recorded sighting I have of you is last November. How did you stay off the police's radar for 3 months? Deku laughed sadly and raised his head from his arms, seeking it to the side. Do you really think people in that part of town would have let on about me? Come on, detective. You are smarter than that. I'm one of the few who did anything in that city-ass sector. Why would people snitch on someone who helped? It's not like heroes ever patrol there. Well, except Erasure, anyway. The only reason you caught on to me was because one of the villains I stopped ratted me out. Pretty shitty to lower the sentence of a known rapist in order to gain information on someone who was just trying to help. But I guess that's the FC-Ketup society we live in. You know, he only got less than a year before getting off on good behavior. Doubt you'd give me that leniency. The detective paled a bit and Judge Sakai fidgeted in her seat. Cut it out with the language, Aizawa warned. Deku rolled his eyes at the man. He was feeling much more confident talking about this part of his life. This part was easy. This part was one of the few times he actually did something good, something useful. Ironic that this was the time in his life when he used the name Deku most. Excuse me for interrupting, but how did you gain the skills to be this vigilante? Nezu questioned, his eyes gleaming in curiosity. Sensei taught me. Well, a few senseis taught me. They have free martial arts and self-help courses around that were pretty easy for a kid to get into with a forged parental signature. Deku's eyes had lit up at this topic. I also used books and videos as supplements. If you analyze how a person moves their body and assess and compare the needed flexibility and strength required to do the moves, it's not all that strong. It just takes practice. It's not like I had to go to school, so I had plenty of time to train. So you never attempted to further your education? Nezu continued his line of questioning. I made sure to stay on grade level by taking sample end-of-term exams the library provided, but ultimately I only studied what I found interesting. Nezu's eyes gleamed, sending a chill down the backs of a few people in the room. Do you think you can go into detail on what you did as a vigilante? Your nightly routine, what you involved yourself in, how you managed to escape the police so frequently? Sakachi questioned. I'm not going to give away all my secrets, detective, Deku said. But I'll tell you some. At first I did small stuff, making sure people got home safe, guiding fights away from heavily populated areas of my territory, calling the police on people who overdosed. Then it escalated a little. My first major act was breaking up a gang fight. I guess that is what most people would say is my debut. Both sides were acting like idiots, so I subdued them before they could cause more damage to the already falling buildings. Most of them gave up when they realized they were causing their homes harm. Sometimes all it takes is a conversation to diffuse a situation. I used that to my advantage, and got away with only a few bruises from the more stubborn ones. Deku paused. You guys should really focus on training the future pros to de-escalate situations before running in headfirst, he said towards Nezu, who only chuckled and nodded his head a bit. Most of what I did was de-escalation. The people in my territory aren't usually villains. They are just broke, hungry, and afraid. That leads people to do city stuff sometimes. Kind of like you, Aizawa said under his breath. Deku bristled and hissed low at him. What I did as a vigilante helped people. Sure, I regret doing things to people who didn't deserve it in my past. Hurting people when it was my fault. But I don't regret a single thing that I did as Deku. I never started a fight, only ended them before they could go really wrong. I never seriously maimed anyone, and I never killed. That's more than most heroes. You really don't see your error in becoming a vigilante? Judge Sakai asked. No more than you see the error in becoming a judge. Deku responded. I follow this path legally. I didn't have that option. Deku hissed. The judge sighed, rubbing her temples. What possessed you to get yourself in a situation where you could be captured, then? Deku tensed and sent a city-eyed glance at Aizawa, who only smirked into his scarf. There were kittens. Kittens? Officer Mikaya asked. Yeah, I found them during the storm. And I couldn't just let them die. Their mom was already deceased, and they were in my territory, so I had to protect them. Deku ended softly, a bit of his mask falling away. He was also lonely. Aizawa supplied. Deku grimaced and would have tried to sock the hero in his face if he didn't think the cops in the room would panic. Deku knew Erasure could care for himself and would be able to dodge, but the cops would view it as a true attack. HMPH, the great Deku being caught because of a couple of cute little kitties. Who'd have thought? Officer Watanabe sneered. HM. You're right, Officer-san. Maybe Tsukuchi-san should replace you with them since they seem to be more capable. Deku said offhandedly, knowing it would drive the other up the wall. All right, I've had enough of this. The judge groaned, grabbing her head. I don't think I've ever experienced such intense whiplash from talking with someone before. Deku looked at Aizawa in confusion as the black-haired man and the other adults in the room, with the exception of Nezu, nodded their heads in agreement. Deku was forced to remain in the room with Aizawa, whilst the others filtered out to discuss his future. He hated having no say in what happened to him. Then again, a voice whispered in the back of his mind, it could be worse. He slumped forward in his chair again, head resting back on his arms. He almost fell asleep while waiting for the others to come back into the room. In light of your unapologetic view of the illegal acts you committed as a vigilante, the judge began once she had seated herself. The police department has decided to press charges against you. Deku's heart sank a little, and he stiffened. The judge gave him a moment to process. He knew that he would be screwed when this all started, but it still hurt. Sweat poured down his temple as he thought through his options, being careful not to mumble out loud. If he managed to escape before they put him in the detention center, he would have to find a new sector to stay in. He would have to lay low for a while, changing his hair color and wearing makeup and contact lenses to alter his face just enough to not be caught. Maybe he could bleach the curly black locks. Brown wouldn't be too bad of an eye color, either. If he didn't escape, though, say if Eraserhead was with him all the way up to the center, not allowing for a getaway, Deku might just have another mental breakdown. FCK, 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 FCK. Life just got a lot stronger either way. However, you did not use a quirk illegally, and it is clear that the system has failed you in a multitude of ways. You are only 14 and have your entire life ahead of you still. Deku's ears perked up at this. So, this is my ruling. I will give you the choice of two possible options. Your first option is to enter juvenile detention and remain there until you turn 15. From there, you will be placed back into the system. Should you resume your illegal activities, A prison sentence will be recommended in your file. Deku wasn't much a fan of that option. Your second option is one that Principal Nezu and I have agreed upon together. Principal Nezu and I have made arrangements for you to be under the care of U.S. staff, your main guardian being Aizawa Shota, aka Eraserhead. Should he accept, that is, you will be the ward of UA until you come of age or break the rules I am about to set out. Whilst there, you will take classes with 3 of the courses available to find a best fit for your future: the business course, the support course, and the hero course. You will be under the watchful eye of a pro hero at all times, and will not be allowed to roam the city without direct supervision from one of your caretakers. You will be required to take a placement exam and commit to any remedial classes necessary to put you back at the level of your peers. Any and all communication with known criminals will be forbidden. You will also be required to wear an ankle monitor for a year. It will track your location at all times, and will alert authorities should you exit the range of the pros that will be caring for you. Should you break any of these rules or remove the monitor, you will immediately be sent to juvenile detention, and then will be transferred to prison once you come of age. Your minimum prison sentence will be a year. Deku looked at her, mouth open. What? Is there a part that was not clear? The judge asked with a raised eyebrow. And a no. But, you're offering me a place at UA? Deku aimed this question at Nezu. The bear, rodent thing nodded. So long as Aizawa-sensei agrees to take you on. I don't know if any of my other teachers could handle you full-time. Deku glanced at Eraser, who was currently massaging the bridge of his nose. But, what about my people? Your people? Judge Sakai asked, face scrunching in confusion. The people in my territory. You really aren't in a situation to be making requests, kid. Officer Watanabe said from his spot by the door. Well, who the hell is going to take care of them? Deku shouted at the man, anger rising. Leave it to the adults, problem child. Aizawa said calmly. We aren't going to let anything happen. Especially now that the area has been brought to our attention. But who will feed Yue-san? Who will make sure that Seichu-san doesn't overdose again? Who is going to keep the drug dealers and gangs from? Kid. Aizawa interrupted. Do you have so little faith in me? Deku quieted down at that, his eyes going wide. I can really go to UA? He whispered. I wouldn't have offered if you couldn't. Nezu says. I can really train to be a hero? Like a real one? Within reason. You are still quirkless. You seem capable enough, but you will train under the other courses as well, just in case you cannot keep up with the hero course syllabus. You will have a much stronger time than other students. Your course load will be at least doubled, and you will have little time for breaks. Nezu spoke calmly as he walked towards Deku. Holy sit. Deku breathed. Aizawa, Nezu said. If he chooses UA, the first lesson that you will teach him will be to tame that mouth of his while using this Deku persona. It is unbecoming of a hero, after all. Nezu's eyes glinted with mischief, and he continued. Now, which choice will you choose, Midoriya-kun? Are we sure these are really necessary? Deku asked as the detective knelt before him, securing one of 4 monitors onto his right ankle. Unlike the bulky pieces of plastic commonly placed on criminals, Deku was being given a new and advanced version of a location monitor. The pieces looked like tight, black leather bracelets and anklets to not draw attention from the public. These devices were not only location monitors, they also served as programmable cuffs should Deku try to run. This was a stipulation that the cops had demanded should Deku be released into UA custody. Only Nezu had access to the shackles option, as they would only be used if absolutely necessary. Maybe they wouldn't have been if you didn't constantly threaten at running away. Aizawa drawled out as he entered the room with Nezu. Deku carefully rubbed at the one on his right wrist, as he waited for the detective to finish placing the devices on his ankles. They looked pretty harmless. Deku thought out loud. You are correct, Midoriya-kun, Nezu said. These were not meant to cause you pain or discomfort, only to provide your location and a fail-safe should you decide to renege on your agreement. Should you attempt to escape, I will enact the safety feature which will form bonding agents between the cuffs, effectively immobilizing you. Aizawa even looked a little skeptical at the tiny bands. Are you sure, Nezu? Well, that is what the test is for. Midoriya looked at his new principal warily. What test? I want you to attempt to escape. I assure you that you will not be punished this time, as I am giving you permission. The look on Deku's face must have been less controlled than he thought as Nezu spoke again. Not to worry, Midoriya-kun. This is a completely logical test. We must test that every system is in place. Plus, I have a feeling that you would attempt something reckless within a few weeks anyway. By performing this test with permission, we will be able to simultaneously evaluate the location monitoring system, appraise the automatic handcuffing system, and allow your curiosity to be sated. After all, we wouldn't want you thinking that they didn't work and then ruining your future now, would we? I wasn't worried. Deku replied, ignoring the bulk of Nezu's speech. Of course, Deku would want to try to get away at some point. It, for some reason, irked Deku that Nezu had realized this. Wonderful. Nezu clapped his hands together. You have 24 hours to make an escape. The teachers of UA have been given small devices that connect with the bands. So long as you are within 1 mile of any teacher, or inside the bounds of UA, you will be put on green status. That is, you are doing what you are supposed to do. Supposedly, the moment you exit those boundaries, a notification will be sent to Aizawa, myself, and a select few teachers. No need for you to know everyone who has access. You might find a way around the system, if I gave you all the information. Deku thought that Nezu may be overestimating him a bit. Once you exit the boundaries, you will officially be on yellow status. The teachers who receive the notification have the option to keep you on yellow status or initiate code red. If the teachers do not answer within 5 minutes, code red will automatically be entered for said teacher. If every teacher does place you on code red, it will verify that you were not given permission to be so far away. At that point, you will be counted as black status. Black status will alert the police. From there, the teachers and police may track you via the locators and the bands. While on black status, your vitals will be monitored via special electrical pulses, allowing us to read your heart rate and oxygen levels. This is to ensure that you are not in danger. Once in black status, I may initiate code silver, which is the cuffs. Understand? Deku's head spun a bit from the information, but he nodded his head. As I mentioned before, you have permission to attempt to escape within the next 24 hours. Nezu said. The teachers and police have been notified of the plan to test this new technology. Why would I try to escape if you are expecting it? Deku asked. As I said before, to curb your curiosity. This is your one chance to test the boundaries without getting in trouble. And if they don't work, these cuffs or bands or whatever, what makes you think I'll come back? Nezu chuckled. That is a risk I am willing to take. That statement, for some reason, made the hair on the back of Deku's neck raise. This is your opportunity to pick up your belongings, kid. Aizawa supplied. And to say goodbye to anyone in your territory if you wish. Once you escape and the black status initiates, you will be given an hour before the cuffs are activated. Any questions? No, I don't think so. Deku focused his attention on Detective Tsukachi, who had a scowl on his face. I'm still not completely comfortable with this, Nezu-san. Is it really necessary to be so extra? The detective said. Don't fret, detective. Midoriya-kun will be fine. We must test the technology anyway. Besides, Yua is known for being plus ultra, is it not? Nezu laughed as he walked out of the room. They really did it. They let him escape. Deku was exhilarated as he jumped from building to building in his territory. He had been unable to remove the bands, but they didn't seem to work in the end anyway. It had been 3 hours since he had snuck out of UA. The system was really not so advanced. Deku had discovered this after hacking the main security system via the computer in Power Loader's office. If you were going to allow security access from a computer, don't just man the door with a lock that was so simple to pick. Deku had discovered throughout the day that once inside UA, it wasn't so difficult to get into places. The security seemed focused on the perimeter, not the inside. This made sense, of course. UA was just a high school. Once he had made the run for it, slipping out from under President Mike's watch that man was a really deep sleeper. Deku had made his way straight to the broken-down complex, where he had hidden his backpack. He needed that if he was going to be forced back into UA custody. Although the opportunity to join UA was great, Deku still didn't trust those people. No way were they being that kind because they were good people. Deku had been on the streets too long to not realize that he was either being played or being used in some way. Izuku didn't agree, but Deku pushed his more optimistic thoughts away. Deku was the survivor. Izuku used him to survive. Izuku had no say. Once obtaining his bag, he had met up with Seichusen to ensure that he was still clean. The man had been clean for 2 months now. It was the longest he had gone without using. To be honest, he wasn't looking too hot, keeled over on his bed in pain. Deku made a mental note to send the police a memo to check on him, whether Deku was caught that night or not. When he gave a vague farewell to the man, Seichu had looked up in shock. "You aren't coming back, are you?" "I got caught." Deku let out weakly. "No point in lying. If they find me, I'm gone. If they don't find me again, I'm still gone. I can't stay in this territory anymore." Seichu had nodded and collapsed back on the bed. Izuku's heart reached out to try and ease the man's pain, but Deku stopped it. He had other people to visit. Ueson was excited to be greeted with multiple shopping bags of prepackaged food. She was pregnant now, having hoarded herself for some extra cash a few months previous. Deku encouraged her to seek a shelter a few districts over. If not for her sake, then for the baby's. Deku knew she wouldn't keep it, and the orphanages in this part of town were meager. If Yua managed to join a home, at least until the baby was born, the child would have a better chance in the slightly richer part of Musatafu. Yua cried when Deku confirmed that he wouldn't be coming back. Deku didn't really know how to react. It wasn't like he and Yua had a relationship beyond food. Deku also visited a few gang members that owed him some favors and pulled his trump card on them all. They were to be the new protectors of this district, should the police not be enough. Many gang members owed it to Deku. The boy had helped or rescued many of them and their families. Those that Deku had sought out were the most in his debt. The freckled-faced boy hoped it would be enough, though a tug in his gut told him that he was probably being unrealistic. It hurt to have to leave. But this was the real world, and the real world hurt. So now here he was, flying across rooftops in search of a new territory. It wasn't Deku's fault that the cuffs didn't work. Nezu had given him permission to use this as an opportunity to get away, and Deku would be damned if he didn't take it. The boy was almost in the next town over when it happened. Izuku almost cried in anger. Damn it. Izuku felt a jolt run through his arms and legs. He cried out in shock as his arms were jerked behind his back as the bracelets connected to one another. The bands on his ankles also connected. The leather seemed to expand and join the wristlets and anklets. Deku had been mid-jump and landed harshly on the next roof. His face had skid along the cement as Deku had been unable to ease the impacts with his arms locked behind his back. Deku's arms were straining as the binding pulled his arms towards his ankles from behind. Deku ended up on his side, breathing heavily as his body fought the restraints. The strain on his body hurt, but wasn't unbearable. In the end, Deku definitely couldn't move. The boy did his best to right himself at least a bit, but his shoulder was popped out of its socket from the attempt. The vigilante almost screamed from the sudden pain, but managed to bite his tongue. That FC King hurt. But it was his fault for struggling too violently. If this ever happened again, Deku would have to keep that in mind. Find a way around it. Deku lied there for a few moments, breath coming quickly. He felt helpless in this state. What the hell? This was incredibly dangerous. What if the cuffs had activated right as he jumped? He would have plummeted 4 stories to his death. What if he had been in the middle of a scuffle? Anyone could have killed him in this vulnerable state. The once seemingly innocent bands were now much more terrifying in the boy's mind. Deku began to panic as time continued to pass. What if they meant to just leave him like this? What if they never intended to let him go to Yua? What if he would be forced to stay chained up on this roof for a few days? His only chance of rescue being if someone heard his cries for help and actually cared enough to rescue him. He might be left here to die from dehydration. Or maybe heroes would come and give him food and water, only to leave him to burn in humiliation for a few days. Deku's head began to spin as another panic attack began. Izuku was moving forward in his mind to do damage control. Damn it, kid. How the hell did you get this far in so short a time? A voice breached through his swirling thoughts, and the child could have cried in joy. Eraserhead. Thank God. PP, please let me out. Roman 3 can't. Izuku took a studying breath. Roman 2 can't BBB breathe. I can't see calm DD down like TH thighs. A soft grunt sounded as Eraserhead knelt by him. Nezu is coming to unlock them. He has to be within 10 feet to do so. He should be here in a few minutes. We honestly didn't think you would get quite this far. Eraserhead's voice calmed Izuku a little, but the panic was still slowly increasing. You're all scratched up. Can I give you some basic first aid while we wait? Roman 3 don't can know. If I do something you don't like, just tell me. I'll stop. Izuku nodded, breathing deeply through his nose. He didn't like this. He wanted out. I'm gonna sit you up, Aizawa said. Izuku nodded again, and Aizawa gently sat the boy up and onto his knees. It was uncomfortable, but better than lying face first on the ground. I don't like this, Izuku said. Sitting up. And I know. Izuku paused as his breath hitched. BB being restrained. Roman 2 don't. I know, kid. I'm sorry. I'm gonna remove your goggles. They're cracked and the S-strongs look sharp. I don't want them to hurt your eyes. Izuku hadn't even noticed the goggles due to his panic, and his eyes having been closed in relief and slight disbelief since Aizawa had first spoken. Aizawa wiped the gravel off his face and quickly patched up the few SCS, littering the small amount of skin that showed through the vigilante outfit. Eventually, Aizawa noticed his shoulder. Did you shoulder dislocate when the cuffs activated? We can fix them so that doesn't happen again. And I know, Izuku was having a much stronger time replying as tears fell from his eyes. Signing was so much easier when he felt trapped. Except, this time he was literally trapped and couldn't move his arms. That thought only made his panic worse. Considering the circumstances, Izuku was a little surprised he was coping so well. Usually he would be much more panicked in this situation. It wasn't like he had a villain to keep his focus. Maybe he could keep control anytime there was another person, not just a villain. Though that didn't explain the attack the night he went to Yua on purpose. Then again, he had had a fever that night, hadn't he? Sometimes. No, most of the time. Izuku couldn't even explain his own reactions. When the boy didn't give further explanation to the shoulder, Aizawa looked at him skeptically. These aren't supposed to hurt you physically. Just restrain. Don't lie just to save face. It wasn't. Izuku stuttered. I did it. SS struggled too strong. Aizawa nodded and checked the boy over for any more injuries. He couldn't do anything about the shoulder while the kid was chained. Anything else hurt? Aizawa questioned. The kid didn't respond this time, and Aizawa patted his face. Problem, child? They are only 2 minutes out. Don't fall into a panic attack now. You're almost out. The kid had his eyes clenched tightly. He was grimacing and breathing harshly through his teeth. Kid? No response. Aizawa groaned. They are so close. Come on, Deku. Snap out of it. And a not Deku. Aizawa raised an eyebrow at that. It is Izuku, or Midoriya, or kid. Em not Deku when I'm STST struggling. Deku's a HH hero. HH heroes don't cry. Seso not Deku. Aizawa was going to reply when Yamada appeared, carrying Nezu. Oh my. The mammal said. So they do work. PP please. Izuku whimpered. Off. Nezu tapped something on his tablet, and the cuffs released, forming back into innocent-looking bands. Izuku fell forward, just barely catching himself with one hand. The boy was shaking, though the tears had dried quickly when Nezu and Yamada had appeared. What the FCK, the kid whispered. I'm sorry? Nezu asked calmly. Why the hell didn't you come sooner? Deku man, was that confusing even for the boy himself at times screamed at the principal. I want these off. I don't want them. I'd rather go to prison. Get them off. Deku jumped at Nezu and grabbed him by the collar of his suit before Yamada or Aizawa could react. Are you going to hit me, Midoriya-kun? Nezu asked, a hint of humor in his tone. Deku paused for a moment and then pushed the mammal back into the ground. Nezu stood and then straightened his tie. If you really prefer prison, we can arrange it. But perhaps you should calm down and get some rest before you make that decision. Deku only glared. Should we head back to school? Yamada asked cautiously after some minutes of silence. Are you okay with that, little listener? Aizawa was glad his husband asked instead of expected. He had already learned some of the kid's oddities in so short a time. It had taken Aizawa months to figure out the ask versus command issue the kid had. Then again, Yamada had always been better at adapting to emotions and people than Aizawa had been. Deku was silent for a while. It seemed like he wasn't going to answer with how long it took him to reply. I can't move my arm. He paused as he gripped it. Can you set it, Eraser? I can't get off a building this tall without the added balance. We'll get you down, little listener. I don't want to be touched that much. Deku replied calmly. Better to do something quick, without much contact. The kid looked down at the roof he was still kneeling on, his body still quaking slightly. Fine. Aizawa nodded and moved towards the kid. Deku flinched as Aizawa got into position, but didn't pull away. Aizawa popped the shoulder back. Deku bit his lip to keep from screaming. After that, the four left the rooftop and took a car back to the UA campus. Midoriya stayed in the infirmary that night, Aizawa and Chiyo recovery girl taking shifts to watch over him. Technically, the allotted 24 hours weren't up yet, so Deku could still make a run for it without getting into trouble. Aizawa knew he wouldn't do so, however. Not with the bands circling his extremities. The boy didn't sleep. He sat in the corner of the medical wing, choosing instead to alternate between rummaging through his backpack, stare at the opposing wall, and having small, pointless conversations with his guardians. He didn't seem to have much fight left in him. Exhaustion and acceptance finally taking root in his mind. Am I going to sleep here every night? The boy asked Chiyo around 3 o'clock. No, Sony. Arrangements are being made for a permanent residence for you on campus. You will be the first student to live on campus, you know. UA has a small apartment building for emergency situations or when teachers need to stay the night for an early morning with their students. You will likely be given a room there. A different teacher will stay with you each night to make sure you are safe. Midoriya snorted. Effectively caged, you mean? You did agree to the terms, Chiyo said as she observed the boy. He was scratching at the band on his wrist, rubbing the surrounding area raw. I guess I just didn't comprehend how trapped it would make me feel. The goal isn't to make you uncomfortable, Midoriya-kun. It is to provide you a safe place to grow and learn. UA is safe. It is not a villain encampment. We are not going to cause you any harm. Izuku scratched at his wrist a little stronger, blood pooling at the surface. Sure. Chiyo sighed and grabbed some gauze and bandages, sliding them to the boy. He had made it clear that he didn't want anyone within 5 feet of him. Stop that scratching. You are injuring your wrists. The child ignored her. Midoriya felt numb. Like he didn't really exist. This hadn't happened in so long. Not since he had been moved into the last foster home. Izuku and Deku both were silent. He didn't know what to do without one of the personalities taking the fore. Who was he if he wasn't either timid and shy or volatile and sly? A small smile quirked his lips when his mind thought the rhyme. Was that Izuku smiling? No, Izuku never felt numb. Izuku felt everything. Why didn't this happen when he woke up in the hospital room the last time? Or when the judge had made her final decision? Why did it wait so long? Because you thought there was still a chance, then. He shook his head. His shoulder hurt. Maybe he should have recovery girl look at it when he could get close to people again. Would he ever breach this distance? 5 feet seemed so safe right now, like a blanket. Any closer from another person, and they might really break him. Deku wasn't available to protect this empty shell. If he had the Deku mask available, what would he be doing? Probably not staring at the wall. What about Izuku? He had never thought of the Izuku emotions as a mask before. But that's what it was, right? What would the Izuku mask be doing? He probably wouldn't be staring at a wall either. But Izuku and Deku were him. Just different parts. If they wouldn't be staring at the wall, then what was the thing in control right now? Why was he so motionless? Who was he again? I knew that separating Izuku and Deku into separate people would make me snap one day. like a pencil being broken by the weight of its wielder's hand. Broken. That's who he was. He was broken and useless and trapped. Don't make yourself panic, stupid. I wish I could sleep. Chiyo had retrieved Aizawa for his shift at 5 o'clock. He's been mumbling to himself for a little under an hour. He hasn't slept. My best guess without being able to do a physical exam would be shock. He likes you, Aizawa. Maybe you can get him to rest. Chiyo said before making her exit to get some sleep of her own. Thankfully, the following day was Sunday, and neither had classes or patients to attend to. Well, other than the problem child. Midoriya was still in the corner, where he had left him hours before. His wrists were covered in scratch marks and band-aids, and gauze lied untouched before him. His bag was settled by his hip, but the boy's attention was on the higher part of the opposing wall. Muttered words spilled from his mouth non-stop. Aizawa only able to catch a few fragments. Army. Wall. Who? Control. Break me. Aizawa groaned and dragged his hand down his face, inching closer to the boy. Broken. Useless. Trapped. So stupid. Aizawa squatted about a foot in front of the boy, purposefully breaking the 5-foot rule to see if there would be a reaction. I wish I could sleep. The kid said clearly. It was the first sentence Ha had said with conviction since Aizawa had entered the room. Maybe you should get your ass onto a bed then and lay down. Aizawa said, voice monotone. He had expected the kid to jump, yell, maybe try to hit him for being in his space. Instead, green eyes slid over to meet his own black ones. I think I'm dying. Aizawa was not expecting the softly spoken sentence. The boy's voice was flat, so unlike what Aizawa was used to from the kid. You aren't dying, Aizawa said gently. How do you know? You are breathing and talking. You're fine. Death isn't just a physical thing, this kid. Why do you think you are dying? Everything is numb. I can't feel my thoughts. Aizawa rolled his eyes. Most people can't feel their thoughts. The boy didn't respond and turned his gaze back to the wall beyond the caffeine-deprived man. I could yesterday. The boy didn't make eye contact. What was different between yesterday and today? It's not like your situation was any different. Yesterday, I wasn't dying. Aizawa could have smacked his head against a wall. You need a lesson on logical fallacies. Maybe. You need to sleep. Yeah. Get into bed. I can't. If I get into a hospital bed, then I really will die. If I got you something else to lay down on, would you sleep? I hope so. I'm so tired. Izuku woke up when the sun was passing its midpoint. His body ached and his throat felt dry. But he was awake. He was alive. He wasn't numb. Hello? He called out softly from his sleeping bag. A vague memory of Aizawa flooded his mind when he realized what he was lying on. No one answered, so Izuku decided to get up. He had on part of his vigilante outfit. His black pants and gray tank top were rumpled from sleep. He had only one sneaker on, the other trapped inside the sleeping bag. His hoodie was DD over a nearby chair along with his backpack. His mask and goggles were nowhere to be found, though he was pretty sure his goggles had been destroyed the previous night. He didn't have his utility belt on him, but thought that it might be in his bag, where he normally put it when he was sleeping. Black bands encircled Izuku's wrists and ankles. They weren't uncomfortable, but their weight never left the front of the boy's mind. These things were a mobile prison. If he messed up. No, he couldn't think about that. He just had to not mess up. You're up, a loud, shrill voice called from behind. Present Mike was sauntering into the room with 2 trays of food in tow. I had lunch rush, make some lunch before our meeting. A meeting? Another one? Present Mike set the trays down and looked cautiously at Izuku. So, this version of you, this isn't Deku, right? Izuku. Or Midoriya. The boy paused. I'm always Izuku. Izuku never leaves. Except for last night. Deku just covers sometimes. WH when I'm too weak. How about I just call you little listener? It's easier that way. Izuku shrugged. So, am meeting. Don't worry about that. The teachers are just being filled in on everything. They will want to meet you at some point, but there is no rush. Just take your time. Izuku smiled shyly at the hero. You hungry, little listener? It's been almost a whole day since you last ate. At that point, Izuku realized that he was, indeed, starving. The curly-faced child nodded his head, and Present Mike handed over the tray. Thank you. Present Mixon. Yamade-sensei. Mike Yamade-sensei corrected. I'm your teacher now, so you can call me what my other students call me. Same with Shota. Aizawa. Call him Aizawa-sensei. Midoriya nodded as he picked at the food a bit. The amount was a little overwhelming, more than even Eraserhead, Aizawa-sensei, had ever provided in one serving. He took a few bites, relishing the flavor, before setting the tray to the side. Don't like it? Yamade-sensei asked, his cheeks full of his own food. I can probably get lunch rush to make something else. Izuku blushed and shook his head, hands coming up placatingly. No. It was fine. Are really great actually. Roman 2 just. I know I can't see her anymore, but the baby. She needs it more. And I don't need much. Roman 2 can just eat what's left. Plus, I'd be imposing. I don't want to. You might. And I don't like them. SSO I can't mess up. Izuku began unconsciously fiddling with his wrists again as he mumbled. Yamada just stared at the kid. How different this version was from the Deku, who had spit and cursed at him and his husband. This kid was going to be a handful. For now, however. Are you talking about Yuasen? Aizawa told me about her. Izuku's eyes lit up at his words. No need to worry. We managed to find her a safe place to stay until her baby is born. Shota isn't going to let her go hungry. Your territory. It's going to be okay. Heroes are patrolling more often, specifically underground heroes and their sidekicks, so that the citizens don't feel threatened. We have the lower level ones helping stop the drugs and keep people safe. Like you used to do. Only this time it is legal, so it won't stop should something happen. We've got you, kid, and everyone else. Sometimes problems just need to be brought to the hero's attention before something is done. Izuku was unsure of the blonde man's words. Nothing had been done before, so why now? Was he lying? But this was a hero, so maybe. In the end, Izuku just nodded and shuffled his feet some, still not wanting to eat, hoping that Aizawa-sensei might take the food to Yua anyway. Besides, he had plenty. It wasn't like his shrunken stomach could hold more than a few bites at a time anyway. Izuku was uncomfortable from Yamade-sensei's intense gaze as he observed the boy in front of him. The voice hero seemed to catch on and looked away. DDO you think, shower. Or I see can just. Do you even have a lake on PR property? You are not bathing in a lake, kid. Aizawa said as he strolled in. We have perfectly good showers for you to use. It's no hassle. In fact, it is easier for us if you use them. Aizawa's eyes flickered to the mostly untouched tray, and his shoulders sagged a bit. Izuku was used to this reaction from all the previous times Aizawa-sensei had tried feeding him and didn't comment. How will I wash? We have some spare gym uniforms for you to wear until we can get you some new clothes. Your old ones have just about had it. Izuku's eyes darkened for a split second before Aizawa continued. You can still keep them. We aren't going to take anything away from you. Unless it's too dangerous. He added the last part as an afterthought. This seemed to placate Izuku for the moment. You can shower if you eat 4 more bites of food. The protein. Aizawa-sensei told him. Izuku didn't bother arguing. The look Aizawa-sensei was giving him was the same one Erasure used when Deku was about to step out of line with his vigilante actions. The shower was nice. And warm. The grime came off the boy's body in rivulets as Izuku scrubbed with the washcloth Yamade-sensei had given him. Izuku's washcloth was what the man had called it. Fair dibs. It was Izuku's now. Dirt seemed to stick to his skin, no matter how strong he scrubbed. It seemed it would take time for his dirt to feel safe enough to let go. Izuku grinned at the little joke, pitiful as it was. Izuku quickly changed into the gym uniform and exited the bathroom. He had used the one connecting to the infirmary. Recovery Girl and Nezu were in the room along with Aizawa-sensei and Yamade-sensei this time. I hear you are much more talkative today, Sonny. The older woman said with a smile. I stopped dying. Izuku sighed. Aizawa grunted and rolled his eyes, while Yamada looked extremely confused. Well, that is good to know, I suppose. The woman said nonchalantly, as if that were a normal statement. Good afternoon, Midoriya-kun. Nezu spoke up. I apologize for bringing up a difficult topic, but I must confirm something with you. Last night you said you would like to switch out your deal. While prison isn't an option just yet, the judge's first offer still stands. I need to know now. There will be no more changing your mind after this. Recovery girl huffed in the direction of the principal when she saw Izuku rubbing at his wrists again. CC, can you take them off? No, I'm afraid not. At least if you choose to stay at UA. It was the compromise I had to make with the police, after all. Izuku shrunk in on himself, fingers prying stronger at the material that seemed glued to his skin. The same conversation that had been swirling around in his head since he woke up came back to the forefront of his mind. If I choose juvie, I get them off. But then it's foster care after that or prison if I run away. I'll probably run away, so prison. But for how long? What would the charges even be? Anyway, it wasn't like I used a quirk in my vigilantism. My sentence wouldn't be that long, but that would be my life. There is no hope for a quirkless person who is all alone, especially after prison. After I get out, I would probably just go right back to what I had been doing. An endless cycle of prison, homelessness, vigilantism, prison, homelessness, vigilantism. They are giving me an opportunity here. A chance to make something of myself. I could be a support worker or a businessman, though that one was unlikely, or even a hero. A real one. A legal one. If I work strong enough. If I don't screw up. What if I do make a mistake though? Izuku rubbed at his wrist some more. I don't think I can do it. What if I had Deku up? What if I couldn't calm him down? What if I hurt someone? I almost did. I almost threw him off the roof. And he's the principal. I'm just not safe. Not good enough. I always mess up. I don't want to be tied up again. If I might interject? Nezu said, suddenly jolting Izuku out of his mumbling. Somehow he had ended up sitting on the floor with his knees drawn up to his chest, fingers trying to curl around the immovable leather. Nezu was now face to face with him. I hadn't realized how much they would be a problem for you. It was a miscalculation on my part to allow you to experience what you did all alone last night. It is rare, but miscalculations do occur. Izuku stared at him, unsure of what to do or say. Part of his mind was already screaming that he had already messed things up. He hadn't even lasted 10 minutes. The other part screamed at those thoughts to shut up. He couldn't hear. Are you under the impression that we will be using the cuffing mechanism as a punishment, Midoriya-kun? Izuku furrowed his brow. Duh. What else is it for? Was written clear across his face without him needing to speak the words. That will not be happening. The cuffs are a final method of securing you. In fact, as I thought I had explained yesterday, I do not even have access to the option, unless you are on black status. Do you remember what that is? Izuku nodded, confusion on his face. He didn't trust this thing in front of him. But Aizawa-sensei was not denying the rodent's words. Izuku glanced towards the tall, black-haired man. He looked bored as he leaned against the wall. Yet his eyes met Izuku's, and the boy felt a little more calm. What if you're lying? The confidence of his tone shocked him a bit. Deku wasn't in control, but he was stirring just under the surface, bravery more apparent as, for once, both sides of Midoriya's personality worked in tandem. If I am lying, then I give you permission to throw me off a roof the next time you have the chance. Aizawa snorted at this, and Izuku blushed. Okay. Aizawa could tell that Izuku was feeling a little overwhelmed as he stood before the teachers of UA High School. Even though he had been given the option to take time to adjust, Izuku had figured it was best to get introductions out of the way. The teachers sat around a large table with Nezu at the head. 3 empty chairs were closest to the door. Aizawa took the one closest to the door and Yamada-sensei sat beside him. Izuku remained standing, his hands fidgeting quickly, nails digging into the bands as he had been doing since the night before. This is the new student I was telling you about. Nezu sighed gleefully. The other teachers looked expectantly at Izuku, though it was clear the boy didn't really know what they expected him to do. Introduce yourself, brat, Aizawa said lowly, no hint of any real ire in his tone. Izuku still jumped a bit. Midoriya Izuku. The small boy glanced at Aizawa, and the older man nodded. I also go by Deku. THTH, thank you for watching over me. The final line ended as a question and Izuku blushed, some as a few of the teachers chuckled lowly. One black-haired woman stood gracefully and sauntered over to Izuku. It's a pleasure to meet you. You are so cute. The woman squealed as she moved to hug the child. The boy stepped back a few places when she got too close. Please don't touch me, he said quickly and quietly. The woman smiled, stopping, and bent down to his level. No worries, kiddo. Since you asked so nicely, I won't touch someone so innocent. A few of the teachers behind her looked away with either blushes or annoyance. That's enough, Kayama. Go sit down, Aizawa snapped. His tone, still mostly monotone, had a more playful undertone than Izuku was used to. Kayama, Izuku said. Kayama Nimuri. The R18 hero. Midnight. Wow, you look so different out of uniform. Izuku's eyes had lit up. I've studied the use of your whip in battle, and combined some of the subtle wrist movements into my knife work. It's really saved my skin a few times. Kayame-sensei smiled fondly at the small boy. I'm glad I could be of help. Izuku looked around the room, the fact that it was filled with pro heroes finally sinking in. You're Vlad King, Izuku said happily. You're really neat to watch in battle. Your blood manipulation is so versatile on the field. Do you remember 2 years ago during the battle with the villain Quaker? He had a seismic quirk that could crumble buildings. He crumbled that structure over the group of school children, and you used your blood manipulation to form a shield whilst redirecting the crumbling stone at the attacking villain. You knocked him out in under a second. No civilian injuries either. Vlad King grinned at the boy. And you are a Shima Ken Cementos. The detail you can create when manipulating cement is truly amazing. It must have taken years of practice. Though when in the heat of battle you often fall back on the simplistic structures. That hostage situation you handled a few months ago may have gone more quickly if you used a cement dummy to distract your opponent. But I only had the public news videos to go off of, so maybe there was a reason you opted not to. Aizawa raised his brows at the bravery the child was showing. He wasn't saying anything snarky and cruel, simply stating his opinion. This was a side of the boy that, Aizawa assumed, no one had probably ever seen. This was the side that Aizawa may have to look forward to as the child healed. And power loader, Izuku said excitedly. I've used so many of your old designs. The library had some of the books on the basics, but the best ones were definitely the scraps that you would throw away at the ramen restaurant over in District 6. Do you live there? You go so often. I had to tweak some designs because of the materials I had available, but your idea for the flash bombs worked really well. Nezu's grin was becoming wider as Izuku continued. It was odd seeing the boy so jovial. Snipe. Your quirk lets you control the trajectory of any bullet you shoot. But does that work with other objects? Like maybe a base or something similar? Your technique is almost impossible to study, but that often happens when a quirk is involved. I've never used a gun before, but I know the skill would be helpful. I really commend how you opt to use your bullets as ricochets instead of weapons. I tried really strong to only use my knives in the same way, but it wasn't so easy. Just as Izuku was moving on to ectoplasm, a knock sounded on the office door. Aizawa noted that Izuku moved his body to encompass the door in his line of sight, along with the table of teachers. Sorry I'm late. A booming voice echoed as All Might bounded into the room. Of all the new changes Aizawa had seen in Izuku during the past few moments, the excitement, the happy energy, the confidence around people, the change in the boy now was the most shocking. Izuku's eyes were blown wide. His mouth had fallen open and his body relaxed. The boy's hands had fallen to his sides, no longer messing with the raw wrists. Then he grinned. It almost blinded the underground hero. Holy sit, you're All Might. The words were spoken softly, but the quiver of excitement and the child's body language gave away his awe. Hello there, All Might boomed. You must be the kid we gotta watch. Yeah, sure. But you're All Might, Izuku said, brushing off the question about himself. You're the #1 hero. Here. At Yua. Izuku looked back towards Nezu, and then quickly back to All Might. I knew you were in Musutafu, but I figured it was for some major mission. You are teaching at Yua? Since when? Why? For how long? Is it just for this year? Is there a reason? Maybe you. Ha ha ha. All Might bellowed. Calm down, kid. That was when All Might made a mistake. His hand patted Izuku on the shoulder quickly and firmly. The boy had inched too close to the number one hero, and he was unable to jerk out of the way in time. Aizawa saw the moment Deku was slipped into place as Izuku's eyes darkened, and his hand grabbed the All Might's wrist. Turning his back and pulling the hero, Izuku sent All Might flying through the air. The large man ended up on his back, a large gasp of air being forced out of him. I don't give a shit who you are. You don't King touch me without permission. The boy growled, and then immediately stopped and backed away. His shoulders slumped and his eyes looked around the room terrified. And I'm so SSS sorry. Deku fell as soon as his actions processed in the boy's mind. I'm really sorry, All Might. I wasn't. All Might sat up, rubbing the back of his head. A dribble of blood came from the corner of his mouth. I didn't? Too fast. I don't know you and. He's fine, kid. Aizawa said, a small smile playing on his face. The number one hero taken down by a brat. Priceless. I'm really sorry, Izuku sighed. Nezu's laugh cut through the room, and all eyes turned towards him. You surprise me every time we meet Midoriya-kun. The rodent said. I'm sorry. The kid signed again, and then proceeding to itch at the bracelets on his wrists, eyeing Nezu warily. Toshinori had been expecting many things when he entered the room, slightly late due to some hero work he did on the way. He did not expect the supposedly difficult vigilante child the teachers were to meet to completely fanboy over him. Nor did he expect the judo flip the child performed when All Might patted the boy on the shoulder. All Might knew that the use of judo was to combat larger opponents, but he was still surprised the kid was able to throw a person who is 3 times his size. The kid continuously apologized afterwards, switching to sign language after a few moments. All Might actually began to feel guilty. I think that's enough excitement. Wouldn't you agree, Nezu? Aizawa asked, a smile clear in his voice. Toshinori's sweat dropped at his fellow educator. Without waiting for the principal's reply, Aizawa stood. Let's go, kid. Aizawa kept his hands in his pockets and tilted his head towards the door. The boy bowed his head and followed Aizawa's directions, still signing apologies. What the hell was that? Yamada spoke when they left. I've never seen Izuku act like that before. Yes, I wasn't expecting the sudden judo flip. It was shocking. Ectoplasm supplied. No kidding. That sweet little boy taking down All Might. Midnight said, her hand waving in the air in front of her. Must have been a fluke. Oh, that was no fluke. In fact, that was one of the only part of the meeting that I expected. Nezu commented. Yeah, Hisashi screamed, quickly lowering his voice when the other teachers covered their ears. I've never seen him so open and happy. The other teachers stared at the voice hero. I've seen the kid be shy and timid like he was at the end. I've seen him completely break down. And, of course, I've seen him in his Deku personality. But that fanboying over everyone in the room was new. Man, I'm jealous. All I got was the Deku personality cussing me out. Oh please, Hisashi, stop teasing, Kayama said. He isn't. Nezu piped up. Midoriya-kun's typical actions thus far have never included an odd fanboy. Though it seems his interest in quirks and heroes are the same no matter how he acts. All Might allowed his muscled form to drop, not needing to keep up the act with the people currently in the room. What are you talking about, Nezu? Toshinori asked between coughs. Honestly, it's better if you just experience it. The whole kid is a confusing mess. Yamada said in a sing-song voice. I'm sure each of you will catch on pretty quick. The blonde man continued. Nezu nodded in agreement. Izuku sat crouched by the wall, a few halls away from the meeting. I really didn't mean to Eraserhead. I swear. The Deku mask had been brought up the moment. It was just Izuku and Aizawa. Izuku knew Aizawa preferred dealing with Deku, so long as the vigilante persona was calm. I know, problem child. It's kind of his fault though. I thought he would have been more alert to an attack. He was aware of what I am, right? Aizawa smiled into his capture weapon. Was? You aren't a vigilante anymore. But I agree. He should have been more alert. He was informed before greeting you. Deku leaned his head back against the wall. He probably hates me now. Man, my favorite hero. I really wasn't expecting him to show up. All Might is your favorite. Jealous? The smirk settling over Deku's face. Strongly. It was just surprising. Though, after that show, I probably shouldn't be surprised by anything you do anymore. Show? The fanboying over the teachers. You had them wrapped around your finger up until the end. If they only knew this version. I wasn't putting on an act, Eraser. I just got excited. Excuse me for acting my age. I won't do it again. You are such a brat. Yeah. Well, Deku bowed his head a bit. Then after a moment. Am I in trouble? No, like you said. All Might should have been paying more attention. Izuku fidgeted with his wrists. Are you sure? Nezu wasn't mad. Or All Might. Aizawa squatted to meet Deku's eyes. If anything, Nezu was merely amused and All Might was probably impressed. A hopeful look crossed the boy's face before he looked away, blushing. Do you think that All Might would sign my notebook? Aizawa groaned. You really are a fan, aren't you? Deku nodded. I don't see why not. Deku suddenly jumped up. Then we gotta go back to the infirmary. I left my bag there. And Deku was off. Aizawa sighed in frustration. This kid was just too much sometimes. As Nezu filled the teachers in on the mystery that was Midoriya Izuku, Toshinori was kicking himself a bit. He was impressed by the kid, for sure. But he was also embarrassed, and even a bit guilty that he hadn't thought before acting. He had known the kid was a vigilante. He should have shown the boy the same respect as other heroes. You don't just make sudden physical contact with any hero. Least of all one who has worked in the cover of the underground. A sudden memory of the first time Toshinori met Aizawa flashed through his mind. The man hadn't let him out of the capture weapon for over an hour. As the meeting was drawing to a close, most of the teachers were even more curious and confused about the child than before. Then, a knock sounded as the door creaked open. Midoriya Shonen walked through the door with Aizawa towering over him from behind. The kid was clutching a ratty-looking notebook in his arms. The child's eyes scanned the room and confusion crossed his face. Sit. Toshinori did not look like All Might right now. He needed to play this off. I came. The kid's brows furrowed more. I came to apologize better. The child glanced back at Aizawa, who ignored him. I didn't mean to disrupt the meeting earlier. I know you guys wanted to interrogate me, but instead, something about the kid using the word interrogated rubbed Toshinori the wrong way. The child bowed slightly. I really do apologize. No problem, kiddo. Kayama said as she shifted her bag to her shoulder. I was wondering if... The child blushed and looked to the side. Can I have you guys sign my book? Please. The room erupted in yeses and of courses. The teachers were happy that the kid wanted their autograph and seemed to trust them. Toshinori had a feeling that the kid probably didn't actually trust anyone, but shoved that pessimistic notion away. The child went around, one by one, skipping Yamada and Nezu. The former of the two had deflated slightly when the child did this. Toshinori could have sworn the kid had momentarily smirked at the man's actions. With each person, the child flipped to a different, but clearly written on page of the book. Small gasps and minor comments were made as the book was passed around. These are great, Midoriya-kun, said Power Loader after his turn. Wow, that a lot of information you have there. Howled Hound Dog. OMG, you must really adore me. I can always give you more information in exchange for a favor in the future, Midnight had whispered seductively. Eventually, the kid came up to him. I know you, he stated simply. Toshinori gagged on blood and started coughing. He had sat quietly, hoping the kid wouldn't notice him, and here the child was, telling him that he knew this skeleton of a man was. The other teachers froze in place as well. Did he know Toshinori was All Might? The curly-haired boy quickly assessed the room, and something changed in his expression. Or I thought I did. Seems like I was wrong, All Might. Toshinori stared at the boy as Nezu laughed loudly from his seat. Toshinori Yagi, All Might's supposed secretary. He is usually seen after a villain fight and takes care of any tedious jobs needed if there is property damage or civilian casualties. I almost spoke to you once, but you were surrounded by police, so. The kid took a breath and shook his head. How did you? All Might asked, not finishing the question. Well, you are in the same suit. Your hair is the same. Your eyes are the exact shade of blue as well. It's not difficult, especially when I know All Might was supposed to be here. He wouldn't just leave. In the past, I thought you were probably brothers with All Might or cousins, maybe. The boy took a breath, looking down at a page in his journal, seeming to read it. When I threw you earlier, a bit of blood trickled out. I thought it was odd since you can usually take significantly more damage, but didn't say anything. You're currently spitting up blood now, so. Your wrist is also bruised. I bet it matches the shape of my hand. Toshinori was at a loss for words. I'm a little surprised that other people haven't caught on. I'm kinda pissed that I didn't catch on until it was shoved in my face. Not even the online forums have guessed. The room was silent, except for Nezu's continued laughter. I've made things awkward again, said the boy, shifting. Here, you can still sign. You still do a lot for people, even if you are constantly lying. The boy held out the book and pen. Toshinori took the objects hesitantly. This was a strange situation. It was uncomfortable too. Yet the kid seemed mostly relaxed, if a bit disappointed. That second part, the disappointment, that is one of the major reasons All Might tried to keep it secret. But it seemed he wasn't really doing that good of a job. You can't tell anyone, my boy. Izuku looked up at him. You want me to lie, too? Toshinori grimaced. The kid suddenly had a large grin on his face. Okay, All Might. I can lie for you. But you will owe me each time I do. I'll keep a running tally. You get free merch, right? All right. Toshinori had no idea where this was going. I will keep a tally of every time I lie for you. Each tally gives me free merch. I'd say that is pretty fair, wouldn't you? I mean, asking a child to do something so disingenuous. It is only natural for there to be consequences. Deku. Aizawa spoke, for the first time. His tone was warning. What erasure? The boy drawled out, tilting his head. Mad that I didn't ask for your stuff. I'll gladly make a bargain with you if you are dying to tell me one of your secrets. Jealousy isn't becoming of a man. Then again, I'm pretty sure the only thing they sell of yours is goggles, and I already have a pair. Aizawa rolled his eyes and put his head in one of his hands. I told you he could be cruel. Yamada tried to whisper. The boy's ears perked up, and he focused on the voice hero. I want your signature too, the kid said, shoving the notebook and pen at the voice hero. I was only messing with you a little bit earlier. You are still a really cool hero, and I'm not cruel. The last sentence was said with a pout. Yamada laughed and signed the book. Then what are you, little listener? I'm Deku. And the child grinned. You are going to send me into an early grave, problem child. And probably All Might and the rest of the teachers too, at this point. Aizawa grumbled as he led the boy back to the infirmary. HM? You think so, Erasure? The boy grinned. Maybe that will be a good thing, then I can go back where I belong. You belong at UA now. No, I'm staying at UA. I belong on the streets. Deku didn't miss the eye roll Aizawa sent his way. I've never belonged anywhere but on the streets. By myself. What makes you think UA will be any different from the rest of the temporary placements I've been forced to stay in? UA, foster home number 8. Hooray. Deku grumbled. I'm just biding my time until I can get a hero license and can legally do my job, that's all. Aizawa didn't reply. Deku carefully placed his notebook back into his bag once the two arrived back at the infirmary. Nezu should have your room ready by tomorrow morning. We'll go shopping to stock up on the necessities. Don't you have classes to teach tomorrow? Deku asked as he jumped up to sit on the bed closest to the wall. I don't have a homeroom class this year. I only teach hero history and combat basics. I've passed those to the other teachers, so that we can get you situated quickly. The child's shoulders dropped, and he looked to the side. You don't have to do that. Roman 2 don't want TTTO be a bother. Shopping for basic living supplies is not a bother. And dealing with one problem child is better than dealing with 20. Izuku shrugged and fiddled with his wrists. Aizawa inspected him closely before cautiously speaking his next sentence. You will also have your first therapy session with Hound Dog tomorrow. He is the school counselor. Absolutely f-seeking not. Deku stated firmly, his eyes meeting the older man's with a defiant glare. It's not really a choice. I don't need some shrink to tell me I'm broken, Deku seethed. Aizawa sighed. That's not what therapy is. You have had a difficult past, and it has and still is negatively affecting your day-to-day life. This is supposed to help you. I don't need you city f-seeking help. I'm fine. Deku emphasized the final word. Most people who are fine don't completely change their personalities depending on the conversation they are having. Deku had nothing to say to this and clenched his fists. I'm not going. He forced out between his teeth. Then Hound Dog will come to you. I won't talk to him. I don't really give a shit what you do. You will be with him for an hour. Talk, don't talk. It's not really any of my business. Just know that the longer you take to talk through things, the longer you will have to attend therapy 3 times a week. 3 times? Deku cried loudly. You've got to be kidding. What a waste of time. Exactly. Deku grumbled unintelligibly and laid down on the bed, turning from his tormentor teacher. Izuku didn't sleep for the second night in a row. His mind was racing with thoughts too complicated for 4 o'clock. By the time the freckled-faced child finally managed to calm his racing thoughts and shut his eyes, the birds were already chirping. Thus, Izuku could barely keep his eyes open when Nezu sauntered into the infirmary at 8 o'clock to pull Izuku from the world of dreams. He didn't sleep but 3 hours. Recovery girl stated with a click of her tongue. It's a wonder the boy hasn't formed another fever. Perhaps we should let him sleep a bit longer. That would be nice, PP Principal Nezu. Izuku said, followed by a long yawn. You didn't sleep because you woke up at 15 o'clock yesterday. It is best to get you on the correct schedule now so that you are able to go to your classes tomorrow. Nezu supplied cheerfully his high-pitched tone, making Izuku flinch away from the sound. Okay, that makes sense. Izuku paused a moment and quirked his head to the side. Why are you here so early? Ah, yes. I have come to show you to your more permanent quarters. You can't sleep in the infirmary forever, after all. Izuku nodded and gathered his few belongings quickly, following Nezu out the door. Where's Aizawa-sensei? Izuku asked once the pair had breached the outdoors. He is busy, was all Nezu supplied. Izuku fidgeted at this and looked anywhere but at Nezu. Is something the matter, Midoriya-kun? Nezu asked after a moment, a small grin showing on his face. No sir, Izuku responded. You seem uncomfortable. Nezu pushed. Well, a deep breath. You aren't the most comfortable being to be sir. Nezu laughed at this and nodded his head in agreement. The pair arrived at a 2-story building in the forested area, just inside the main gates of UA. It was well hidden by the trees, but close to the main facilities. Despite its large size, Izuku might never have known it was there unless Nezu hadn't shown him the beaten trail to the building. The building was white with UA blue accents, and there were multitudes of windows to let in natural light. Overall, it wasn't as modern looking as the main UA building, but it was still aesthetic and well put together. The bottom floor, Izuku soon found out, held the sitting room, dining room, kitchen, gym, and teachers' night offices. The sheer size of each room was ridiculous. Even the abandoned warehouse Izuku stayed in didn't compare with this housing complex. The kitchen was fully stocked with cooking utensils, some of which Izuku had never even seen before. There wasn't any food in the house, but Nezu had explained that UA would supply any ingredients he asked for. The bottom floor held 2 separate gyms, one with gym equipment such as treadmills and weights, and the other with a mirror along one wall and sparring mats along the other. The building was well furnished, blue being the primary accent color, but small dashes of bright yellow making an appearance. Surprisingly, it wasn't as tacky as one would think. Once the pair reached the door for the teacher's lounge, Nezu stopped. I don't allow my teachers to take work home with them, so they often spend the night here to catch up on work. It's also convenient for the early morning field trips that classes participate in throughout the year. You are allowed in any part of the facility, except the teacher's lounge. You must have express permission to enter. Understand? Izu nodded at the rat. Nezu opened the door to show a basic room full of desks and bookshelves, before closing it again to lead Izuku upstairs. These are the bedrooms. Each room has a built-in bathroom and access to a balcony. Nezu spoke. There are 6 rooms total, but you will be in the one to the back left corner. Every room typically has 2 beds, but you will be staying in your room alone. Nezu opened the door to his new bedroom, and Izuku was slightly surprised to see an entirely barren room. No bed, no nightstand, no dresser. Even the blue stripe at the top of the white walls that lined the hallways was absent, leaving completely barren walls in its wake. Izuku stepped to the middle of the room and turned a few times. The room was large, much like the rest of the facility, and Izuku wondered why he was given such vast accommodations. A door leading to the outside was on the opposing wall from the entrance, and a door most likely for the bathroom was on the side wall, close to where Nezu stood. While you shop for items to fill the room with, new furniture will be placed in here. I wanted to get a feel for your preferences, so I have tasked Aizawa and Yamada with messaging me throughout the day on your preferences. You don't have to DDO that. I'm fine with THTH thighs, actually. It's already more than I usually GG get. OR conditioner, HH heat, no B broken windows. Nezu grinned and hummed. Nonsense, Midoriya-kun. This will be your home for at least the next 3 years. It should be your own. Izuku stared at the rat, not really knowing how to reply. Your student ID is embedded in your wristbands. This will allow you free access to most parts of this facility. The other rooms aren't off limits, but a teacher must open the door for you to come in. Privacy is very important to many on my staff. The teacher's lounge must also be opened by a teacher, and you must be granted entrance via a keypad before you can enter. Other than that, you have free range. Now, I have some business to attend to. Aizawa will be here shortly to pick you up. Nezu had left Izuku alone to explore the parts of the house that he was allowed to enter, but the child never moved from his spot. He didn't understand the turmoil currently tearing his stomach and brain apart. He felt sick and awed at the same time. Izuku didn't deserve something so nice. He hadn't done anything to warrant a reward of this magnitude. How was he supposed to pay them back now? It seemed Izuku's debt to Yue would be greater than he had originally thought when accepting the deal. Izuku had known he wouldn't be able to stay in the infirmary, but hadn't guessed that he would be placed in a mansion. Thoughts of spare classrooms, a modified storage closet, maybe even a small apartment off the side of the teacher's lounge had been his original thoughts. Then again, this place was already here before Izuku had arrived. Yue had simply emptied out a room for him to stay in. Did that mean that some teachers would be put out? Did he steal this room from teachers who relied on it to sleep when they had to stay for grading? And had Nezu said that Aizawa was taking him shopping in order to fill the room? So much for basic living necessities. What was he supposed to get? How many pieces of furniture would be added to this empty space? What shelves would he need to fill? Just how much stuff could one person have? Izuku glanced at his backpack. It held almost his entire world up until this point. 2 changes of clothes, 3 mostly untouched notebooks, and another notebook that was completely full. His utility belt and his vigilante uniform. He had left a few half-finished trinkets behind when he was making a run for it. But that stuff was just made of junk that he could find anywhere. Non-essential. Izuku sat down on the ground and dumped the contents of his bag. The small amount of items looked pitiful in comparison to the large space. Did Nezu expect this room to be completely decorated next time he entered? Would he be upset if Izuku didn't try to make a home out of this place? Previous fosters had been, but others had hated it when Izuku had left his items in rooms that weren't truly his. Nezu wasn't easy to read. Which side would he take? Maybe Izuku was just supposed to leave the room as it was. Izuku wouldn't mind that much. He never had a place to decorate when he lived on the street. So long as he could get his hands on some blankets of towels, he could just make a small bed to sleep on in the corner. like he usually did. But Nezu said the room would be furnished today too, didn't he? What should he do? You should just do what you feel comfortable doing. Aizawa muttered from the doorway. Izuku jumped at his sensei's seemingly sudden appearance. The tired man was dragging a yellow sleeping bag behind him like a child holding a blanket. Izuku recognized it as the one he slept in while in the infirmary. Oh, Aizawa-sensei. How are you? Fine. It's time to go. Are you ready? The man asked in his typical monotone voice. Izuku nodded. Roman 3 thought Yamada-sensei would be CC coming TTO, Izuku questioned. He will. But first you have an appointment to attend. I was told to fetch you and drag you to Hound Dog's office if you refuse. Izuku felt Deku stir in his CHST. Roman 3 really don't need. Let's go, problem child. Aizawa called over his shoulder as he turned from the doorway. Izuku internally struggled with himself. He knew if he fought back, Aizawa might very well drag him to the therapy session anyway. If that happened, especially with Izuku already feeling on edge, Izuku shook his head clear and followed Aizawa-sensei without further complaint. As the two neared the office, Deku slowly drifted into place, thoughts of simply taking an accidental wrong turn or simply sitting and refusing to move coming to mind. By the time they reached the door, Deku was dead set on not letting this happen. There. Hound Dog is waiting for you. I'll pick you up in an hour to go shopping. There is zero chance of me entering that office, Deku said firmly. Aizawa sighed and opened the door. The office was large but cozy. Hound Dog sat on a couch, drinking tea as he waited. The kid won't enter. I have things to do before I go off later. He's your responsibility. Then Aizawa turned on his heel and left Deku to stare at the dogman in front of him. Deku glared at the guidance counselor from the threshold of the door. Hound Dog stood from his position and came to greet the child. I'm Inui Ryo, or Hound Dog. I'm the guidance counselor here at UA. Sorry I missed the meeting yesterday. I was on duty. It is good to finally meet you. The man's voice was gruff, and he seemed to struggle not to growl between his words. I know who you are. I don't need to be here, so I'm going to go explore instead. Deku took a few steps back, observing the hero's reaction. All right. You can explore. But I am in charge of you for the next hour, so I will have to tag along. I'll be fine on my own. Probably. But I still have to stick by you. Deku clenched his teeth, but turned to lead the way down the hall. If we are going to be together for the next hour, I should probably get your name. Do you prefer Midoriya or Deku? Or perhaps something different altogether? Hound Dog said once the pair reached the ground floor. Deku glanced at the man from the side of his eye. Hound Dog was as tall as All Might, easily 3 times as big as the scrawny boy. But his stance was relaxed. His hands were visible and unthreatening. His eyes focused on the path ahead. Either works. I don't really care much, Hound Dog. Hound Dog hummed. All right, Midoriya-kun. You can call me Inui. Hound Dog is for hero work only. Deku didn't reply and instead ducked out of the building through an open window and made a run for the tree line. No way would Hound Dog fit through that tiny opening. So long as he didn't leave UA grounds, he wouldn't get yellow status. Just as he was reaching the forested edge, Deku picked up on another set of footsteps and heavy breathing. Looking to his side, Deku saw Hound Dog easily keeping step. How the hell did you catch up with me? Deku asked, bewildered as he slowed and then stopped his pace. I love to go for runs. It's exhilarating for me, so I have plenty of practice. Plus, you are much smaller than me and must take multiple steps to match one of my own. Shall we continue our run, or do you wish to talk a bit? I don't mind either way. Deku growled at the man. I don't need to FC King talk. I don't need you. I'm not broken. I don't need to be fixed. Hound Dog nodded. So a run, then. Deku was at a loss for words and sat in his spot out of sheer petulance. Hound Dog followed suit, seemingly unbothered. After 10 minutes of Deku glaring at the man and Hound Dog calmly looking back, Izuku spoke. How much time is left? 30 minutes. Hound Dog replied after checking his watch. It doesn't piss you off to just sit around and waste time. No. Does it bother you? Deku didn't answer. What if I went to the opposite side of campus right before our time was up? Would that piss you off? I bet you have another appointment after me. I scheduled 10 minutes between each session, so no need to worry about me. Deku bristled. I wasn't worrying about you. I'm trying to get you to leave me alone. I can't leave you during our hour, but I won't bother you if you don't want me to. Though, it would be nice to learn at least a little bit about you. Your likes, your dislikes, things you do in your spare time. Deku clenched his mouth shut and turned his head away, lying against the base of a tree. Hound Dog didn't speak, and the two sat in silence. After a significant amount of time passed, Hound Dog stirred. Our hour is almost up, Midoriya-kun. Good. Our next appointment is on Wednesday after classes let out. Please let me know if you would prefer I meet you outdoors. I wouldn't mind another little run, but Ectoplasm gets upset if he catches me sprinting in the halls. Deku looked at the now standing man warily. That's it? You aren't going to say anything about how you expect me to be more open next time? Hound Dog laughed a deep chortle that ended in a low howl. Of course not. Therapy is time for you. If you want to spend it outside, that is okay. If you want to spend it inside, that is fine too. If you choose to talk or stay silent, sit or run, I don't mind either way. I believe that eventually, if something is really bothering you, you will speak up if you feel safe and comfortable. Deku looked away from the man in thought. Now, Aizawa-sensei is probably at the door to my office by now. Are you going to walk with me to go meet up with him, or are you going to take him for a run too? Humor laced the fluffy, harried man's words. Deku couldn't help the small smile on his lips. I would make him run, but he is already doing a lot today. Maybe next time. Hound Dog grinned back and led the way back to his office. Aizawa waited impatiently by Hound Dog's office, with a jabbering Yamada talking his ear off. And the little listener will definitely need a few sets of bed sheets. The school colors are so tacky. The kid also needs some clothes. He can't go around wearing those too old and hole-filled outfits and gym clothing on his off time. I wonder what size he is. I could help him pick some clothes out while you go get the kid the basics like soap. Ooh, you think he would let me pick out some toys too? He's only 13. He should still like action figures and stuff, right? He is 14, Yamada. His birthday is in June. He will be 15 in just a couple of months, right after the new term begins. I keep forgetting. He is so tiny, after all. Either way, he clearly likes heroes. I bet he would have a field day in some of the hero supply shops. We also gotta get him. Hizashi. Aizawa cut off the blonde. The voice hero shut his mouth quickly and turned his focus to his husband. I don't think this trip will be as easy as you hope. What are you talking about, Shell? I know we gotta get lots of stuff, but it won't be that awful. Don't put such a damper on things. I know you dislike shopping, but the little listener is gonna have a field day. Aizawa shook his head and sighed. I don't think he will be as excited as you think he will be. Having things bought for you. Handouts. They aren't always welcome. What are you talking about? That kid nearly jumped for joy when given a washcloth. Show. A friggin' washcloth. Izuku will be ecstatic. Izuku? Aizawa raised his eyebrows at the nickname. His husband smiled shyly back. I thought it was cute. Don't let the Deku persona hear it. Yamada laughed. Anyway, a washcloth is small. Nearly insignificant to most people. That's why he accepted it. This stuff, however, an entire wardrobe of clothing. Room accessories. Bathroom supplies. I don't know what Nezu was thinking, making us get everything at once. It would be better to get him survival basics and add on to his supply slowly. Yamada rolled his eyes at the sleep-deprived man leaning by the wall. I don't think you're right this time, Shota. Izuku is about to have the day of his life. Aizawa checked his watch and sighed. It's been 8 minutes since the session was supposed to have ended. Should we knock on the door? Nah. Let him have the extra time. It's good that the kid is actually talk. At that moment, Hound Dog and the small, freckled-faced boy rounded the corner. Ah, Aizawa. Sorry to make you wait. This kid can run pretty far in a short amount of time. Hound Dog howled. Aizawa looked down at the kid with a disapproving glare. So, I'm not the only one you make trouble for. I thought we already decided that jealousy was unbecoming of you, Erasure. Deku smirked. Remember, little listener, Yamada said excitedly. It's Aizawa-sensei when he isn't doing hero work. Right, sorry, Yamada-sensei. Deku said with a lilt in his voice. I'll make sure to remember to call him by his proper name. Something coiled uncomfortably in the pit of Aizawa's stomach at the boy's tone. It, unfortunately, reminded him of Nezu. Well, then? The boy started. Aren't we supposed to be going somewhere? Yamada shook his head excitedly and opened his mouth, most likely to begin again on all of the supplies Deku would get. Deku didn't let him start as he spoke again, almost immediately. Then let's go, Sensei-kun and Yamada-sensei. We can't wait around here all day. Deku made eye contact with his caretaker as he said the new name. Yamada froze for a moment and looked between the two, one glaring and the other with a sit-eating grin on his face. It took 0.2 seconds for Yamada to burst forth with deafening laughter at his husband's expense. Ya, Sensei-kun, let's get going, Yamada cheered, leading the way towards the car the trio would use to get to the mall. Aizawa only grumbled unintelligibly, deciding that this argument was not worth the energy. Izuku hadn't been to the mall in 4 years. He had forgotten how big the place was and just how much stuff it held. The trio had entered through the food court, and immediately, Izuku's mind went into overload as he took in the scene of hundreds of people casually eating, talking, and throwing away precious food without a care in the world. It all seemed so wasteful. Izuku observed a woman with whiskers and a rat's tail knock over a display of donuts at the sweets booth, and then step on them in her haste to get away before anyone noticed. The attendant at the booth sighed and glared at the retreating woman as he swept up the donuts and tossed them into the nearby garbage. In an instant, Izuku was over by the dumpster and reaching inside. What do you think you are doing, problem child? Aizawa asked as he caught up with Izuku. Yue-san has a sweet tooth. She'd love these. WWW can't just let them go to waste, Izuku said emphatically as he pulled out a few of the donuts. Aizawa groaned. Stop, Midoriya. Izuku jolted at the use of his surname and looked back at the man. You can't just dig in the trash, kid. If you want me to get Yui-san something sweet, just tell me, and I'll make sure that she gets some that haven't been in the garbage. Izuku blushed and glanced between Aizawa and the food he had already accumulated. It's so wasteful. Just because it has been on the floor, why not put it in a donation bag if they can't sell it? Tons of people would kill for something like this. The child murmured. Yamada, who had caught up not long after Aizawa had, knit his brows together. Don't worry, little listener. We can get your friend some fresh ones. The man supplied happily. That's not the point. Deku growled out. The boy shook his head and looked up at Yamada, who had frowned at his tone. Just, never mind. We have stuff to do, right? What first? I thought we could make a game plan to get this done quickly while we eat. Yamada, go get some food for us. We'll get a table. Aizawa says firmly. Yamada nodded and walked away to grab them something from one of the stalls. Deku hesitated a moment by the food he had dug out of the trash. As Aizawa turned to look for a table, he pocketed 2 of the sweets and regretfully brushed the rest back into the trash. He hadn't actually thrown away food himself in a while. It hurt. Aizawa quickly found a table and pulled out a list as they sat. We should start with the bathroom essentials. Soap, toothbrush, hairbrush, deodorant, etc. Deku nodded. I can probably grab that stuff while you and Yamada go and look at shoes. Yours are starting to fall apart. But I like my shoes, Deku said. They have holes in the sole, kid. They still have some wear left. Deku grumbled. Aizawa gave him a patronizing stare and Deku backed down. Fine. New shoes. What store is that? You have a few options depending on what style you are going for. There are generic stores like Shoes R Us and Soulmates. Then there are the name brand stores. Why would I need name brand shoes? You don't. It's about what style you like. Midnight, for example, only wears heels. She has her own brand, actually, and typically wears those. If you find something you like, and they fit comfortably, then Aizawa trailed off, looking at the list again. I like red ones, Deku suggested. Or white ones, so that I can color it in with markers. Aizawa lifted an eyebrow at the boy. We will get you a pair of red shoes, then. You will probably want some type of tennis shoe that you can run around in. We will also need to get you a pair of dress shoes for special occasions. They are rare in the first year of UA, but do occur. Okay? Can those be red too? No. Dress shoes are either black or brown. Sometimes gray if you look long enough. Deku didn't really believe him, but nodded anyway. After that, it's your choice to look for clothes or for room accessories. Room accessories? Deku questioned. Yes. Bed sheets, comforter, curtains, a rug, perhaps, and anything else that catches your eye. Why can't I just use some of the spare sheets from the infirmary? Aizawa narrowed his eyes for a moment in thought. Because those don't belong to you. You need things that are your property in your room. Deku scoffed. Most of the stuff we get today won't belong to me. It will be your stuff because you are paying for it. Not true, little listener. Yamada said as he walked up to the pair carrying a tray of food. Everything we get today is yours, 100%. Shota and I aren't technically paying for it either. Yua is supplying the funds. Deku rolled his eyes at the voice hero. Then it will belong to Yua. Just like the gym uniform I'm wearing right now belongs to Yua. Yamada chuckled a little as he passed Deku a bowl of chicken teriyaki udon. Just because you didn't pay for something doesn't mean it's not yours. It sounds like you are providing an excuse for stealing, Deku said as he looked down at the massive portion of food before him. He was contemplating how to store udon while they shopped so that Aizawa could take what he didn't finish to give out on patrol tonight. Of course I'm not, Yamada cried in an exaggerated voice. Think about it this way, little listener. Is it stealing if something is gifted to you? And no. But this isn't really a gift. It's too much. A gift is something that you exchange. Something that is tradable. Even if the trade doesn't occur immediately. Yamada glanced at Aizawa uncertainly. That's not really what a gift is, kid. A gift is something you give when you care about someone. You don't expect anything in return, or you shouldn't. The food you give out is a gift. You don't expect anything back, do you? Aizawa supplied with his mouth full. Food is necessary to live. I give it to others because they are under my protection. Aizawa finished chewing and looked Deku in the eyes. Then, your protection is a gift, even if it isn't tangible. That's different. No, it isn't. Aizawa grumbled, his eyes moving to the untouched food before the boy. You need to eat, kid. Deku nodded and obediently took a few bites. So do you want to look for clothes or things for your room after we get your shoes? I guess clothes, Deku said as he swallowed. I know what I'm looking for there, at least. Aizawa hummed as he looked at the list again. Deku craned his neck to see, but the chicken scratch wasn't legible from his angle. What store will we get the clothes from? We'll go into all of them, Yamda screeched excitedly, causing other shoppers to look their way. Aizawa glared at the man, but a fondness showed behind his eyes. Don't be ridiculous, Zashi. We don't have the time to do that. We can probably choose 2 or 3 stores and go from there. Yamada pouted at his words before looking towards Deku. Choose 5 stores, and I'll make sure we hit them all. Deku looked at him stunned for a moment. Bud. Erasure said 2 or 3. Yamada grinned. Yes. Sensei-kun has never liked to test the limits of a day. Aizawa slapped the man on the back of his head. Don't encourage that, he hissed. Luckily for Aizawa, Deku was too lost in thought to notice. I don't know what stores to shop at. I got my clothes from donation bins and the like. What if I choose the wrong ones? Don't worry, little listener, we can guide you. I'd say we can probably get you 10 to 15 good outfits by the end of the day, plus some. Yamda grinned at the boy. Deku looked down at his food, once again falling into his thoughts. Why do I need so many? I'll be wearing a school uniform most of the time, right? Well, you can't very well wear your uniform after school. Or on the weekends. Don't you want something comfortable to lounge around in? Something to exercise in? Night clothes? Yamada asked. I can use my workout clothes to lounge around and sleep in. It's all comfortable. Wow, Sho. You might have been right. This kid is going to be tough to crack when it comes to shopping, Yamada said. Aizawa grunted and Deku glared in reply. I'm not being difficult on purpose, the child said as he picked at his food. I just don't understand why you guys are insisting on so much stuff. It's not like I need it all. Nezu gave us a minimum limit that we have to spend on you today, Aizawa said after a moment. A minimum? Do you mean a maximum? No, a minimum. So just be grateful and accept that you're about to have a lot more sit than you did before. Deku paled a bit, and his gut curled uneasily. What in the hell was the minimum? Knowing Nezu, it was probably an absurdly large amount. Plus ultra, after all. You've stopped eating, Aizawa stated. Deku looked at his food again. He had eaten about a fourth of it. The rest could be given to Ueson, or maybe Seichusen if Ueson was going to get the donuts, or maybe that gang member whose sister just got into a fancy high school. Yeah, he could definitely use some relief with that crazy tuition. We are going to throw away whatever you don't eat, Aizawa said simply, cutting off Deku's muttering. Deku's eyes widened as he looked up at Aizawa. What? Why? We are not carrying it around all day. Plus, you need to gain weight. You don't seem concerned with feeding yourself in favor of giving your food to your people, as you call them. They need it more. How many times will I need to tell you that they are being cared for? Now eat. I don't mind holding it. There is no way I can finish all this anyway. You aren't going to carry it around either. You had better try to finish if you don't want it to go to waste, Aizawa said as he took a sip of his water. Shota, Yamada started, but quickly stopped at the look he was given. I don't need. Recovery girl told me you were extremely malnourished for your age. Your body has been stunted to that of a 10-year-old. You haven't even begun puberty due to your poor health. Recovery girl is crazy. I'm plenty healthy. Would I be able to do my job if I didn't eat enough? I'm not stupid. I know it takes food to run around like I do. I've been fine. No, you haven't. It is miraculous that you can do as much as you have been with that pitiful form, Aizawa stated in his usual monotone voice. Deku bristled. Even with all the exercise you take part in, you have almost no muscle on your body. You are significantly smaller than most children your age. You don't even have a quirk that would make up for the short stature, either. Your skin is sallow, and your ribs, backbone, and hips are clearly visible. Deku froze for a moment. How would you know that? Someone had to help Recovery Girl change you out of the wet clothes. Deku blushed and looked away from the two, who were now staring at him. Your body is eating itself because you aren't properly feeding it, Aizawa said softly. So eat your goddamn food. Deku took a few more bites of the udon in silence. He suddenly noticed how heavy it felt on his stomach. Aizawa sighed. Eat as much as you can, but don't make yourself sick either. It's okay not to finish. It's okay to throw some things away. A mutinous tear slipped down Deku's cheek, and he wiped it away quickly. Deku was failing. Failing as the mask that was created to keep Izuku safe. Failing as the person who cared for others. To let Aizawa's words affect him like this. Already Izuku and Deku were blurring, and that wasn't okay. It made him too weak. Deku, or Izuku, both. They were the same, after all. Managed 3/4 of the food before he felt like he was going to puke. Apparently, the boy had lapsed back into just staring at the dish in front of him, because Aizawa spoke again. Are you done? Are you full? Deku nodded, and then shook his head. Aizawa massaged his temples for a moment. If you are done, we need to start shopping. Let's go. Aizawa took the tray from Deku and went to toss what was left. Izuku grasped at Aizawa's shirt. PP, please don't throw it away. Roman 2 promised to eat. I'll even finish it myself tonight. If you throw it away, someone could use that. Simone Enna needs it. Izuku's voice was panicked and tears swam, unshed in his eyes. Aizawa's eyes softened as he looked at the child before him. He placed the tray back on the table and squatted, so he was eye level with Izuku. Yamada, could you go get a box? We can take it out to the car before shopping. Yamada nodded and left quickly, slowing once he was far enough away to give Aizawa a moment to talk to the kid. Why do you think you have to save it? He asked softly. Izuku didn't answer. Are you afraid we are lying to you about taking care of your territory? Izuku shook his head. No? Then why save it? All that is left is scraps. Izuku made no move to speak. You said you will eat it tonight. You didn't even try to put it off onto Yua or the others. So why not let it go? You know we will have a full meal for you later, right? You aren't going to be hungry. I'm not afraid of BB being hungry. Then why? Why can't you let it go? I don't know. Izuku's voice cracked at these words and fresh tears began streaming down his face. It's just important. ICC can't waste it. Aizawa nodded. Okay, I don't understand it, but I can work with that request. After a few moments, Aizawa continued. You did a good job eating that much food. It's the first time I've seen you get so much food in your system. A sob fell from Izuku's lips at those words. If other shoppers were looking towards the two, neither noticed. I'm sorry. I didn't take CC care of myself enough. I'm sorry I am messed up. You don't have to apologize. I'm not upset with you. It's my responsibility to set you straight on stuff like this, though. Do you understand? Izuku shook his head. Me being a BB burden. I'm sorry. You shouldn't have to do thighs SS stuff for me. BB but IGG got caught. And you are BB being so nice. I don't deserve it. And now I'm BBing TR trouble again. You don't believe Deku either. SSSO ICC can't TR trick you. ICC can't make you BB believe that I'm okay. You can know TT too much. Aizawa waited patiently for Izuku to pull himself together a bit before continuing the conversation. I should not have pushed you so far so quickly. Izuku sniffed and brushed the tears from his eyes. I don't expect you to be perfect. I get frustrated when my students don't care for themselves enough. Then I push other areas too. I apologize for that. For today, you ate. You did good. I'll take the leftover food with me on patrol, along with the 2 donuts in your pockets. If I find someone who is hungry, I'll give it to them, okay? Izuku nodded, blushing at having been caught taking the trashed donuts. Yua is pregnant. She shouldn't be eating food that has been in the trash can. I'll get her something fresh. Izuku nodded again. Are you okay to shop? I don't want you to worry about money. We are going to get what you need. Then we will get 1 or 2 things that you want from each store. 1 or 2 things isn't a lot, right? Alright. Once we are done, if we still need to spend more, we can go to the pet store. The kittens aren't ready to live with you yet, but you can prepare for them. Izuku's eyes flashed happily, and he nodded. I'm sorry I cried. I can't help it SS sometimes. I can know I shouldn't. C can't be WWE in public. Crying is fine, kid. Anywhere you need to. But if it makes you more comfortable, let's try to save it for a slightly more private location. Just let me know, and I'll get you somewhere that you feel safer. Where I'm comfortable. Where I feel safer. Yes, your room. A bathroom. My office. I don't mind where. But tensing up like this from acting weak in public, as you said, isn't good for you either. So just let me know. At that moment, Yamada came up with a Togo box and hummed softly as he started scooping the food into the container. Give me the food from your pocket, kid, Aizawa said. Izuku complied and gave him the now crumbled donuts. Aizawa sighed and wrapped them in a napkin. You are absolutely sure we can't at least toss these? Izuku shrunk a little. They are still useful. TTO someone. Something in Aizawa's mind clicked at the choice of words, and he hummed as he stood. Okay, if you still think they are useful. Aizawa placed them in the box as well. I'm gonna go put this in the car, Aizawa said to Yamada. Go ahead and take him to get some shoes. Aizawa looked back at Izuku, who had his head bowed now. He likes red ones. Get him sneakers. Those'll be the most versatile and useful. Sounds like a plan. I'll make sure to get every red shoe we find." Aizawa rolled his eyes as he turned to go and put the food in the car. He stopped short when Izuku tugged on his shirt again. The boy was looking at him wide-eyed, scared. "I'll be right back. I promised." "I've yet to break a promise, have I?" Izuku didn't let go. "Besides, Hisashi would give me hell later tonight if I left." This, at last, seemed to satisfy Izuku as he let go of Aizawa's shirt and turned back towards Yamada. "Come on, little listener, we have sneakers to try on." Aizawa heard his husband shout excitedly as he exited the building. Izuku was convinced to get 2 pairs of sneakers, mostly due to the BOGO sale. If these people were giving away shoes for free, then it wasn't a huge deal if he got an extra pair. Izuku got 2 of the exact same shoes, red, high-top sneakers. Yamada-sensei suggested getting the extra pair in a larger size, so that Izuku would have something to wear as he became healthier and started growing again. After some back and forth with Yamada on if he really had to get a want item, the curly-haired boy chose a pair of fluffy socks with a star pattern as his one want item for this store. Apparently, an extra pair of shoes didn't count as a want. Yamada then led Izuku to a higher-end store and got him fitted for black dress shoes. Izuku had a much less difficult time finding his want item here. In the very back of the store, hidden behind boxes of sale items, Izuku found a pair of maroon dress shoes with deep green accents. He got them just to prove a point to Aizawa-sensei. Apparently, dress shoes came in plenty of colors. And, since he found them and asked, Yamada counted it as a want. "Wow," said the store clerk as they were checking out. "I didn't think anyone would actually buy these tacky things." Izuku hesitated a moment, suddenly unsure if he should go through with the purchase, but Yamada stepped up for him. "I think they look fantastic," Yamada shouted. "I'm glad Izuku here has chosen such glorious shoes," Yamada bellowed. "I suggest that you change your attitude towards your own products." Yamada had lowered his voice on the last part, glaring at the cashier over the tops of his sunglasses. The cashier nodded nervously and bagged the items with a shy smile at Izuku. Just as Izuku began wondering if Aizawa maybe had left, the teacher appeared in the crowd, holding a few bags of his own. "How did it go?" Aizawa asked. 4 pairs of shoes, 2 sneakers, and 2 dressy. "You're gonna love this fine show," Yamada said as he dug in a bag for the maroon and green dress shoes. The little listener picked them out for himself. Said something about proving you wrong. Yamada managed to free a shoe from the box to show it off. To Aizawa's credit, he kept his face neutral as he inspected the monstrosity. They wear the last PP pair. MY size TT2. And they aren't BB black or brown. You aren't wrong. Good luck finding a matching outfit, though. Aizawa sighed as he scratched the back of his neck. "They look like Christmas," Izuku heard him mumble to himself as the shoes were placed back in the box. "Next is clothes shopping," Yamada sang happily as he led the way to the next store. This store was awful, Izuku thought as he tried on what felt like the 100th piece of clothing. Everything was itchy, or too tight, or had some other minor issue. It reminded Izuku of the clothes that people who tried too strong to fit in wore. After a few more failed attempts, Izuku gave up and exited the dressing room with a pile of untouched clothes in one arm and a pile of unfolded, unhanged clothes in the other. "I don't like these. They aren't CC comfortable. And they are ugly. I think they might get me beat up if I wear them." Aizawa snorted and glanced over at Yamada. "I told you he wouldn't like this place. The clothes are too stuck up for him." "Hey," Yamada cried. "I shop here." "My point is made, then." Yamada sulked as they exited the store, empty-handed. "We are just going to walk. Look in the windows and stop us if you see something. That will be more efficient." Izuku nodded and trotted slightly to keep up with the 2 men's long strides. Eventually, something caught Izuku's eye, and he stopped the pair. The colorful store mostly consisted of t-shirts and hoodies, as well as a large section of hero merchandise. Izuku quickly pulled the pair inside and went straight to a wall full of t-shirts. They were basic colors and made of a soft cotton. They all had some type of saying or picture on the front, but nothing that covered the entire shirt. "I want these," Izuku said confidently, picking out 2 and then handing them to Yamada. And now we see C can go. I got C clothes and S something I want. Izuku smiled up at the voice hero, knowing he would be easier to sway. You need more than 2 shirts, brat. Aizawa drawled. B but. US has said that I and need clothes. And TTO get stuff TH that I want. TH thighs does BB both. I'll get some PP pants and a J jacket, and be good to GGGO. Yamada laughed out loud and shook his head at Izuku. Come now, little listener. You need way more clothes than that. If you like this style, then just pick out some more from the wall, at least 20 different shirts. We will get you 5 to 10 pairs of pants and shorts as well. I also suggest at least 3 hoodies. You get cold easily. Aizawa said, inspecting his list. Then we will need one nicer outfit, maybe a collar shirt and slacks. Oh, and undergarments as well. Once we have that, anything extra can be counted as your want items. That's TTTO much, Izuku said warily. Aizawa eyed him thoughtfully. I agree. But Nezu can be stubborn. Izuku deflated a little bit and turned back to the wall that held probably 200 different t-shirt designs. How about this All Might hoodie? Yamada asked as Izuku continued to pick out clothing items. Izuku inspected the jacket before shaking his head. No, I don't want anything of his. Aizawa's eyebrows raised. I thought he was your favorite hero. He is. He was. Izuku looked towards the ground, feeling extremely uncomfortable. Neither of the other adults spoke, waiting for Izuku to continue. He was supposed to be invincible. All Might. F fighting with a SS smile. He's why IWW worked so strong. Why IDD didn't give up. But he is just another liar. Like all G grown-ups. Izuku felt a little sick, thinking about his past idol. Didn't you ask Toshinori for All Might merch every time you kept his secret? Yamada whispered loudly, trying to keep the other shoppers from overhearing. Still sounds like a fan to me, kiddo. Deku looked up at Yamada with a smirk on his face. If I can get a bunch of free merch off All Might, especially the discontinued figures and rarer pieces, I can sell it online. Think about how much money I can make. I can still help people even while I'm stuck in UA. You can get 11,000 yen, a little more than $100 for the 7th edition, All Might New York replication figurine. Think about how many people that could feed. If I got a lot of merchandise, Seichi-san could probably go to a quirk care center and get some quirk suppressants, so he wouldn't have to do street drugs anymore. Uesan could find a motel to sleep in for a little bit even after the baby. Sanjusan and Manjusan from the gang could pay for their little sister's tuition without stealing. There are so many opportunities. Deku's eyes were shining as he spoke. So, you just want to sell everything he gives you? Yamada asked. To help people, Aizawa clarified. Deku nodded. You are so pure, I could hug you, Yamada shouted excitedly. Deku took a step away from the man, daring him to try and touch him. Aizawa massaged the bridge of his nose. There is a lot wrong with some of the stuff you just said, but at this point, I'll let it go. I think you are starting to stall. Now keep looking, you need at least 4 more shirts. It took a bit of encouragement to keep choosing clothing items, but eventually, Izuku had managed to reach the bare minimum amount of clothing that Nezu had required. Yamada had bounded around the store like an excited puppy, and had managed to get Izuku to buy a significant amount of present Mike merchandise, much to Aizawa's chagrin. Izuku hadn't minded much, however. Yamada had made the shopping go much faster. Most of what he chose was hero-related, and it wouldn't be bad to wear something to represent Izuku's passion for the pros. Somehow, Aizawa had managed to coerce Izuku into getting more want items than he had originally planned. His logic being that they had thought the clothes shopping would take place over multiple stores, thus, the same amount of want items should still be accounted for. The curly-haired boy had decided to get a set of hero pins to decorate his backpack as his first want item. He also managed to find a large hero-themed puzzle collection set of 10 in the sales section. Izuku had loved puzzles when he was younger, so he was looking forward to working on them again. While traversing the sale corner, Izuku had also picked out a green bunny rabbit hoodie that had caught his eye. It was actually something he had seen before, when on the streets. He had hoped to find one in the donation box or garbage heap so that he could update his vigilante uniform. Now, he got a brand new one. Apparently, There was a popular children's show with a green rabbit as the mascot. It was meant for elementary-aged kids, but had blown up among teens for whatever reason. The hoodie had been hanging with other random pieces of merchandise dedicated to the show, and some of the other items also drew his attention. Specifically, 2 plush figures. One was a black fat cat pillow plush with green markings and an angry face sewed into it. The other was the mascot itself, a plush forest green bunny by the name of Mitoragi, a mixture of Midori green and Usagi bunny. Izuku had felt silly picking up the toys, but couldn't put them down once they had. The cat had silky smooth faux fur that felt soft when Izuku buried his face in it. The bunny was also soft, but the fur was more like a fluffy cloud. The rabbit's body was filled with beads instead of the typical stuffing, giving the toy a comforting weight. By the time the group had left the store, large bags weighed them down. The next stop was a bookstore. Izuku filled the cart with plenty of empty notebooks, binders, pens, pencils, tape, scissors, glue, crayons, markers, highlighters, etc. Anything that he remembered having in elementary school. Aizawa also picked out a fancy calculator for the boy. You will need a laptop too. They have a small display near the front of the store that we can look at. Aizawa had muttered as he placed some sticky notes in the cart. Izuku nearly fainted at the price tags on the laptops. This is bound to put us at the minimum, Izuku whispered. No, it won't, Aizawa stated simply. A whimper slipped from Izuku's lips as he peered at the electronics before him. This is more expensive than what I'm worth, the boy whispered. Just how much have you spent on me today? Don't worry about it, Aizawa said. At the same time as Aizawa's words, Yamada cried out, You are worth way more than a laptop. Izuku only smiled shyly at the man, feeling uneasy with his praise. The final task seemed much more daunting than the previous ones. How the hell did you decorate a room? What did teenagers even like, style-wise? Izuku didn't even know what furniture would be in the room once he arrived back at Ua. Before entering the home goods store, Aizawa had looked towards Izuku. If you see something, just get it. We still are almost to the minimum. Most home goods items are fairly priced, but we still won't achieve the goal unless you actually get sit regardless of price. You will need sheets, comforter, towels, laundry basket, curtains, rugs, and anything else to make the room homier. I feel like Nezu wants me to decorate an entire house, not just a room, Deku grumbled as they entered the store. Yamada suggested finding a pattern for a bedspread and getting the rest of the items based on those colors. Thus, the first step was walking the bedspread aisles. Most of the options were plain or floral pattern. Yamada refused to allow Izuku to choose one of these. You can't just pick the first one you see to get it over with, the man had cried. You have to like the pattern. It will be the basis of your personal space. You can't tell me that you want to live in a room decorated entirely in granny flowers. The man had a point, so Izuku just shrugged his shoulders and actually began paying attention to what he was looking at. Eventually, he came across a red bedspread with lime green accents. It surprisingly worked well together without evoking a sense of Christmas, much unlike the dress shoes he had found earlier. Yamada had been correct in assuming that the bedspread would make the rest of the shopping easier. With colors decided, the other items were quickly and easily chosen. As the group was heading back to the front of the store, a large selection of beanbags and other comfort chairs came into their line of sight. Izuku had never sat on a beanbag before and had jumped at the chance to try it. He quickly found out that the cheaply made beanbags exploded when jumped on. As Aizawa and Yamada apologized to the disgruntled store clerk on the now-mute Izuku's part, the boy wandered to the opposite end of the section and curled up in a hanging seat. It was egg-shaped and fit Izuku comfortably, both hiding the boy from the disaster he had created and rocking him softly, comfortingly. Problem child? Aizawa called out after a moment. Izuku peered through the mesh back of the chair, watching the man glance at his phone while Yamada looked around for the boy. Neither saw him yet, and the freckled-faced boy wondered what would happen if they never found him. What if he had gone invisible? What if he had a quirk that let him blend in? He could stand right beside the two, and they would have no idea. Would the two adults panic if they couldn't find him? But alas, Izuku was solid and very visible. They would find him eventually. Still, Izuku watched from his semi-hiding spot. Yamada was becoming visibly anxious, but Aizawa didn't seem concerned. "Shota!" the blonde cried. "What, he ran away? I haven't gotten a notification that he is far from us. What if he figured out a loophole?" Aizawa rolled his eyes at his husband and stepped towards Izuku's hiding place. Aizawa's eyes landed on the slightly swaying chair and seemed to notice the outline of Izuku through the mesh. The man's shoulders slumped as he strode forward. "He's over here, Zashi." The two reached the chair that was strung to the ceiling, and Aizawa twisted it to make Izuku face them. "If I call you, you come." "I'm not a dog," Deku said quietly, no real bite in his words. "You scared Hizashi." "Yeah, little listener. I thought you were lost." The boy said nothing for a few minutes. "I'm sorry I broke the chair. It apparently has happened a few times today," said Aizawa. "I'm actually impressed that your tiny self managed to do any damage at all." Deku glared at the man. "The employee said that is the third bag today. He thinks a kid with a deconstruction-type quirk might have come by earlier and unintentionally caused the chairs to lose their durability. The kid only sat in some of the bean bags. You just happened to choose a bad one." Izuku nodded. "You should be apologizing for not answering when we called you." "I'm sorry. But it's not like I went far. Or could." Deku muttered the last words. Aizawa rolled his eyes. "I'm not touching that statement. Come on, we need to go. It's been a long day." Izuku moved to stand up when Yamada's loud voice scared him back into the depths of the chair. "Wait, show," Yamada yelled. "Do you want that chair, Izukun?" Izuku flinched slightly at the nickname, but let it go and shrugged his shoulders in answers. "It matches," Yamada said excitedly. "It looks comfy." He continued. "It is. But it seems impractical," Izuku said after a moment. "Do you want it?" Aizawa asked. "Powerloader would have no issue hooking it up to the ceiling." Aizawa inspected it and waved for the associate who had helped clean up the beanbag. "Ah, Sho, you've been so soft today." Yamada sang. "Shut up, Hizashi. We have a minimum. This will put us close. The rest can be spent at the pet store. I think we are all pretty much done with this experience." Izuku nodded in agreement. The trio took the shopping bags to the car before entering the pet store. It was located right by the food court, so it was more convenient to free their hands, since it wouldn't be far to walk when they went back inside. Aizawa mentally prepared for the kids' reaction to the pet store. It wasn't called Pet Kingdom for no reason, after all. This mall held the largest pet supply store in this prefecture, and Aizawa knew the kid would be awed. When they stepped through the deceptively plain doors, the child's green eyes went wide as he looked around. One good part about pet shopping was that the child wouldn't have any problem getting things since they were for the kittens, not for himself. "Do you have an idea of what to get the cats?" Aizawa asked. The kid thought for a moment and then shook his head sheepishly. "And no, I've never had animals before." "Yet you wanted to keep them, even if you were living on the streets." Aizawa grumbled. Izuku went red and turned away from the black-haired man. Aizawa smiled into his capture scarf and then gave a few suggestions to the boy before telling him to go wild. Izuku first went to the food section and picked out 2 food bowls and 2 water bowls that Yamada insisted must match his room. He then stocked up on wet and dry food as well as a multitude of different treats. When Izuku found the kitty toy section, Aizawa actually had to limit him, as he didn't think Izuku's room could hold the multitude of strings, catnip toys, and other items that the boy wanted to buy. They will need a few litter boxes. The rule is at least the number of cats plus 1. We can place them throughout the house, but you will be responsible for cleaning them daily." Izuku nodded and helped Aizawa pick out the most efficient litter boxes and stocked enough litter to last at least the semester. Next, Izuku made his way to the cat towers. It seemed those that were up high on the shelves were not able to be inspected thoroughly enough. Thus, Izuku decided that he would scale the display case. Aizawa saw no problem with that strategy, but Yamada and the store attendants nearly fainted when they saw the small boy about a story up in the air, balancing along the shelf as he looked at a cat tower that matched his own height. "Can we get them this one?" Izuku called down to Aizawa. "I think it will be big enough for all 3 of them, even when they are all grown up." Sure, little listener. We'll get whatever you want, Yamada called. Just come down. Izuku laughed a little as he swung to the ground. That one will work for the inside, but I think we should get one for the outside too, the boy said happily. I haven't found one good enough yet, though. The boy looked around thoughtfully. Do you think I could just build one? I've got the gist of how to after looking at all of these. I've always been good with my hands. I don't see why not. You can ask Power Loader when we get back to the school. He heads the support course and will supply you with any materials and guidance, said Aizawa, a soft undertone in his voice. Izuku grinned at the man. I think we have enough, don't you? Yamada asked, exhausted. I swear, little listener, it's been a struggle to get you to purchase items all day, but we get here and you won't stop. You are almost as bad as Shota. Almost? Is that a challenge? Deku asked Yamada slyly. Yamada groaned and Aizawa grinned. I think that is enough for now, brat. Let's get going. We've been out for 6 hours, and I'm ready for dinner. When the trio arrived back at the school, Izuku was falling asleep in the back seat. It was only 19 o'clock, but he was exhausted. The day had been strong and emotionally taxing. Every second had been spent as a battle within his mind, and Izuku just wanted the deadness of sleep to take him away. Unfortunately, Aizawa was determined to make him eat a full dinner. As Ectoplasm, Power Loader, and Yamade-sensei unloaded the car, taking the bags of items up to his room to be unpacked later, Aizawa dragged Izuku to the mostly empty cafeteria, where Lunch Rush was finishing his prep work for the following day. Lunch Rush gave each of them a bowl of curry over rice. Izuku's serving was slightly smaller than what he had been provided thus far, and the boy was grateful for it. It didn't seem too daunting to finish, and the thought of stuffing more food than was comfortable into his stomach had not been a pleasant one on his way to the dining hall. He was nervous that now that he had calmed down, Aizawa may threaten throwing any leftover food away again. The pair ate in silence, too tired to speak and chew at the same time. Once both had finished, they took a moment longer to let the food settle. Are you really going to take that food on patrol with you? Aizawa tilted his head at Izuku's question. Or are you just going to throw it away? Izuku played with the bands on his wrists, not meeting Aizawa's piercing gaze. I will take it with me. But if I don't find someone who wants it, I'm going to toss it at the end of my shift. Izuku nodded. Are you going to see Yui-san today? No. But I'll check on her Friday night. Can I come? Izuku did not hold out hope, but still asked the question. No. You need to settle in more first. Izuku pouted a bit at the response, but didn't say anything. You have school tomorrow. You will be with me for the first period since I don't have a homeroom this year, Aizawa said offhandedly. Why not? Do you suck as a teacher? Deku smirked playfully at the older man. Aizawa gave no outward reaction to his antics. No, I expelled them all. At this, Izuku choked on the water he was drinking. You expelled an entire C-class of students? He asked, surprised. Yes. Most of them are now in the General Studies department. A few of them moved to other schools, and one is now in Class B. You're awful. Deku breathed. I'm realistic. None of them would have made it as pros. By expelling them, I allowed them to experience failure. It will help them grow and become great people in the long run. Deku studied the man before him before reaching out and tugging at the capture weapon around his neck. Aizawa was startled and sat back slightly before relaxing and allowing the boy to remove his support gear. The green-eyed boy studied the weapon carefully and ran his hands along the fabric. Would you expel me if I was in your class? Considering you are still technically in middle school, your age would necessitate that I would. Deku didn't even glare at him, opting to keep messing with the white fabric. I mean it, Eraserhead. Would you expel me? Am I worthy of becoming a hero in your eyes? Yes. Deku looked up in surprise, not having expected that answer. Really? You are reckless with your well-being. You involve yourself in fights that you are obviously unable to win alone. You have some serious emotional issues, and a few of your fears will get in the way of true hero work at some point. Izuku bowed his head, fiddling with the bracelets again. You have a lot of work to do, brat, but you have potential. Your combat basics are sturdy, and you're capable of making split-second decisions while under pressure. Your instincts are good when you listen to them, and you don't normally go looking for fights that you know you can't handle alone. They unfortunately just seem to find you. I've fought with you, both as enemies and as allies. I trusted you in the field. That says a lot. I would be lying if I said you couldn't become a pro hero. But it will take a lot of work on your part. If you even want to consider entering my class next semester, however, you need to catch up. Aizawa continued, watching closely for any signs of another breakdown. As I was saying, I'll have you for the first hour. Then teachers will alternate throughout the day to watch you during their free periods. What am I going to be doing? Deku asked, the mask pulling up as his emotions became slightly overwhelming again. Nezu has prepared a comprehensive assessment of your academic skills. It will measure your strengths and weaknesses, comparing them with students starting from grade 3 up until graduation. Once you complete that exam, you will spend the rest of the day in the gym. You will be given a physical assessment that will be recorded for the other teachers to review in their spare time. This will allow us to assess you and decide if you even deserve to enter the hero course right away. If you aren't physically fit enough, there isn't even a point in enrolling you in those classes. So, I'm just taking tests all day? Deku asked with a sigh. Yes. Damn. Yamato waited excitedly for Izuku and Shota to appear on the second floor of the teachers' night dorms. The work that had been done on the barren room had transformed the place into a child's dream. It now made sense why Nezu had requested pictures and color patches of the decor they had bought for the room. The furniture that now occupied the space was the same as the furniture in other areas of the facility. The yellow-tinted strongwood bedframe now had a lime green band across its head, instead of the UA blue that formed across the others in the building. A larger amount of furniture was added, including a wardrobe, dressers, bookshelves, and an extra long desk that lined almost an entire wall. He and Ectoplasm took it upon themselves to unpack the shopping bags and stock the shelves for the boy, noting how exhausted he had looked as Aizawa had dragged him off to dinner. Powerloaded had made quick work of hanging the chair as well before helping them unpack the few remaining items. Are all of his clothes this? Interesting, Ectoplasm had asked, holding up a white t-shirt with the word pants scrawled across it in katakana. Yes. Yamada had replied cheerfully. You said the kid wanted to build a cat enclosure for the balcony? Powerloader asked, inspecting the outside area. Michim. The little listener apparently likes to work with his hands. If the hero course doesn't work out for him, you may have him as a student. Technically, I will. Nezu said he won't have a typical schedule. Apparently, because he is quirkless, Nezu is having legal issues allowing him to be in the hero course full-time. Even though Yua has custody, the child is still a ward of the state, and Child Protective Services is not a fan of putting him in danger without a natural defense. Powerloader said. No natural defense. They should have seen him throw all night. Ectoplasm had snickered as he placed the last bit of clothing in a drawer. So now Yamada stood waiting for the boy, excited to show him his new room. The blond man reminded himself to settle his excitement so as not to overwhelm the child, but he was struggling. Yamada was highly aware that this kid didn't mesh well with his more eccentric personality. It was why he continuously tried to leave the child with Shota when the boy seemed overwhelmed. Yet, it was becoming stronger as he experienced more sides of the freckled-faced boy. It now occurred to the voice hero why Shota had grown so attached to the child. It wasn't anything specific. In fact, the child was extremely difficult most of the time. But when the child had a good moment, when the child genuinely smiled, it seemed as though nothing could be wrong in the world. Hisashi was drawn to the child as if the kid were the only water left on the planet. He almost likened him to the sun, but had quickly changed his mind. Not yet. The man had thought to himself. Izuku has a ways to go before he can be a son. He still needs to heal. He still needs to warm up a bit more. But water was still important to life. Shota appeared from the stairs, the boy trailing behind him, holding the hero's prized capture weapon. Yamada did a double take at the sight and smiled. Hiya! We got your room all set up while you ate Izuku. Yamada cheered happily. The boy looked up. His eyes clouded over with exhaustion. Thank you. Ectoplasm Sensei helped things move quickly, so make sure to thank him when you see him tomorrow, Yamada said as the child handed the capture scarf back to its owner. Okay, I will, he said simply with a yawn. Yamada bounced on the S of his feet, excitedly, as the child gave him his full attention. Can I go in? He asked after a moment, making Yamada jump slightly and blush. Of course, he yelled. Sorry, I got excited, he said quieter when the boy flinched back. The once large and spacious room was now filled with furniture and Izuku's new belongings. The boy had whiplash from the sudden change. I wonder if this is how it feels for others when I switch between Izuku and Deku, he thought wryly. His head swiveled around as he stepped further into the room. Even with all the furniture, the room was still spacious. He didn't feel confined or trapped. The windows were open, letting in a small, icy breeze. The first inklings of midwinter finally making an appearance. Aizawa Sensei leaned on the door frame, and Yamada Sensei fidgeted behind him, anxiously. It's great. Thank you, Izuku said after a moment, having to force a smile on his exhausted features. I'm sorry I'm not more cheerful, he said, noting the slight drop on Yamada Sensei's face. I'm just really tired is all. I'll really look around tomorrow, okay? Yamada grinned, slightly abashed. No problem, little listener, he said excitedly, keeping his voice at the normal volume. Your pajamas are in this drawer. So get comfortable and I'll see you in the morning. With that, Yamada had exited the room, giving Izuku some much-needed space. I'll fetch you in the morning for breakfast, Aizawa said. Midnight is staying the night across the hall from this room, and Yamada is staying down the hall, to the left of the stairs if you need anything. I have patrol, so I'll be going. Aizawa waved a hand as he closed the door behind him. It took a few moments for Izuku to make his body work. He was drained from the stressful day and lack of sleep from the previous night. For some reason, his head was buzzing annoyingly, making it strong to think. Now that he was alone for the first time in a week, Izuku started to crumble from the events that had occurred. He mechanically dressed in the new pajamas and tucked himself into the fluffy bed, his mind spinning. Everything today had been overwhelming. Then, to top it off, the shock of his room just seemed to push him over the edge. He needed to shut down. To not think, lest he spiral into another panic attack. A tear ran down the freckled cheeks as Izuku closed his eyes and fell asleep. Despite a full night of sleep, Izuku was still exhausted come morning. The sun rose directly into his window, waking him up with its blinding light. At least he would have a natural alarm clock, even if it woke him up 30 minutes before what was necessary. Izuku took the extra time to open every drawer and inspect every shelf in his new room. He reorganized a few of the closed drawers to make them more convenient, but ultimately, Ectoplasm Sensei and Yamada Sensei had done a wonderful job making use of the space in the most practical way. Before dressing, Izuku went to the attached bathroom to shower. The shampoo that Aizawa Sensei had gotten smelled like strawberries, but there was a sharp undertone that cleared Izuku's sinuses and helped to more fully wake him up. It left his hair feeling softer than it had in the past, and much fluffier when it dried. Izuku wouldn't receive a UA uniform until he was officially enrolled in classes the following semester, so he grabbed some of the jeans they had purchased yesterday, and then looked through his shirts. He decided on a white t-shirt with the word polo shirt written across it in katakana. He bore the rabbit hoodie as well before grabbing his bag. The yellow backpack already had the hero pins pinned to the front, and was full of his old notebooks and one new one. He slowly made his way downstairs, not sure what to do with the remaining 10 minutes before Aizawa was supposed to appear. The house was empty. All the teachers already in class or preparing for the day in the main building teacher lounge. Izuku felt incredibly small in the building and half wished for the constant buzz that the infirmary brought. Oh, you're ready early, a voice said from the floor by the dining table. Izuku nearly jumped out of his skin when he spotted Aizawa Sensei lying in his yellow sleeping bag. He had seen the man carry it around campus in the last few days, but hadn't seen him actually use it yet. He looked like a creepy caterpillar. What are you doing? Deku asked, trying to calm his quickly beating heart. Biding my time. Thought I could get a quick nap in. The older man replied as he unzipped the bag and stepped out of it. After shopping all day and patrol to top it off, I will get as much sleep as I can, when I can. All right, Deku said, uncertainly. Aizawa seemed different today. More no-nonsense, similar to when Deku had first met the man. Come on, problem child. Lunch Rush agreed to make your meals until you learn how to cook for yourself. I can cook, Deku supplied. I learned how in my last few homes. You know, to help out more. Aizawa eyed him. You can prove it to me tonight. If you can make something edible, I'll believe you and will cancel those extra cooking lessons. If you want someone to cook for you, you should ask Yamada-sensei. I'm sure he would jump for joy at the chance. Deku smirked. Hisashi burns water. He would kill himself before he got the chance to poison me with his cooking. That doesn't sound like a good time. Deku sniggered at the idea and made note of the weakness to write in his notebook when he had time. A bowl of miso soup and steamed rice topped with grilled salmon later. Deku had satisfied Aizawa's insistence that he eat properly. The man packed the small amount of leftovers and gave them to the boy. Eat the rest of this at 10 o'clock. It'll tide you over until lunch at 12:30. I'm usually not hun. Deku cut himself off at the man's looks. Yes, sensei, he said, instead. We need to stop by Nezu's office for the testing packet. Then we will get you situated in the teacher's lounge. Deku nodded and followed after Aizawa. The test packet was the size of a textbook. Deku's stomach filled with dread at having to go through the entire stack of papers. This will test you on a multitude of subjects from a range of grade levels, Nezu said as he handed it over. If you get to a question that you absolutely have no idea how to answer, place a red cross over the top of it. However, don't just do this to not have to answer a difficult question. If it is on grade level, you may be adding to your remedial classes. I expect it back at the end of the day, Nezu said with a smile. Deku looked down at the packet in his hands, and then back towards the rat. Are you joking? He asked. You expect me to finish this in a single day? Nezu's smile morphed into a smirk. I warned you that UA would not be easy in terms of academics. If it is too strong, I can always just immediately place you in remedial lessons starting at grade 1. Deku glared at the rodent before looking back down at the stack and sighing. Fine. Aizawa, who had been silent through the exchange, chuckled as the two walked towards the teacher's lounge. I'll be taking a nap while you work. Be quiet and don't mess with any of the teacher's desks, he stated, showing Deku a desk that was over in the corner of the room. The boy nodded and turned to the first page of the packet. The first 3/4 of the stack were multiple choice, separated by subject. However, the level of difficulty was mixed. For example, question 1 of the math section asked Deku to complete a 3-step algebraic equation. The next was a simple addition problem, and the following used symbols that Deku had never even encountered before. This was most likely to keep him from just skipping the last few questions and instead having to read and attempt each one. Deku had started with the first bell at 8 o'clock. By 10 o'clock, he was beginning to shift in his chair as he continued with the exam. Aizawa had been replaced with ectoplasm an hour in, and then powerloader an hour after that. Exactly at 10, powerloader received a message from Aizawa, telling him that Izuku was to eat the rest of his breakfast. The boy grumbled at the interruption, but ate the food anyway. Aizawa had made a good point about how weak his body was without the proper nutrients. Now that food was readily available, and his people were being cared for, he might as well eat his share in order to become more durable. It would also probably help in his combat abilities as well. A new teacher stayed in the lounge each hour. Most left him to his task, but some, like Yamada-sensei, insisted on distracting him. Look, Yamada-sensei, Deku had said with venom in his tone. If I don't finish this, Nezu is going to give me hell. So please, shut up. Deku immediately felt guilty at the look that crossed the voice hero's face, but the man was blessedly quiet after. Just as Izuku was moving on to the biology subsection of the science portion, he was interrupted again. Hello, Midoriya-kun. Nezu's cheerful voice called. Izuku looked up from his work at the little mammal, but said nothing. I am here to take you to lunch, Deku groaned, looking back at the packet. He was only a little more than halfway done with the packet. Any chance that I can eat while I work? He asked the rat. It is best to give your full attention to one task at a time when given the option. Nezu replied. So no, then. That is correct, Midoriya-kun. Now, let's head to the cafeteria. Deku had not been expecting the multitude of students that filled the lunchroom. He had only ever been inside the large space before, and after hours, so the change in atmosphere was startling to say the least. Deku didn't like crowded areas. Crowded areas meant that he couldn't avoid physical contact with others, and that put him on edge. You never knew what someone's intentions were. Crowds were the perfect place to unexpectedly be hit with a detrimental quirk. The boy shrunk in on himself, making his body as small as possible as Nezu led them to lunch rush's line. A group of 3 students stood in front of them, 2 boys and a girl. The blonde boy and the girl were talking animatedly as the raven-haired boy slouched behind them. Nay, Tamaki? The girl was asking the gloomy boy something. I'm not sure, Nezair. Oh, don't be like that, Tamaki, the blonde said happily. I bet you could definitely eat an electrical cord if you put your mind to it. Think of the possibilities it could do for your quirk. Yeah, Nezair squealed happily. You could totally charge your phone if it died. Why couldn't I just not eat the cord and use that to charge my phone? Tamaki murmured. Ah, Nezu said. Mirio-kun, Tamaki-kun, Nezair-chan, please remember to ask permission of your teachers before attempting experiments with your quirks. The rat smiled at the trio who had jumped at his voice. Oh, Nezu-sensei, the blonde boy, Mirio said happily. We were just making suggestions. We'll make sure to ask before testing anything. The boy rubbed the back of his neck sheepishly before noticing Izuku. It was the girl who commented first, however. Oh, hello there, she cheered. I'm Nezair, a second year. Are you new? Or maybe a teacher's son? I've never seen you before, and you aren't in uniform. The Deku mask fell at the sudden acknowledgement, and Izuku took a step back in shock from the excited girl's advancements into his personal space. Speech no longer available to him, Izuku signed quickly. Please back off. I don't like being touched. The girl didn't seem to notice, and took another step forward before a large hand stopped her by the shoulder. Nezair-chan, Mirio said softly but sternly, turning the girl's attention onto himself. It's rude to demand answers of people. Let's get lunch before next period. The blonde boy smiled kindly at the girl and turned the same smile on Izuku. Sorry to bother you, he said sheepishly, signing as well. Oh, Nezair shouted, turning back to Izuku. Are you deaf? She said happily as she sloppily signed the question. Izuku started, then shook his head at them. Roman 2 can HH here. Tamaki fidgeted beside the happier of the two, and looked at the ground uncomfortably when Nezair laughed. So what is your name? The girl asked. Mirio smiled apologetically at Izuku. Midoriya, he said, his eyes shifting to the side to find that Nezu was no longer next to him. He quickly looked around the lunchroom to spot Nezu chatting with Aizawa-sensei. The rat waved at him when he noticed him looking. Izuku had a feeling that the principal somehow set this up. Oh, that's such a nice name. Much better than Nezair. Midoriya just rolls off the tongue so much easier. Izuku didn't really know what to say in response. I'm Mirio, the blonde said happily, but significantly more calmly than Nezair. This is Tamaki. The blonde grabbed the glum boy and gave him a side hug. We are all second years, class A. Hi, Izuku said quietly. WH, what are you doing on campus? The quiet kid asked. Nezair had a point. You aren't wearing a uniform, and you look really young. Izuku shifted on his feet, unsure what exactly to tell them. Aizawa-sensei is watching over me for a little while, he finally said. Well, that is pretty neat, Mirio said. Welcome to UA. Are you hoping to go to school here when you get older? Izuku nodded slowly, wondering how old Mirio thought he was. That's great. What grade are you in? Maybe you will end up working under me during your work study in a couple of years. I'm gonna be an awesome pro. The boy cheered. I'm in MMY last year of middle school. Izuku spoke. Nezair whistled. Wow, you're really tiny. I thought you were only in elementary school. Does it have to do with your quirk or something? Nejire-san, that was rude, Tamaki whispered. Or something, Izuku said, a blush spreading across his face. Excuse me. A third-year girl behind them spoke. Either grab your food or get out of line. Some of us actually want to eat before the next bell. Sorry, Mirio said, pulling his two friends forward in the line with him. Izuku reluctantly followed behind, knowing that Aizawa was watching him. If he left without food, Aizawa would chew him out and waste more of his precious time to take the test that still lay unfinished in the teacher's lounge. So, is your school on break or something? Mirio asked, glancing back at Izuku, who was grabbing the tray that Lunch Rush was handing him. No, I'm HH homeschool. That's so lucky, Nejire cried. I had to trek an hour back and forth during middle school. It was such a pain. I'm so glad Mom and Dad moved to be close to UA for high school. Do you plan on trying out for UA? Mirio asked, following Izuku as he walked across the lunchroom toward Aizawa and Nezu. Izuku nodded. What course are you looking into? Tamaki asked quietly. Izuku stopped and looked back. All of them. Except maybe BB business. I don't like business. Mirio grinned. That's the spirit. What if you got into all of them, though? Nejire asked thoughtfully. I guess I'd figure it out. Izuku responded. Mirio grinned again and laughed. Izuku started to turn back towards Aizawa, but Mirio stopped him. Wait, the boy called. If you have free time, why don't you eat with us? I'm sure that's got to be better than eating with Aizawa-sensei. Yes, he can be very scary at times. Tamaki mumbled. Mirio laughed and harshly patted the boy on the back a few times. I don't know, Izuku said, glancing back at the teachers who seemed to be purposefully ignoring him. Roman too should. Hey, Aizawa-sensei, Nejire called out, waving one of her hands in the air. Can we steal Midoriya-chan for lunch? CH-chan, Izuku asked, his face heating up again. Yes, sensei, Mirio called. We promised to take care of him. Wait, Izuku said, panicky. He looked back at Aizawa and Nezu. Nezu looked extremely pleased with himself and Aizawa just looked bored. The underground hero just shrugged at the trio. Make sure he eats all of his food, the man said before turning back to the rat. Deku could have hit him. So how long are you going to be staying with Aizawa-sensei? Mirio asked once they had found a table. Izuku shrugged his shoulders. A little while, he said before taking a bite of the natto from his tray. What's your quirk? Nejire said excitedly. I bet it is really cool for Aizawa-sensei to be watching you, she exclaimed. Nejire, Mirio scolded. Aizawa-sensei isn't just going to watch Midoriya-kun because of a quirk. He is probably family or something. Izuku choked on his milk at the same time that Nejire laughed. Poulias, the girl said, wiping a tear from her eye. Aizawa-sensei, come on, Mirio. At most, Midoriya-chan is related to Yamada-sensei. What would Yamada-sensei have to do with Aizawa-sensei? Tamaki asked. Well, they are in love. Duh, Nejire shouted. Didn't you see how present Mik-sensei doted on Eraserhead-sensei in our last battle exercise, after he got hit by that falling piece of ruble? That doesn't mean much. They are allies. You do the same thing to everyone in class, Nejire. Tamaki grumbled. Mirio laughed at the other two's antics. What do you think, Midoriya-chan? Nejire asked, turning towards Izuku. Don't you agree that Yamada-sensei and Aizawa-sensei are in love? She sang the last word. Well, they are married. And most people marry for love, right? Izuku asked. The three before him froze. Mirio dropped his chopsticks and Tamaki started choking and coughing on his food. Izuku had the sudden feeling that Aizawa-sensei might have been keeping that a secret from his students. A thrill of satisfaction went through him. Payback for leaving him with these three without caring for what he actually wanted. The three upperclassmen chatted excitedly about this new piece of information, asking Izuku questions every now and then, but ultimately leaving him be as he hurriedly ate his food. He finished most of it, only leaving a few shrimp dumplings behind, as he really didn't care for them. He would have to finish those later probably, but he didn't mind putting off a little suffering. You didn't finish your food again, brat. Aizawa's voice came from behind him. The four at the table immediately looked at the stern man. IWO later. Izuku grumbled, eyeing the offending items, but knowing Aizawa would refuse to take them out on patrol with him. So he either ate them, or they were trashed. He would choose the former no matter how unappetizing the food was to him. You didn't like them though, right? Mirio asked, a smile still plastered on his face. You know, if you tell Lunch Rush, he won't give you any next time. He always has backups available for students with allergies and whatnot. Izuku heard Aizawa sigh from behind him. He turned his attention back to the pro. Roman 2 promise I'll eat them. Don't throw them out just because I don't like them, he said quickly. Aizawa grunted and narrowed his eyes at Izuku. Don't worry about that kid. I won't toss it. The man sighed. You were given less food than everyone else. Are you still hungry? I can have Lunch Rush give you a different side. Izuku fidgeted with his wrists. Okay. Really? That's is too much tea trouble. Here. Tamaki said softly from the side. You can have the rest of my natto. I'll take your dumplings. It's just about the same amount of food anyway. Izuku's eyes went wide, and he blushed for the upteenth time that day. Thanks. Hurry up and eat. I need to take you back to the teacher's lounge. Nezu said you still weren't even close to completing the packet. Aizawa said after assessing the situation. What? I'm more than halfway done with it. Izuku said as he took a bite of the natto. Aizawa shrugged and turned to walk away from the group. Wait, Aizawa-sensei, Najire called out. Aizawa stopped and looked at the girl. Why didn't you tell us that you and Yamade-sensei were married? We could have celebrated and given you gifts on your anniversary, she cried. Aizawa's face twitched a little, his eyes sliding accusingly towards Izuku, making the hair on the back of the boy's neck stand up. That, Aizawa started, is personal information and not necessary for my students' advancement in the hero course. Of course it is, sensei, Mirio said excitedly. Hero couples are super common, but it's rare that they work together. You and Yamade-sensei go on missions together all the time. How do you balance the risk to your partner with the safety of others? Izuku noticed a slightly pink hue rise in Aizawa's cheeks. Hurry up and eat, he said towards Izuku, and ignoring the others, before turning on his toe and marching away. Izuku did not finish the packet by the end of the school day. He had managed to make it to the written portion, but quickly realized that he should have tried to tackle this portion first. A little after the last bell, the teachers began filing into the room to have an after-school meeting, and Izuku was still scribbling away from his corner. His leg bounced, and he made ticking noises every now and then as pent-up energy coursed through his body. He had never sat in one place for so long, but he had to focus. Izuku was vaguely aware that he was mumbling the questions, thought process, and eventual answer, but couldn't stop himself. Midoriya-kun, Nezu said happily. Izuku looked up at the rat, his eyes slightly glazed as he continued to mull over the question he was currently working on. Your time is up, the rat said, jolting Izuku out of his thought process. What? He said. But I'm not done, he cried. Nezu grinned at him and held out his small paw. And no, Izuku said suddenly. You said I have until the end of the DD day. The sun's still up. He meant the end of the school day, brat, Aizawa said from his desk. It's not my fault he didn't specify, Izuku said, more bravely than he currently felt. Unfortunately, if he let the Deku persona take charge right now, Izuku knew he would never finish. With Deku came energy, and more energy right now would have him trying to bounce off the walls, not working on the packet. Nezu hummed. I suppose you're not wrong. All right, Midoriya-kun. You have until sundown. But you must stop the mumbling while we have our staff meeting, Nezu said with a nod of his head. Izuku breathed a sigh of relief, turning back to his task while the teachers talked about future lesson plans. After a few minutes, Nezu was at his side again. You are still mumbling, Midoriya-kun. Sorry, he said nervously, shielding the packet from the rat so that he wouldn't take it away as punishment. I'll try stronger to be quiet. Izuku's progress significantly slowed as he had to split his focus between the questions and being silent. When he was anxious or hyper, mumbling had always been his go-to outlet. He even mumble-signed during his mute moments, something that Aizawa had picked up on quickly and had teased him about during their first few meetings. In turn for his silence, Izuku's leg refused to stop moving. He shifted in his seat continuously and played with his hair as he tried to focus. "Midoriya-kun." Nezu's voice broke through. "Go sprint around the perimeter of the school." "I'm sorry, what? I will add however long you take to do so to your time. But you are disrupting the meeting." Izuku was unsure if the rat was being serious due to his cheerful tone and smile. Was he annoyed? Izuku was trying really strong to be quiet. He hadn't even noticed he was making noise. What if this was just a ploy to take the test from him? What if he got back and… Problem child. Aizawa interrupted his renewed muttering. "Go change and run off your energy. It's annoying. The test will be here when you get back." Izuku didn't move from his place. Aizawa grumbled and stood, quickly snatching the packet away. Hey, Izuku cried. "It will be here when you get back," Aizawa said. Izuku was about to talk back, but then Aizawa spoke again. "Make it 2 laps now. We are only adding extra time for the first one." Deku glared at the man and opened his mouth again, but Aizawa put up his hand. "I can make it 3. Although Deku was pissed at being ordered around, he was also extremely grateful. The wind whipping his hair back against his face felt wonderful. The burn in his legs as he pushed himself, and the slightly breathless gasps he made as he turned the corner made him feel light. He hadn't had a chance to just run without thoughts or worries since he had brought the kittens to Aizawa. Deku pushed himself slightly stronger as he reached the end of the first lap. The grounds were ridiculously large, but most of it was due to the training grounds that bordered 2 sides of the facility. Since he couldn't enter the grounds without a teacher, nor exit the gate, he was actually running a significantly smaller portion of the grounds than the commanded perimeter. All in all, the loop he was running was likely only 6 kilometers, a little less than 4 miles. He ran in as straight a line as possible, choosing to jump over and climb under any obstacles instead of simply running around them. It reminded him of being on patrol. Using natural barriers to propel yourself was an extremely helpful skill that Deku had learned as quickly as he discovered it. This style used to be called Parker, though the name had died once quirks allowed some people to become more mobile. No longer did society think that normal people could perform such acts. Most believed that a quirk had to be involved. However, back before the time of quirks, people would perform these tricks to show off to friends, exercise, or run from the police if they weren't participating the most legal of activities. Similar to the current police of the past weren't trained in the freestyle running and fighting. They were professionally trained in martial arts and weapon handling, but Izuku knew that could only take you so far. It was better to have a mixture of both styles to best combat an opponent. As he rounded the final corner of his second lap, Deku noticed movement by the entrance of Yua. The teachers were filing out, chatting amongst each other now that the meeting was over. A few donned their hero costumes ready to go on patrol for the day. The green-eyed child opted to ignore them as he finished his run. He found he always felt good if he ended on a high point when working out. On the first lap, Deku had attempted to somersault over the wide walkway of the gates, but had only made it 3/4 of the way. His distance had always lacked mostly due to his size, so he was constantly trying to make up for it. Imagining that the pathway were a drop-off between buildings, Deku began planning how he would make the jump. The boy sped up, jumping onto one of the benches that was cemented to the ground. From the bench, he jumped halfway up the pole of the outside light. He climbed to the top of the pole and swung his body towards the main gate. His feet hit off the middle of the gate, a little less than halfway past the width of the walkway. Perfect. Izuku pushed off strong the moment his feet made contact and dived for the other side of the ground, just barely bypassing the width of the walkway. He rolled once he hit the ground and bounced back up quickly to finish his run that ended at his room. Unfortunately, something caught on his foot as he started to sprint again, and the ground rushed forward. Izuku twisted onto his shoulder, knowing not to catch himself on his hands at this speed, lest he want a broken wrist. The air was knocked out of him as he landed. He sat up quickly, assessing what had happened when he found Aizawa's capture weapon wrapped around his foot. "The FCK, erasure," Deku called as the man walked up to him. The other teachers were still huddled in a group in the middle of the walkway, some in deep conversation and others watching him. "You should pay more attention," the man drawled. "You shouldn't trip people who are just trying to mind their own business," he bit back. "Your shoe is untied," Eraserhead said. "Had you misstepped at any point during your little stunt, you could have been seriously hurt. I stopped you when I knew you could catch yourself." "Oh, my hero." The sarcasm dripped from Deku's tongue as he glanced down at his shoe that was, indeed, untied. The boy leaned down to tie the offending strings. "Next time, I'll just let you fall," Aizawa said. "Good. Then I'll be able to prove that I can handle myself." Aizawa snorted. "I did train myself, you know. I've fallen enough to know how to not get hurt." Izuku hissed when he rolled his shoulder. "That would definitely bruise." Maybe it was better that Erasure had stopped him, though he would never admit it. A bruise was better than a dislocated joint. "Wow, Midoriya-kun," Vlad King said as he approached. "That was impressive. I didn't really understand what Aizawa was talking about when he mentioned your skill, but now I can see the potential. You sure that isn't a quirk?" Deku paused for a moment, feeling anger immediately rise in his chst, but thinking better of lashing out when the Izuku side spoke. "It's just a compliment, not an attack on being quirkless." No. It's I'm still quirkless. That isn't changing." The Deku mask dropped from the shock of truly realizing that Vlad King was complimenting him. "It's called a Parker. It's what some people did before quirks became common. It's used by people, usually vigilantes on the streets, nowadays. TTO help get away from the cops and stuff." Izuku trailed off. "It reminded me of what Gran Torino does when he is fighting, and Aizawa before he adopted the capture scarf." Midnight spoke up. "It's pretty impressive that you taught yourself how to do that. I watched you attempt to jump the width of the walkway the first go-round. You only used the gate that time and didn't get high enough to make it the full length. You've done well adapting to the weak point by using other objects." Izuku blushed at the compliment. "Two within the span of a couple seconds. Damn. It's nothing really. Technically anyone could DDO it. But they don't. Don't sell yourself short, Midoriya-kun," Ectoplasm said. "Yeah, learn to take a compliment, little listener." Everyone within the vicinity covered their ears. Yamada grinned sheepishly before apologizing at a normal volume. "I just don't normally get them," Izuku said. "Usually Eraserhead just scolds me or TT tells me how I can DDO better." The glares sent towards Aizawa made Izuku's heart sink. He really hadn't meant to call him out. He actually enjoyed the tips and casual banter the two usually had. Even being stopped by the capture weapon in such a way was familiar to the boy and set him at peace. "Wait, I didn't mean. It's fine, problem child. They know full well how I teach my students. They are just overreacting because they, for whatever reason, like you." Izuku could actually hear the grin in Aizawa's voice, despite his mouth being covered by the capture weapon. The others could too, apparently, because they began playfully teasing and scolding the man. "This is all nice, but I believe Midoriya-kun still has a test to finish. Sunset is in 2 hours, and you only have 30 extra minutes past that to complete your work," Nezu said from behind the crowd of teachers. "Ah, all right," Izuku said as he stood. He rubbed at his shoulder when it jostled and double-checked to make sure it wasn't more injured than he at first thought. It was still fine. Just more sore than normal, likely due to the recent dislocation. "I'm gonna go change," he said, checking his shoes one more time to make sure they were tied before sprinting off to his room. Aizawa had the packet and Izuku's bag sitting at the dining room table when Izuku rushed back down the stairs. "The teacher's lounge is locked up for the night, so you will have to finish here. Nezu will be by a bit later to collect it," the man said. Izuku nodded, grateful that he didn't have to waste the time of running all the way back to the main hall. He only had until 20:08 to finish, so he quickly set to work, able to concentrate much easier now that he had run off his excess energy. Izuku was on the second to last question when Nezu arrived. The boy reluctantly handed the unfinished test of to the rat. "I'm sorry, I couldn't finish it," he said, head hanging low. Nezu cackled at this, causing Izuku to look up. "I didn't actually expect you to finish. I had thought you would go through, read, and then answer the easier questions first. However, you worked straight through. You powered on and found the loophole I created to give you extra time. Not only that, but you still completed almost the entire packet, leaving only one question left unanswered. And no, there are others too. It's stuff I didn't understand. I think I am marked around T20. I tried to answer some of the others B, but I don't know if they are C correct. I might have just had lucky guesses. I am marked those with P purple, the multiple CH choice anyway. In case IG got it right, B accident and L luck. I still didn't understand them." Izuku fiddled with his wrists, unsure of himself when it came to how he performed on the exam. In all honesty, the thing had made him feel incredibly stupid. "Don't fret over this, Midoriya-kun. I will have your results by lunch tomorrow," the rat said before leaving. The moment Nezu exited the door, Aizawa had set an apron by the boy. "You said you wanted to prove you could cook. I'm not letting you off just because you had a long day." Izuku sighed and took the apron. "You aren't letting me off because you just don't feel like cooking," Deku snarked. Aizawa shrugged and took out his sleeping bag. "Wake me when it's done. Don't burn the house down while I sleep." Aizawa was actually pleasantly surprised with the meal that the child had provided. It was simple but well balanced when it came to nutrition. The fish was slightly overdone, but still edible, and the soup had no flavor. But overall, the child didn't do half bad. He ate all the food he made for himself as well, which was a plus in Aizawa's book. I know you don't like me to give out food, but I made extra and packed it for you to take on patrol. It hasn't been in the trash or anything. There was just more food once I finished than I expected." Aizawa studied the nervous boy in front of him. His eyes darted to the counter and then back at his hands, most likely toying with the bands around his wrists under the table. "I don't mind so long as you get your share," Aizawa said after a moment. "But I don't have patrol tonight." Izuku deflated slightly before curious eyes met his. "Who is?" "The police are watching your territory tonight," Deku scoffed. "I'm one person, and I have a day job as well. I can't watch it every night." "I know," Deku said quickly. "Even when it was the both of us, there were nights when no one was on patrol. It's just frustrating, because I could be helping." The boy stared at his empty bowl. "You are helping," Aizawa said, "by staying out of trouble." Deku rolled his eyes and slumped back in his chair. "Yeah, sure. You'll understand someday, kid, when you're a pro and you encounter a vigilante." "Right," Deku said. Aizawa stopped, noting that the boy was in no mood or state of mind to listen to his lecture. So instead, he sighed and gathered the dishes. The food was passable. Just make a list of ingredients you need to make breakfast and lunch. If I find out that you aren't eating enough just because lunch rush isn't supplying you food, there will be hell to pay. Got it? Yeah. Good. Now go to bed. It's getting late for you to be wandering the halls. Sure. I hear you, Sensei-kun. Deku just barely dodged the capture weapon that was aimed for his wrist. He laughed as he ran up the stairs and away from the annoyed man below. Izuku didn't think he would ever get used to the fluffy bed he had been given to sleep on. Even though it was only his second night in his room, sleep still evaded him when he laid on the mattress. By 1 o'clock, the boy had gathered his blankets and bunny and made a pile for himself on the floor, finally drifting off. The sun woke him early again, and Izuku sighed as he accepted that he would never sleep past sunrise again. The boy's eyes drooped and his body was heavy, but he forced himself to move anyway. No point in wasting time if he was awake. After a quick shower, the freckled-faced boy donned the same pair of jeans he had worn the previous day. The shirt he chose today was navy blue and had a cartoonish bowl of ramen depicted on the front. However, underneath the ramen was the katakana for pizza, which made Izuku grin every time he saw it in a reflection. Double-checking that his shoes were knotted twice, Izuku grabbed his bag and headed towards the stairs. The door to the left of the stairs opened, and Aizawa moped out of the room, just as Izuku was reaching the first step. Good morning, Aizawa-sensei. Izuku chirped at the man. Aizawa only grumbled and brushed his way past the boy towards the kitchen. Izuku followed and set his bag on a dining room chair before also heading towards the kitchen. What's the schedule FF for today? He asked. Aizawa grumbled again and started a pot of coffee. Aizawa-sensei? Don't talk to me until I have my coffee, the man said, louder. Izuku blushed and nodded his head, shifting awkwardly while he waited for his teacher to drink the liquid mood lifter. As the coffee steeped, Aizawa leaned his head against the wall, ignoring Izuku's fidgeting as best he could. At long last, the pot finished and Aizawa poured himself a cup, downing it in one go before filling the mug once more. Izuku grimaced. Isn't it gross without cream and SS sugar? You can't tell past the burning. Izuku nodded, deciding it best not to continue that line of conversation. So, the schedule. First, we will get breakfast. I'll get you basic ingredients by the weekend. But until then, you will still be eating all 3 meals with lunch rush. Izuku nodded. Then, I'll take you to the gym. The gym? Yes. You took so long yesterday that we didn't have a chance to map out your physical skills and potential. After lunch, Nezu will be reviewing your test results with you. Okay, Izuku said. Then what? The school day will be over. It's going to take 3 hours to review MMMY results. Aizawa shrugged in reply, finishing his second cup of coffee and pouring a much larger third cup into the thermos that he often carried around. The brat is too cheerful in the mornings was Aizawa's first clear thought of the day. As the man walked towards the main campus with the kid hot on his heels, Aizawa internally groaned. His classes were becoming more rambunctious as the holiday break neared, and he knew his lesson today would fail miserably at keeping their attention. You are muttering, the man grumbled to the kid. Said sorry, the boy said, clamping his mouth shut tightly. Aizawa sighed. What were you thinking about? And nothing, really. Just stupid SS stuff. The boy replied, messing with his wrists. Aizawa glanced at the boy, the look on his face making the kid jump. I was thinking about the TT test results, he whispered. What if I did BB badly? What if I can't get into H high school? I'm sure you did fine, Aizawa said after a moment. But I haven't been to school in over 3 years. What if I'm 3 year behind? You said you studied in your spare time, right? That you took end-of-year practice tests to make sure you were learning. The child nodded, but the fidgeting became more intense. Did you lie? Aizawa asked. Izuku looked up quickly, his eyes wide before narrowing. Of course I didn't lie. I'm not like you or the other adults. Deku bit out. Aizawa sighed again, opting to ignore the outburst. Didn't mean to piss you off, he grumbled. Deku said nothing in turn, but he walked a little more confidently than he had. Deku stood before Aizawa in gym clothes, waiting for the man to tell him what to do. The pair had just entered a gym that Deku had never visited before. It was large just like everything else on campus and held an obstacle course of sorts. Recovery girl will be here shortly to take your vitals before we start. Then, you will stretch and do some basic exercises before she takes your vitals again. After that, you will run the obstacle course at least 5 times, using different methods to cross each section. You will take a short 3-minute break between each run where recovery girl will check on you. At 10 o'clock, you will take a 30-minute break where you will eat your morning snack. We will review the tapes for the following 30 minutes, and then you will continue performing the obstacle course, using the suggestions mentioned in the review. Deku nodded at the man. Each run will be timed, but you aren't being graded. As the teachers filter throughout the day, you may be asked to do variations of the tasks based on their expertise. So you aren't going to stick around today, either? Deku questioned, feeling slightly upset. No. I still have classes to teach. But you won't be left alone. I don't need babysitters, Deku grumbled, causing Aizawa to roll his eyes. At that moment, Recovery Girl entered the room with a small briefcase in hand. How are we doing this morning? She asked as she took out her stethoscope. Aizawa and Deku both shrugged their shoulders at her. Why do you need to check my vitals? It's not like I'm hurt. Deku asked as the short woman checked his heart and lungs. It will give a base state for when you are relaxed. We want to make sure that your body is functioning properly if you are to take hero course classes. Aizawa replied. Once she was done, Deku stretched quickly and then awaited Aizawa's orders. The first task was to perform basic exercises in a time limit. As many push-ups, sit-ups, pull-ups, jumping jacks, squats, etc. in the span of 2 minutes each. Aizawa corrected his form on a majority of the trivial moves, but Deku opted not to complain. At least he wasn't sitting at a desk today. Next, he was asked to perform some basic acrobatics, such as handstands, cartwheels, and backbends. Aizawa had him move across the room in different fashions, checking his speed and form. Then, he was told to sprint a lap around the room. The final task before a toss was to perform a standing long jump. Deku felt confident in every area except the standing long jump in which Aizawa had snorted at his pitiful distance. It's not my fault I'm short and fail at gaining distance, Deku had hissed. Yes, it is. Maybe you would have done better if you had actually taken care of yourself, Aizawa replied. Deku bit back his retort, having already accepted that that statement was correct. After the toss, which was an average distance, Recovery Girl checked his vitals again. All was normal, apparently, as he was immediately set to the next task, without hearing her report. The obstacle course was actually really fun to run, and Deku reveled in trying to figure out different ways to cross each section. The first run, Deku used normal tactics to achieve each task. The second run, he had taken creative liberty to make each section go faster or be easier to achieve. By the fifth run, however, Deku was growing tired and running out of ideas. Between each run, the boy's vitals were taken as he grabbed some water. Recovery Girl never shared the results with him, though she did have whispered conversations with Aizawa while he ran the next track. After the fifth run, Deku laid back, breathing deeply as the woman took his blood pressure. Your heart rate is much more elevated this time around, she said. Well, I'm getting tired, Deku replied lazily. Already? Aizawa asked, a smirk clear in his tone. Deku glared at him. Don't act all high and mighty. I don't see you participating, Sensei-kun. Now, that's enough out of you, Recovery Girl scolded. Aizawa is your teacher. You need to show him respect. Erasure is being a pain in my ass today. I'll show him respect when he stops nagging me. Fix your form. You're going to slow. Blah blah blah, Deku said with a wave of his hand. The healer before him chuckled slightly and handed him a fresh bottle of water. It's almost time for third period, so you won't have to hear my nagging much longer, Aizawa growled. HMPH. I thought you were supposed to leave for second period, Deku said. My second period class is on a field trip, so I didn't have to teach them today. Deku city'd the lanky man beside him. Who's gonna be here next? Powerloader. Deku sighed slightly before standing. Well, there is 5 minutes left. One more round. Aizawa looked at the kid, slightly surprised he was asking to run the course again. Sure. After that, you can eat. This run, try to make it through without using your right hand or arm. Deku nodded at the challenge and began again. Come lunchtime, Deku had dropped away from sheer exhaustion, leaving Izuku to deal with Principal Nezu. The rat left him with the same group of second years during lunch again, though Izuku preferred their company to the rats. Man, you really need a shower, Nezair had said when they were all seated, only to be scolded by Mirio. Sorry. I didn't have time. I'll take one after lunch. Why are you all sweaty? Tamaki asked. Gym class. SS still need to exercise, even when homeschooled. Izuku replied with a soft smile. When the lunch bell rang, Nezu allowed the boy to shower off and change back into his day clothes before leading him into the principal's office. I've been grading your work all morning, the rat started. There are a few areas that you struggle in and will need remedial classes for, but ultimately, you are on or above grade level in most subjects. Izuku sighed in relief, his shoulders relaxing at the good news. I'll review with you by subject. Let's start with math, as it was the first part of the packet. You excel in geometry, statistics, and complex analysis, but your knowledge of algebraic and trigonometric equations is lacking for your grade. You are only about a year behind, but will be taking remedial lessons on these topics with Ectoplasm Sensei during his break period from now on. He will also review a few other areas that you barely passed in, including, but not limited to, probability and number theory. Nezu paused, looking towards Izuku to make sure he understood. Izuku finished writing the notes on what Nezu was saying before looking up, and nodding his head, signifying that the principal could continue. Next in the packet was science. You're on grade level for this subject, with your highest subsections being biology and physics. You are at least 2 years ahead in these subsections. Though, I assume, you would be at college level if we were to more thoroughly test your knowledge of evolutionary biology in reference to quirks. I will give you a few reading materials and packets to complete to help you touch up on the few areas that you had the least knowledge in, such as astronomy and earth science, though there will be little to do in that regard. Nezu paused again, looking up from his papers to inspect Izuku. Am I correct in assuming that you spent a fair amount of time studying the sciences? Roman 2 likes studying quirks. And physics helped W with understanding how to make certain J jumps and stuff. So I researched it a lot. Nezu smiled at him. Very good, Midoriya-kun. Izuku blushed at the compliment before turning back to his notebook when Nezu began again. Your reading skills are above grade level and will not need any further courses to catch you up. However, your literature is highly lacking. You show great skill in comprehension and analysis, but you lack experience with the famous authors and novels that you would have normally read during your middle school years. Thus, I will be speaking with Samantha-sensei on providing you with a reading list to complete. After each book, you will take a short test to prove that you read and understood the major concepts and themes and how these stories impacted society. You should have no problem with this, based on your scores. Nezu stopped to take a drink of water after listing off a few titles that Izuku would be reading. Your English is your lowest score. As it is usually emphasized starting in middle school, this is no surprise. I'd put you at grade 3 when it comes to this subject. Learning new languages is difficult, but necessary for success, especially English, as it is the language most commonly used around the world. You will be taking remedial lessons with Yamada-sensei daily. You will also be taking extra lessons from him 2 days a week after school, and a longer session on Saturdays when he doesn't have patrol. Izuku nodded again at the principal, having already figured this score would be low. He didn't even remember part of the English alphabet, much less the grammar. The final subject covered, history, was your top score. Nezu said, making Izuku look up in shock. But I didn't think I did that well in that topic. Roman 2 couldn't remember a lot of the dates or NN names. No, you didn't do very well with the finer details of the subject. However, you have a solid foundation and timeline for not only Japanese history, but world history as well. It is not so important to know when some archaic general died than it is to know major occurrences that changed the course of the world, something that you seem well versed in. Not only have you retained knowledge of these major events, but you can pinpoint how different aspects interact with one another and influence our current time. That is something that most students struggle with. Thank you, Izuku said after an extended moment of silence in which Nezu simply stared at him, a smile shining brightly on his face. You will not have remedial courses in this subject. However, you will be given advanced materials on the subject come the new semester. We can't have you bored in class, now can we? Nezu said with a cheerful clap of his hands. But won't my schedule already be more intensive than other SS students? Yes, Nezu cheered. Izuku's gut churned, suddenly realizing that this principal wouldn't let him have a spare moment to relax come the new semester. What will my schedule be and next semester? Nezu's eyes glinted as he observed Izuku. Should you pass the entrance exam for the hero course, your schedule will be split among 3 of the courses UA offers. Your morning lessons will take place with the general studies course, as I am currently not legally allowed to have you fully enrolled in a specialty course without a quirk. Your afternoon courses will be split between the hero course and the support course. You have shown a knack for creating support items during your time as a vigilante, and I think it would be wise to provide you proper direction when creating items that will aid you in your hero work in the future. If I pass the entrance exam. Why, yes. All students who wish to enter the hero course must take the exam unless officially recommended by the state and one or more pro-heroes. You would have been an exception and entered as an official recommendee. However, as I mentioned before, the legal system is hesitant to let a quirkless student enter into such a dangerous curriculum. How hesitant. S say I passed the entrance exam. C could they still forbid MMY entrance. If you pass the exam, they can only limit your time, which is why you will be taking morning classes with general studies. However, they cannot stop me from putting you in hero lessons the afternoon classes. If I don't pass. Do you really want to know? Nezu said, his smile turning more sinister. Izuku hesitantly nodded his head. If you don't pass the hero course entrance exams, you will be a full-time general studies student, and I will personally work you close to death to ensure that you grow enough in your abilities to enter the hero course by your second year. I believe you have too much potential to pass up. Needless to say, I will be very disappointed if you don't make this easy on everyone and simply pass the exam on your first go. Izuku shuddered at the image of Nezu having such a personal involvement with his training. Images of no sleep, puking, and lots of blood filtered through his mind. Okay, then I'll just have to pee pass. That's the spirit Midoriya-kun. The rat cheered, standing up from his desk chair. Now, follow me. You have therapy in 10 minutes. Izuku watched the mammal leave the office before quickly packing his bag and following him out. There was zero chance of him getting out of therapy today if Nezu was personally walking him there. Deku did not do much in therapy that day, though he did agree to spend it in Hound Dog Inui-sensei's office. Inui-sensei offered the boy tea, though it sat untouched on the counselor's coffee table. The man seemed content sitting in silence with Deku, though it grated on the boy's nerves to be stared at without any point. So I can talk about anything, he asked after a full 10 minutes had passed. Yes, Inui-sensei said happily, his tail wagging slightly behind him. Deku leaned forward and pulled out a beaten-up notebook. Your quirk, dog. It supposedly gives you all the abilities of a dog, such as heightened sense of smell, heightened hearing, partial night vision, and altered physical attributes, correct? Inui-sensei looked slightly taken aback, but answered all the child's questions. He sometimes refused to answer some of the more personal points, but by the end of the season, Deku was satisfied with a multitude of new information he had gathered. He had also convinced the man to sign the page of his book, filling Deku with joy. You know, I don't mind answering your questions, but I hope next session, you will also give some information on yourself. Deku snorted at the man. How about a trade, then? A trade? Deku asked, curiosity piqued. I will ask my colleagues for in-depth details on their quirks and fighting styles. But for each piece of information I give you, you must also give some piece of information about yourself. Why would I do that? I live at you, I can just ask the other teachers myself. Deku waved the man's offer away. Not if I tell them to zip their lips. Inui-sensei said, a small growled chuckle coming from him. If the other teachers refuse to answer your questions, then I will be your only source. Deku froze and glared at the man. I'm not forcing you to tell me anything. We can talk about anything under the sun. However, if you truly want to know more about the pros, this would be the perfect opportunity and benefit the both of us. How do I know you won't just gain information that I already know? You can write a list of questions. I will ask the teacher and give you their answers, one at a time. Deku sat back on the couch, eyeing the hero before him. The deal was fair, but Deku didn't like it either. Fine. I'll give you a list tomorrow. Inui-sensei howled a laugh and agreed. He bid Izuku farewell at the end of their hour. Izuku spent the rest of the day running the obstacle course. Each teacher gave him different tips or suggested different movements based on his skill. Some challenged him by asking him to run the course with no hands, or by not using his feet. He found these much more interesting as they forced him to think through how he might move through a battlefield when injured. Cementos even agreed to use his quirk as a falter for Izuku, though the man was obviously holding back, not wanting to hurt the boy. By the final bell, Izuku's body was worn out, and he was ready to eat and then sleep. The following days and weeks followed a much more stable schedule than his first 2 days. Izuku now had remedial classes to focus on that took up a large portion of his day. Izuku soon learned to despise the small desk in the corner of the teacher's lounge. He only ever worked on subjects that he disliked, and thus, school quickly became a nuisance. It took 2 weeks for his remedial lessons teachers to figure out how to keep his interest by incorporating quirk studies and other interests. But even then, the tasks given seemed unachievable at times. Izuku still highly disliked the work. Thus, he often found himself escaping from the monotony of his morning classes. This often upset Aizawa, but the man would let him run off steam before dragging him back to the tiny desk. Nezu would often follow up the escapades with extra work for the boy to do. After lunch, which he usually spent with Mirio, Tamaki, and Nejire, he would have training. A plan had been created to help him gain muscle, whilst also working on his technique. He enjoyed the workout most days, but was disappointed in his apparent lack of progress. There was only a little less than 3 months until the entrance exams, after all, and Izuku had a great disadvantage over the other students competing for spots. Just because Nezu wanted him in the hero course didn't mean he would pull any strings for the boy. He either passed or faced a year of hell with the rodent. After 3 weeks of intensive studying, Deku had another tough day when it came to the morning lessons he was forced to partake in. Yamada-sensei was trying to help him understand the difference of tone inflection when asking a question, but the boy wasn't listening. It was too strong. Why did he need this stupid subject anyway? It's not like he ever planned to leave Japan. This is too strong, he had said. I'm done. I don't need to learn this sit. Yamada grinned at the boy. Come now, little listener, you're doing great, the man cheered. Just stick with it a bit longer. Deku rolled his eyes and stood from the chair, making his way over to the door. I'm gonna go for a walk. Yamada stood and made to stop the boy. You know you can't do that during lessons, Izuku. Deku tensed and turned around. I can do what I want, he said, louder than was normal for him. You aren't the boss of me. Yes, he is. Another voice said behind him. Deku jumped at the sudden appearance of Aizawa-sensei. Now go sit down and study like a good brat, the man said with a sigh. Deku bit the inside of his cheek as he watched Aizawa saunter over to his desk. No, the boy said after a few seconds. Aizawa turned to face him, his face impassive. Excuse me? The man said coldly. No, I'm not a dog. You can't just order me around. Deku inched back towards the door, knowing full well that Aizawa could easily stop him if he read the situation wrong. He had to time his escape perfectly. I'm not in the mood, kid, Aizawa said. Deku rolled his eyes. You're never in the mood when someone refuses your direct order, he taunted. Unfortunately, you aren't a god. I don't have to listen to you, Sensei-kun. Deku smirked, knowing this would piss Aizawa off enough for him to unconsciously activate his quirk. The moment Aizawa's hair began floating, Deku ran. There was always a split second when Aizawa activated his quirk that he would shut his eyes in preparation. Deku used that moment to make his getaway. Unfortunately, Deku had slightly underestimated Aizawa's anger. Usually, the man just let him go run off steam if he made a clean escape. This time, however, Eraserhead gave chase. Deku sprinted as fast as he could through the halls, looking for an open window that he could jump out of to make a faster escape. But none were open due to the snowfall outside. As the boy came to the stairwell, he stopped, seeing Nezu below talking with Power Loader. Deku only had a split second to choose between getting caught by Aizawa now or possibly getting away and dealing with both Aizawa and Nezu later. Currently, Deku didn't really care about his future self, so the boy jumped and slid down the handrail, avoiding the students making their way to the next class. Hey Power Loader Sensei. Nice day, isn't it? He said quickly as he came to the end of the stairwell, already breathing strong from the adrenaline coursing through his veins. As soon as he got the words out, he saw Aizawa-sensei at the top of the stairs. He waved at Power Loader and Nezu as he turned and sprinted down the next hall, leading towards the exit. He would definitely pay for this later. Somehow, Deku managed to make it into the woods that hid the teacher's night apartments and his room. He breathed a sigh of relief as the building came into view and slowed his pace slightly. thinking he was safe if he had made it this far without any other sign of Aizawa. Deku was wrong. As soon as he let his guard slip slightly, a tight binding wrapped around him the capture scarf. FCK. Deku ground out, his face now in the snow. Watch your mouth. Aizawa spoke evenly. You don't. Deku shot back. Aizawa pulled on the scarf, releasing Deku before the boy started to panic. Do you think you are cute or something? The older of the two growled. Yes, I'm adorable. Deku said with a cheeky grin, immediately thinking of ways to run again, even when the pro was so close. Aizawa's frown deepened. You are about to run again, he said. Deku stopped and CC'd his head. No, said. Immediately the capture scarf wrapped around Deku's legs tightly, keeping him from moving from his spot on the ground. Deku lashed out at Aizawa, teeth snapping, and a fist aimed for his face. The hero merely backed up a pace to avoid the attacks. I will let you go, once you apologize to me and Yamada. He spoke firmly. FCKU, erasure. Deku growled, trying to pull at the tight binding that held his legs. Deku felt a small wave of panic from being bound, but also instinctively knew that the man wouldn't hurt him at this point. Plus, his arms were free, giving Deku some semblance of control, so the panic that he feared might set in remained at the minimum level that was normal when dealing with a pissed-off Eraserhead. Said man now started dragging Deku back towards the main campus. Deku fought the whole way, shirt riding up his torso as he was dragged along the snow-covered ground. He scrambled to find purchase on anything his hands could grab, slowing the trek slightly when he was able to grab onto a tree root or pole. The boy screamed profanities and threats the whole way, drawing the attention of some upper-class students who were heading to their work studies. Eventually, the pair arrived at the steps of the main building. We can do this the easy way or the strong way, Deku. Erasure spoke, tone still laced with anger at the boy's current behavior. Let me go. I hate you. I hate this school, Deku called, continuing his struggle. Why won't he just leave me be? He normally lets me go to calm down. Aizawa sighed and leaned down to pick the kid up by the collar of his shirt. Deku tried to hit the pro again, but the hit didn't land due to his awkward angle. Calm down, brat. I told you I would let you go when you apologized. Deku grasped the man's arm, pulling himself up to try and bite, but the underground hero stopped his advance again. He might be lying. He's never not let me go, though, but he seems much more upset this time. Why is he so upset? I think I might have really messed up. A wave of confusion filtered through Deku's mind, causing another wave of anger to bubble to the surface. Aizawa sighed once more. I can either have you walk up the steps like a mature person, or I can drag you up like before. Deku spit at the man's shoes. Aizawa dropped the boy and headed up the stairs, dragging him behind. Deku grasped onto each step, causing Aizawa to work stronger than necessary had the man just wrapped him up completely. A corner of Deku's mind realized that Aizawa was being kind by not doing so and causing him to panic. You should stop. He is just trying to teach you manners. He just wants the best for you. Deku told the Izuku thoughts to FCK off as well. My. Nezu said when Aizawa had managed to drag the boy to the middle of the main entrance hall. Causing trouble already. It's not even 10 yet. Deku crossed his arms over his chest, turning his head away from the principal. Nezu chuckled at his actions. Do I need to step in, Aizawa? Nezu asked cheerily. Deku froze slightly. He messed up. Aizawa, he could eventually apologize to. Nezu was a different story. Nezu always retaliated with some type of extra work. If Aizawa is this upset, Nezu might be too. The principal might do more than just give him extra lessons this time. No, I can deal with the brat, Aizawa said coolly after a moment. Deku relaxed slightly at the words, but the confusion and fear he felt was still fueling his anger, and he didn't stop his struggles completely. Very well, Nezu said before walking off. Aizawa continued towards the elevators, still dragging the now slightly quieter Deku in his wake. Back in the teacher's lounge, Yamada sat chatting with Kayama, Cementos, and Ectoplasm. Don't you have classes? Aizawa asked as he dragged Deku into the room. We are all playing movies today. After yesterday's fight, We are all exhausted, and it's not like the kiddos listen. This close to the holidays, why are you dragging Izuku? Kame-sensei asked. Snot-nosed brats who try to run away from their remedial classes get to be dragged through the snow, Aizawa stated. Deku glared up at the man above him, using his hands to prop himself up. FC King Pratt. What was his problem today? Just let me go. Let me run. I'll come back in an hour like normal. I don't want to be here right now. Are you going to apologize to Yamada? Aizawa asked after a moment. Deku glanced at the blonde man, who was blushing slightly at his husband's overprotectiveness. Come on. Show. He didn't say anything too nasty. He was just frustrated. It's fine so long as he sits down to finish his work. I can just guide him through it later tonight when he's calmed down. No. This has happened too many times. It's only been 3 weeks, but this brat has skipped out on your lessons 4 times already. He needs to sit still and do what is asked of him. Aizawa ground out, his eyes never leaving Deku. Shota, it's fine, really. Yamada said calmly, noting his husband's dark aura. Aizawa ignored his husband, opting to stare at Deku. Apologize. The man commanded. Deku rolled his eyes and shrugged before turning to look at Yamada-sensei. I'm sorry, he said. Maybe if I play nice, I can get away again once he leaves. For what? Aizawa prompted. Never mind. There is no way he is going to leave me alone, now after I spit at him. He's messing with me. He isn't going to let me go. He's just going to keep me tied up and humiliate me. A new wave of anger spiked in Deku again. I'm sorry you're stuck with a husband who was clearly raised by a below-average subsection of apes. Must be strong. Deku snarked. With a single tug on his capture weapon, Deku's arms were pulled out from under him, making him fall and lie flat on his back. Then, the scarf unraveled from his legs, freeing the boy. Deku sat up cautiously, backing away from Aizawa, still glaring. See, all it took was one push. Now he'll hit me or lock me in a room. They always do in the end. I'm too FC King difficult and useless for them to even try. Erasure is no different. Aizawa left the room without speaking a word to him. Wait. No. Why is he leaving? That's not how this works. Don't leave yet. If I make you mad, you're supposed to stay. In a moment, Deku was extremely confused and felt more than a little awful. He looked at the 4 teachers still in the room and shrank back from their expressions. Deku, Yamada said, rising from his place and going to squat in front of the child. That was completely inappropriate. I don't care, Deku yelled at him, his chest feeling heavy from the guilt that was now invading him. IFC get up. He won't come back. He was just supposed to hit me a little. Then he wouldn't be mad and I could have a chance to get away for an hour. He wasn't supposed to leave. Yes, you do, Yamada answered, his voice soft. Tears filled Deku's eyes, unbidden. I don't want to be here. I want to go back. This place sucks. Why did he leave? He wasn't supposed to leave yet. What don't you like? Kayama asked from her spot. Everything, you people. You're not the boss of me. I'm not a dog. I don't need your help. I don't need those stupid lessons. I don't need to be locked up in here all day. I want to go back. It's his fault. It's Erasure's fault that I'm stuck here. Yamada gave Deku a look that made the boy pause and turn away from the 4 sets of staring eyes. That was a lie, he said after a moment. Cementos hummed before joining Yamada on the ground near Deku. Which part? Deku shifted uncomfortably. Most of it, he finally said, the tears spilling over onto his face. He wiped them away quickly, still refusing to make eye contact with the teachers. He won't come back. I think that I might have missed something. Do you mind telling me what made you act out? Cementos asked. Deku sniffed, his hands playing with the bands on his wrists. Just go ahead and tell the truth. Yamada-sensei was trying to teach me, but it wasn't making any sense. I got angry. I tried to leave, but Yamada-sensei tried to stop me. Deku stopped for a second, struggling with himself. You should have just done the work. I told him he wasn't the boss of me and Aizawa-sensei heard and scolded me. Then what? I got mad again, Izuku said quietly. And I ran off. After being rude to Aizawa-sensei, he caught me in the FF forest. Izuku picked at an old scab on his wrist. He gave MME the option TTTO come easily or NN not. He said I needed to apologize to Yamade-sensei. But you didn't listen. Now he hates you. He'll leave you all alone. Again. And you decided to make it difficult? Cementos asked. Izuku nodded, continuing to pick at his now bloodied wrist. He won't ever want to see you again. So difficult. So annoying. So useless. Ectoplasm left the room quietly, but Izuku noticed and his heart burned. Even the other teachers can see it. They will all hate you now, too. Izuku's breath hitched in his throat after a moment, and he finally looked at Yamada and Cementos. DDO, you think Aizawa-sensei hates MME now? Do you want him to hate you? Kayame-sensei asked from her place at the table, shaking her head. Izuku buried his face in his hands and shook his head. HHE does. HHHE is GG gonna leave. HHE doesn't WW want me. He WW won't come back. IWW went too FF far. Sobs racked Izuku's form as the guilt coiled tightly in his lungs, making it strong to breathe. Izuku, Yamada said softly, reaching out to pat the boy's shoulder only to stop when the boy flinched back. PP, please don't HH hit me. SSS sorry. I'll stop crying. I'm sorry. He mumbled, taking in a large gulp of breath and wiping his eyes. You deserve to be hit, though. Cementos's brows furrowed and Yamada's shoulders slumped. I'm not going to hit you, little listener. And Shota is going to come back. He just needed a moment to calm down. Izuku shook his head again. He's lying. Just biding time for Nezu to be called. To send me away, back into the system. Roman 2 messed up. TT2 bad this time. Izuku took another shaky breath, willing the tears to stop flowing. HHEPP probably went to Nezu. They'll SS send me back. Roman 2D didn't listen. You get sent B back when they don't want you anymore. HHE doesn't want me. Why would he? Roman 2 tried to HH hit him, and B bite him. IS a bit on him. And IS said mean TH things. They'll S send me back. And next is Juvie. I see can't. They'll find out I'm quirkless aunt. The other kids will beat you and kill you for being so pitiful. For being so weak. You'd deserve it. We aren't sending you back anywhere, problem child. Izuku spun his head quickly to look at Aizawa. Ectoplasm was behind him along with Inui-sensei. Aizawa was tense and clearly upset. Tears threatened to spill once more and Izuku turned away, biting his lip. The kid was having another breakdown. He'd had a few small ones over the past 3 weeks, but not to this extent since the cuffs were tested. Luckily, he wasn't hyperventilating. Aizawa had had a rough day. An unfortunate call that morning had left him in a bad mood. When he witnessed the problem child disrespecting his husband again, he had snapped. He had given the kid leeway for the past 3 weeks, letting him adjust. He knew the child wasn't used to the type of discipline US applied. He knew the structure would be difficult for the kid to adapt to. So he had waited. But today wasn't a good time for the kid to act up. Aizawa had been careful to not scare the child too much. He was a naturally intimidating person, at least according to the other students, so he did his best to keep his face impassive. However, Deku was observant and seemed to notice that something was wrong. Aizawa figured the kid probably thought he was the cause, which ultimately wasn't the truth. However, the kid lashed out and had forced Aizawa to use his capture scarf to take him back to the main campus. Aizawa made sure to keep the kid's hands free, even if that made the trip back to the main building more difficult. Aizawa ensured that the child didn't hurt himself on the trek, nor that he hurt the child in any way while dragging him. That wasn't how you discipline children. Pain and fear were not motivators for good behavior. However, the kid still needed to apologize, and Aizawa would be damned if he let the kid off this time. When he had reached the stairs leading up to the entrance, he had attempted once more to get the kid to just walk with him, but instead the child lashed out again. Aizawa had gone exceptionally slow when heaving the child up the stairs to keep the squirming boy from being hurt. The exhausted man was highly focused on the child, watching his body language, listening intently to his breathing for any sign of excess panic beyond the anger. He didn't recognize any up until they reached the teacher's lounge. When Aizawa had asked him to clarify his apology to Yamada, something had switched inside the boy. The kid was no longer being snarky just to be difficult. He wasn't just acting out anymore because he was bored and frustrated. Something had changed in the kid's mind, making him lash out in fear more than anger. Aizawa would be lying if he said he wasn't upset at the kid. But the boy's insults truly had little effect on him. It was more that the kid wasn't acting rationally. Instead of explaining his thoughts, instead of listening to Aizawa for once, he was still just acting out. Aizawa knew that if he continued trying to handle the situation alone, things would only escalate, so he had left, not only to calm himself, but to go fetch Inuisan as well. The counselor was trained to handle these situations, after all. But before he had reached Inui's office, Ectoplasm had come up to him. The kid had started mumbling around his conversation with Yamada. Apparently he was terrified and confused as to why Aizawa had just left. Damn it. He quickly fetched Inuisan, who luckily wasn't in a session, before making his way back to the lounge. He heard Izuku crying from down the hall. Roman 2 messed up. TT too bad this time. Izuku cried, his high-pitched tone carrying down the hall. HHEPP probably went to Nezu. They'll SS send me back. Roman 2D didn't listen. You get sent B back when they don't want you anymore. HHE doesn't want me. Why would he? Roman 2 tried to HH hit him, and B bite him. IS a bit on him, and IS said mean things. The kid had wailed. Aizawa groaned, realizing that he was definitely the one being spoken of. They'll send me back. And next is Juvie. I see can't. They'll find out quirkless ond. The boy had said before trailing off, his breath hitching. The other kids will beat me. They'll kill me for being so pitiful. For being so weak. I deserve it. The child mumbled under his breath, barely loud enough for those in the room to catch it. We aren't sending you back anywhere, problem child. Aizawa said as he, Ectoplasm, and Inuisan entered the room. The kid turned a disbelieving look towards him before turning his head away again. The other teachers all looked at the boy concerned. They had witnessed meltdowns from the boy before, but usually they were anger mixed with mischief. None had seen him break down in fear since the first meeting. Midoriya-kun. Inuisan started. You need to stop scratching. You are hurting yourself. Izuku didn't stop his nails as they dug into the skin of his arms. Aizawa wasn't sure if the kid could when he was upset. I'm sorry. Don't hate me, he whispered. The tears had dried, but the thickness in Izuku's tone clearly stated that more tears weren't far off. Aizawa rubbed the bridge of his nose before squatting in front of Izuku. Cementos and Yamada backed away when he did so, giving him and the boy some space. Inuisan didn't stop him, so Aizawa took charge, hoping the counselor would step in should Aizawa mess this up. Just because I am frustrated with you doesn't mean that I hate you, Aizawa said. EMSS sorry. Don't leave. I'm not going to leave, Aizawa said. Don't send me away. I'm not going to send you away. You're lying. Aizawa didn't know how to respond to that. Did the kid still trust him so little? He wasn't lying. Would it make a difference if he told the kid that? What makes you think he is lying? Inuisan asked, softly. Izuku looked up at the man, his nails digging deep into his skin. They always send me away in the end. It's only a matter of time. His voice and eyes were dull. I'm not worth keeping around when I mess up. Izuku looked towards Aizawa, his dull eyes morphing into a hopeful expression. Sometimes, it helps when they hit me. They keep me longer. You can, if it makes you feel better. Just don't give me oop. I can be better. Roman 2 can learn when you're really mad. Aizawa unintentionally backed away from the boy from the shock of his words. Most of the teachers did, in fact. Izuku's face dropped back to the dull look, and he turned his head to the side, dragging his nails down his arms and opening fresh wounds. Immediately, Aizawa grabbed the kid's wrists and pulled his hands from his arms. The boy flinched, but didn't try to pull away. I am not going to hit you out of anger ever, Aizawa stated firmly. And you need to stop hurting yourself. Izuku's body shook in his hold, But Aizawa didn't remove his hands from Izuku's wrists. "I see Ken go in the sea closet," he whispered. Tears started dripping down Izuku's face again in earnest. "Roman 2 don't like it BB, but I'll BBE out of your WWA. Jay just come back. After a while. I don't think I CC can do multiple DD days again. I'm not locking you in a closet either." Aizawa ground out through his teeth. Izuku flinched again. "Roman 2 don't know HHH how else TTO make you F forgive me. Roman 2 DD don't know WH what else to DDDO. I'm sorry. Oh really. I can't know it's NN not enough. Mild DDDO anything. P please. IDD didn't mean TTTTO make you SSSO mad. IDD didn't mean to disappoint you." Aizawa looked at Inuisan, at a complete loss. No matter what he told the kid, nothing helped. Aizawa was still a little upset, and he wasn't about to lie to the kid when the child was so incredibly observant. The child's arms attempted to move back toward each other to scratch again, but Aizawa held them apart. "Little listener," Yamada said. We won't. You don't have to make up for anything like that. You're just a kid. No one expects you to be perfect." Izuku shook his head side to side, breathing heavily. "Roman 2 DD deserve it. IS8 should be PP punished. Idle make you feel be better. It always makes G grown-ups FF feel better." Izuku looked up at Aizawa. "You can DDO anything. I won't fight be back." Aizawa paused for a moment. No matter what anyone said, this kid wouldn't calm down until he was given a way to make Aizawa happy. Aizawa grit his teeth. Apologized to Yamada. "Then I won't be angry anymore." It was the only thing he could come up with, as it was what he had asked for from the beginning. He hated having the kid apologize at all after this breakdown, but he couldn't think of any other way to have the kid calm down enough to be rational. Izuku stopped sobbing and shifted slightly. He studied Aizawa's face, searching for something that Aizawa couldn't determine. "I'm sorry, Yamada-sensei. F4 not P paying attention. And running away WH when you TT told me not to." Izuku's eyes searched Yamada's face now, and Aizawa turned to look at his husband. At Aizawa's look, Yamada snapped out of his frozen shock. I accept your apology." Yamada shifted on his feet, clearly uncomfortable by the situation as well. Aizawa turned back to Izuku, who was now searching his face once more. Aizawa put in effort to relax his features. He carefully let go of the kid's wrists, making sure they wouldn't move toward each other again. After a few moments, Izuku relaxed slightly. One hand played idly with the hem of his shirt, while his other supported part of his weight on the ground. "Good. That's all you had to do," Aizawa said, still assessing the boy. Izuku nodded slightly, although he was never asked a question. "You need to go see Recovery Girl," Aizawa stated. Izuku nodded again. Aizawa stood, and Izuku quickly looked up at him, fear in his eyes. "Yuri's ass still gonna leave?" he whispered, voice cracking. Aizawa looked at the kid. "No. But I have to stand up to walk." Izuku nodded and stood as well, holding his bloodied arms close to his body. You really aren't gonna leave?" "Not if you don't want me to." Inui-sensei and Aizawa-sensei led Izuku to the infirmary, where Recovery Girl was bustling around. When the three entered the room, the small woman turned and stopped for a split second, seeing the scratch marks running down Izuku's arms. "Oh dear," she said, coming close to inspect the wounds. "Follow me, Midoriya-kun. Sit on the bed." Izuku did as he was told. His eyes were downcast, and he couldn't bring himself to think, much less talk. "What happened here?" the woman asked. Izuku just sat, allowing her to inspect his arms. The little woman began cleaning the scratches with disinfectant. It stung, and Izuku flinched away a little. He panicked. Aizawa said. Recovery Girl hummed in response as she continued cleaning the wounds. Once she was done, Recovery Girl checked his heart rate and blood pressure before looking into his eyes with a penlight. "You look exhausted, dearie," she said. Izuku nodded. "These are shallow, so I will heal them. But since you are already so tired, you will probably sleep for a bit." Izuku nodded again before glancing up at Aizawa-sensei. "Are you going to leave while I sleep?" Aizawa hesitated for a moment before answering. I will for a little bit, but I will be back before you wake up. Izuku nodded again and allowed Recovery Girl to heal the flesh wounds he had given himself. Sleepiness overcame him instantly, and he lied back onto the bed and allowed the darkness to claim him. When Izuku woke up, Aizawa-sensei was sitting in a chair beside the bed, typing away on a laptop. I'm sorry, Izuku murmured, causing Aizawa-sensei to look up. Stop apologizing. You've done enough of that today. Izuku nodded. Kid, Aizawa said. What happened? His tone was weary as he looked at the boy. I don't know what you mean, the freckled-faced boy replied. Aizawa studied his face for a moment before continuing. You fought me the entire way back to the teacher's lounge. You were angry, but you seemed put together. What made you fall apart? Izuku looked up at the ceiling. I knew I messed up. When I kept fighting back. I couldn't stop. I shouldn't have insulted you. Then, you left. I thought you weren't coming back. A small tear slid down the boy's cheek, but Izuku ignored it. You thought I was abandoning you. It was a statement. Everyone else has. Izuku replied. The green eyes slid back to look at Aizawa-sensei. What made you come after enemy today? You usually dot. I can't keep letting you skip classes. I should have been more careful about how I went about it, however. Izuku shook his head. No, you're a teacher. It's your job to discipline kids who don't behave. You didn't even do anything, really. That thought just didn't cross my mind at the time. Izuku started messing with the bands on his wrists again, and Aizawa tensed. Izuku noticed and slowly lowered his hands back to his sides. Why were you in a bad mood? Aizawa sighed, rubbing a hand down his face. I wasn't. Aizawa stopped himself before he lied to the child. I don't think now is the time, kid. It has something to do with me though. Alright? Izuku asked. Not exactly. Izuku stared at Aizawa-sensei, face blank. Just tell me. And maybe it will make you feel better. Aizawa's eyes softened. It's not your job to take care of me. I'm supposed to take care of you. And I don't want to see you hurt. Izuku shrugged his shoulders. Hurt? SSO, it is about Minami. You'll tell me eventually, alright? Just get it over with. Aizawa-sensei sighed. 2 of the kittens were born with heart defects. It was genetic, nothing you did. A tear slid down Izuku's face as he figured out what happened. Aizawa still continued. One died suddenly yesterday. The gray one, Cage. The vet checked the other 2 for the defect and immediately took the completely black on, Kuro, to surgery to try and fix him. He didn't make it either. I got the call this morning. Why didn't they die before now? The vet said it worsens as they grow. Oh, how's Chato? Healthy. The vet is going to run a few more tests to be extra cautious, but it doesn't look like she was born with the defect. Izuku nodded. Are you sure it wasn't my fault? The vet said there was absolutely nothing that could have been done. When can Chato come home? She must be lonely without her BB brothers. As soon as the tests are done. She is only 7 weeks old though, so you will have to be very attentive to her. She still needs babying. Aizawa said softly. Izuku smiled and nodded his head. I can DDO that. Izuku now had to attend daily therapy meetings with Inui-sensei, much to the boy's annoyance. He still refused to talk about anything of real importance, though Inui-sensei was getting good at using the information trades to his advantage. Guidelines of punishments had been set up for when he misbehaved, none of which included being hit or being locked in a closet. Smaller issues, like not doing his homework, being snarky with the teachers when he was supposed to be in class, or other small infractions, were given 3 warnings before he was made to write lines or do extra homework later that night. If Deku decided to run away during the lessons, the teachers all agreed to give him 10 minutes to come back without any repercussion. After all, he only really left when he felt overwhelmed. Getting away to get space wasn't a bad coping mechanism at this point. Should he stay out for longer than 10 minutes, or take more than 1 break every 2 hours, lessons would be cancelled for the day, and Izuku would have to go talk to Hound Dog. Izuku, of course, would spend his weekend making up for what he missed, plus some. For the more serious infractions, say if Deku actually managed to bite a teacher, he would be grounded. Grounded for Izuku equated to being under teacher supervision, almost 24/7. No electronics, which Deku didn't really mind, no free time outside, and an open door policy on his room, unless he was changing or sleeping. Not only that, but outside time would be limited to performing tasks to better help the school, like yard work. Izuku always had a choice in if he would do this stuff though. The teachers never made him do physical labor, unless he wanted to get away from the monotony of his lessons, or staring at the wall while he was grounded. All in all, it was fair. Izuku no longer felt uncertain about his consequences from his chosen actions. Though he did push the boundaries a few times to see if the staff was lying, and wouldn't just snap at some point. The staff members he was more comfortable around, such as Aizawa, Yamada, and Kayama, were often the ones having to dole out the discipline to the kid. With the other teachers, Izuku usually didn't lash out and tended to remain on his better behavior. Deku pushed Aizawa in particular, and the man now pushed back with equal force. It amazed the child each time the man would simply follow the discipline guidelines, instead of opting to just leave Deku behind. The two had fallen back on their old rapport from when Izuku had lived on the streets. Snarky comments and verbal disagreements that, instead of physical violence, only led to a roll of the eyes or a click of the tongue. The conversations were those of people on a similar level, not that of the altered parent-child relationship that Deku had formed in his mind. Aizawa was never going to leave him or toss him out just because he misbehaved. Aizawa was never going to physically punish or lock him away when he got irritated. Izuku knew this now, though it was a constant battle to remind himself when the more difficult moments did come up. For some reason, the more firmly in place that idea was set, the stronger Deku pushed Aizawa, trying to see if he would break. Why do you push Aizawa away so vehemently if you are afraid of him leaving? Inui had asked one session after a particularly nasty morning that had left Deku screaming at, and actually succeeding at smacking the underground hero. Deku grumbled from his place on the couch. That is a level 4 question. I expect the same amount of information in return, he said through his teeth. Inui sighed and looked down at his paper of information on his fellow staff. I will give you answers to questions 12, 19, and 23. Is that fair? Izuku looked down at his own paper that held the questions he had asked Inui-sensei to gather from the other pros. Each was labeled a number 15 based on their importance and how in-depth the answer would be. Questions 12 and 23 were listed as level 1's, mostly insignificant, and a majority of what most of the questions on the page were. 19 was a level 3, though, and Deku had wanted that answer for a while. Fine. He ultimately ground out before taking a breath to calm himself. Take your time, Inui said after an extended period of silence. I still. Deku stopped and trailed off, his hands finding the wristbands again. Inui-sensei's eyes shot down at the fidgeting, preparing to step in if Deku attempted to scratch again. Everyone has a limit. I don't know why I keep trying to find his. Maybe if I do it on my own terms, it won't hurt as bad when he leaves. Deku bit his lip to keep tears from leaking out of his eyes. Aizawa isn't going to abandon you. None of the staff at UA are. Inui spoke gently. Deku turned his head from the man, body stiffening. What do you think will happen if he leaves? Deku turned a glare on the man. You have to give me my information first, old man. That was how most therapy sessions went. A give and take of information as Inui tried to find the root of Deku's issues and heal him. At other sessions, however, Deku just sat, staring at the wall, completely ignoring the counselor. By the time holiday break came around, Izuku was significantly more settled. Having only been at UA for 2 months, he felt much more confident in what was expected of him. The break from school did not mean that Izuku was allowed to stop his studies. However, they did decrease slightly. The teachers were in no real mood to give him a lot of work, and mostly had him review what had already been learned. After taking advantage of Yamada-sensei's laziness one day, however, Aizawa stepped in during his English lessons and forced both Yamada and Deku to actually put effort in. This is your worst subject, kid. You have 3 months to catch up for 3 years' worth of lessons. So stop messing around. Deku had glared at the man, but made no other attempt at fighting back. Unfortunately, the man was correct. Deku had a lot more work to do when it came to learning this language. Yamada, Aizawa had then said firmly, making the blonde jump and grin sheepishly. If you let him walk over you, he will. Don't be a pushover. Haven't you been teaching longer than me? You should know better by now. Yamada-sensei had nodded his head appeasingly at his husband before turning back to work with Deku on the use of prepositions. Aizawa tapped away at his laptop at the table with them, ensuring that neither slacked off again. Once lunch came around, Deku hopped up quickly to get as far from the homework as possible. Can I go outside today? I'm so bored in here. Of course you can. The garden at the front of the school could use some weeding, Aizawa had said as he warmed the food that Lunch Rush had made that morning. Deku pouted, turning towards the man. No, I mean to just go out and run. Or relax. You're grounded until tomorrow at 16 o'clock. Aizawa said flatly. Izuku flopped back onto the couch, glaring daggers at the ceiling. Give me a break this time around. No. I did apologize. I don't think that means much after you purposefully broke one of the windows in the teacher's lounge just to get out of the building. Next time, maybe use the door. Next time, don't block the door and I won't have to use the window. Since when have they been locked anyway? Aizawa took a deep breath, opting not to answer that question. Besides, Nezu added a ton of work to my studies, after the fact as well. So I'm really getting 2 punishments. It's not fair. I swear that Rat is trying to turn me into a sleep-deprived zombie with all the sit he's giving me to do. Did you see the mountain of books he added to my reading list? It was absurd. You did complain about being bored. Yes. But I'm bored of studying these subjects that I have no interest in. Why can't I just learn what I enjoy? Aizawa shook his head, setting the bowl on the table and motioning for Deku to come eat. With all this complaining, I'm starting to think that Yua may be too difficult for you after all. Aizawa said, voice deadpan, but a small smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth. Once the semester starts, I won't be doing only English and math 7 hours a day. Deku retorted. Much less to complain about when something interesting is being learned. We've never had you do schoolwork for a straight 7 hours. It feels like it. On Izuku's friendly days, as Yamada now called them, the teachers were strongly needed. Izuku mostly kept to himself and only interacted with the others if he had to, or if he thought they could use help around the facility. On the other days, however, the times when Deku pushed the boundaries of everyone's patience, the teacher currently charged with the boy would often wish that someone would come relieve them as quickly as possible. On Deku's bad days, the boy would either isolate himself in his room, refusing contact with anyone, or he would purposefully seek out trouble. Aizawa, surprisingly, preferred the latter. When Deku was causing trouble, it actually meant he was in a happier mood, even if it was obnoxious. When Deku was avoided, though, new scratch marks would often appear around his wrists and ankles by the following day, and the boy would have heavy bags under his eyes despite having laid in bed for an extended amount of time. Overall, however, most of the teachers had grown used to the boy, a few even growing attached to his presence in the dorm. As Christmas neared, the dorm grew quieter. Few festive decorations were placed in the teachers' night dorm, due to the fact that most of the teachers were spending their holiday at home, much to the disappointment of the more flamboyant staff. By December 22nd, only Aizawa, Yamada, Kayama, and Cementos remained on campus to share the responsibility of watching over the freckled-faced child. Cementos would be leaving the following night and Kayama would be taking a train to her parents on the morning of the 24th, meaning that only Aizawa, Yamada, and Izuku would be on campus for Christmas. Izuku didn't mind much. It wasn't as if he had had much of a Christmas the past few years, but Yamada seemed to be depressed by the circumstances. The blonde-haired man lay sprawled on the couch when Izuku made his way downstairs for breakfast that morning. Chato, who had been living in the dorm for a few weeks now, trailing behind the boy. Are you okay, Yamada-sensei? Izuku asked, quirking his head. Usually you aren't downstairs for another 10 minutes. Shota kicked me out of bed last night. Said I was being too noisy, whatever that means. Yamada grumbled. Izuku blinked at the man. So you slept on the couch. Not much of another choice. Yamada sighed dramatically. Look, kiddo, never grow up and fall in love with someone who is almost your exact opposite. You'll end up with a sore back and grouchy partner. Okay. But, see, couldn't you have used one of the other rooms instead of the CC couch? Yamada groaned and rubbed his forehead. I should have thought of that. Izuku smiled softly as he went to the kitchen to make breakfast. Considering how intelligent the voice hero was, the man was incredibly stupid at times. Later that day, Cementos left Yue with a small wave from Izuku, who stood by the door. Kayame-sensei was busily packing what was left of her belongings. The room she shared with 13 looking like a bomb had gone off, spreading clothes into every corner. Aizawa-sensei was napping in the sitting room and Yamada-sensei was busy doing his talk show in one of the studios. Izuku was left to his own devices and was suddenly extremely glad he was no longer grounded. The boy stepped outdoors, into the snow regardless of the darkness that was settling on the grounds. The sun was setting and Izuku had an itch to don his vigilante gear and go on patrol. But he couldn't do that anymore. He hadn't been allowed to do so for 2 months. The boy's hands fidgeted together, shaking from disappointment and the cold. Without really realizing what he was doing, Izuku was walking aimless along the Yue grounds. Aizawa would probably scold him for wearing shorts and no jacket while out in the snow. But Izuku was numb to the cold right now. The boy started a swift sprint, jumping off of random obstacles and attempting to do more difficult tricks that he had been working on. Eventually, he had run the length of the campus 3 times and was finally running short on energy. Izuku stopped before the front gates of Yue to catch his breath. The white cement of the walls looked almost purple in the dark as his eyes played tricks from the lack of light. Izuku placed a hand on the gate and pushed slightly, though the obstacle made no move. The campus was locked down for the holidays. Thus, only teacher badges allowed the gates to open, and close not that his own ID would ever be programmed to let him freely exit either, though. It had been a while since he had thought of Yue as a prison. But the feeling hit him with an extreme intensity as he stood, one hand on the immovable gate. What are you doing, problem child? Aizawa sighed. Deku didn't even jump, having known that Aizawa or one of the other 2 teachers would eventually show up to find him. I was just out for a run, he replied, his voice sounding dull in his own ears. Without a jacket? Are you trying to catch a cold? Sorry, Deku replied, turning from the gate and walking back toward the dorm. Aizawa held out the green rabbit Midaragi hoodie for him to slip on. Aizawa had mentally noted that the kid hadn't come back inside when Ken had left, but didn't worry much about it, thinking he would come back soon. After 2 hours, however, Aizawa decided to go search for the kid, just in case he had done something stupid like jump wrong and sprain an ankle. The man went upstairs, just in case he had somehow missed the kid, before trekking out in the snow. Izuku's room was clearly lived in, but extremely clean for a teenage boy. Books were well organized on the shelves, and no clothes lay on the floor. Aizawa grabbed the green hoodie the kid liked to wear from the hook, realizing that the boy was probably outdoors still dressed in his lounge clothes from earlier. He would need to scold Izuku about that when he caught up to him. Even if the kid was exercising and felt warm, his body could still be suffering from the chill air. He did not want this kid to get sick. Aizawa informed Yamada and Kayama, who were currently playing some sort of card game, that he was going out to fetch Izuku before leaving the building and heading towards the main entrance. Deku typically ran the length of Yue in a counterclockwise manner from the main gates, so it would be more productive to do the opposite and run into him on his path. The slight stretches Aizawa performed, preparing to run to quickly meet up with the boy, were unnecessary as the child stood at the front gate of Yue already. The kid had on gym shorts and a thin t-shirt, his body shivering from the biting wind as he stood. One hand settled on the gates. He looked defeated as he stared at the white wall before him. What are you doing, problem child? Aizawa asked with a sigh. I was just out for a run, the boy replied, not turning to face Aizawa. The kid's voice reminded Aizawa of the night after the cuffs had been tested, and he put his guard up, not sure what had upset the boy. Without a jacket, are you trying to catch a cold? He asked, keeping his tone casual. The boy's arm fell from the gate, and he turned to look towards Aizawa, who was holding out the jacket. "Sorry," the green-eyed boy whispered, not seeming to really notice what he was doing as he tugged on the jacket and led the way back to the dorm. Aizawa was tempted to question the kid, but stopped himself. "Midoriya-kun will talk when he is ready." Inuisan's gruff voice echoed through his mind. "Go take a warm shower and put on some long pajamas. I don't want you catching sick," Aizawa said as the pair entered the door. Izuku nodded and went up the stairs without speaking a word. "What's the matter with him?" Kiyama asked. "He was happy just a few hours ago." "Yeah, Shota. Did you piss him off again?" Yamada teased. "No," Aizawa said, his brows furrowing together. "I don't know what set him off. I found him by the front gate like that." "The front gate? What was he doing?" "Maybe he couldn't pull off one of his tricks or something, and it upset him." "Kiyama, considering how much time you spend with Izuku, you don't know him much at all, do you? If Izuku failed at something, he would just be more determined to try again, not fall into one of his gloomy moods," Yamada said. "I think he wanted to get out," Aizawa said. He had his hand on the gate. He wasn't actually trying to push it open, but he was looking at the wall like it had defeated him. "It's gotta be strong, never being able to leave campus without supervision," Yamada said after a moment. "Especially when most kids his age are free to roam during the holidays," added Kiyama. "Not to mention that he spent the last 3 years completely free of any restrictions," Yamada replied. Aizawa nodded and took a seat next to the duo. Something about the look on the kid's face bothered him. But he shook his head. The kid had plenty of ups and downs throughout the day. This one was no different. Aizawa could not sleep as he lay in bed by his husband. Something was wrong. Everything just seemed off. He rose and checked on the boy down the hall. Izuku was sleeping peacefully on his bed. Chato curled up on his chst. The kid's hand settled gently over her back. Aizawa sighed as he quietly closed the door and went back to his own room. "What's the matter, Sho?" his husband asked, sitting up in bed with the side table light on. "Nothing. Sorry I woke you. Something scared you today?" "About Izuku." Aizawa sighed and climbed on the bed next to his husband. "It's nothing. It's not like he hasn't acted that way before." "No, he hasn't," Yamada replied, making Aizawa look at him questioningly. "What do you mean?" "It's the holiday, Sho. The worst time of year for foster kids. You've never seen Izuku at this time of year." Something clicked for Aizawa, and he turned to fully face Hisashi, cupping his hands around the man's face. "He looked like you did when we were in high school," the black-haired man whispered. Yamada smiled faintly. "I guess that would make sense. Though I hope I didn't come off that dejected. Do you know how much energy I had to use to keep a smile on my face back then?" Yamada chuckled, trying to lighten the conversation, but Aizawa's expression negated any attempt. "Do you still get like that?" Aizawa asked, eyes searching his husband's. Yamada smiled again, grabbing Aizawa's hands and squeezing them. "I have a family now, Shota. I have a place where I belong. So no, I don't long for those things anymore because I already have them." "Izuku has those things here, too," Aizawa said. "Not really. It's different." Aizawa turned confused eyes upon Yamada. Yamada smiled again. "You're always so much more open with your expressions when it's just you and me." Yamada smiled again, once more attempting to lighten the mood. When he failed for the second time, he sighed. "This is just something that you can't understand unless you've faced it, Sho. Look, I'll talk to him tomorrow, okay?" Aizawa nodded, leaning into the blonde's embrace and squeezing him back. Only with Hisashi could he let his guard down like this. "If you ever get like that, come to me," Aizawa said fiercely. "I'm your family, so you better not dwell on pointless thoughts when you have someone waiting for you." Aizawa felt the grin as Hisashi pecked his forehead, a happy hum coming from the blonde, before they both laid back down to sleep. Deku grumbled as he attempted to read the paragraph in front of him. Yamada was by his side, editing some music, but ready to step in and help at any point while the boy did his schoolwork. Kiyama had left earlier that morning, leaving only the three left in the expansive house. Deku frustratingly slammed his notebook shut and pushed it away from him before setting his head in his arms. "You were almost done, little listener," Yamada said, slightly too loud for the boy's comfort. "I'm too stupid to ever understand this stuff." Deku groaned. Yamada chuckled a bit and sat back in his own chair. "If you finish that paragraph, we can take a break. We can start the lesson again in..." Yamada checked his watch. 2 days. "What do you say?" Deku lifted his head quickly, eyeing the man. "I don't have to do this stuff for 2 days." Yamada nodded, a grin spreading across his face. "But I have another 2 hours left with you." Deku's eyes narrowed. "Why? What's the trick?" "No trick," Yamada said, hands waving defensively in front of him. "I just thought it might be nice to take a break for Christmas. So long as you read the novels Nezu and Cementos want you to complete, I think we can take a short reprieve from the English language." Izuku grinned widely at the man, pulling the notebook back towards him to finish the last paragraph of the next few days. "Izuku?" Yamada asked once the child had finished, and looking out the window at the falling snow. "Do you want to come out with me?" "To where?" Izuku asked, caution heavy in his tone. "Just to the local shop. I need to grab some things for tomorrow, and thought you might like to get off of the grounds." "Is Aizawa-sensei coming?" "No. He has patrol tonight, so he's taking a nap." Yamada's smile dropped slightly at the uncertain look on the boy's face. Am I allowed? Without Aizawa-sensei?" "I wouldn't offer if I wasn't sure." Yamada's face softened when Izuku bounced up from the chair. "For real? We can get out?" The child was beaming and Yamada nodded. "Go get some clothes on and make sure to bundle up." Yamada raised his voice at the last part as Izuku was already halfway up the stairs. Yamada and Izuku walked side by side to the store, a few blocks from the school. "What do we need to get?" "Well, I was hoping to grab a small gift for Nimiri for when she gets back. I already have Shota's gift, of course. I wish I could have given it to him today, but he was too tired. Don't see couples usually go out today? See Christmas Eve? Did you guys not get to be because of MNME?" Izuku asked, face turned towards the ground. "Shota usually patrols Christmas Eve, so I rarely actually get to go out with him. But not to worry, he always tries to come home early so that we can spend the day of together." Izuku hummed as they walked. "I don't really get Christmas. And most stores and offices are still open. And it's not a national holiday. I bet New Year's is more exciting for you, isn't it, Izuku?" Yamada asked with a smile. Izuku shrugged. "I don't really care for that one either." "Which one do you like more?" "I lived in America for a long time, so Christmas is my number one." The man cheered the last word. "In America, Christmas is a very big holiday where people give lots of gifts. Lots of delicious food is served and family gets together. But Shota really isn't one for holidays, so I've tried not to make it too big of a deal. Christmas is just a bit stronger for me." Yamada rubbed the back of his neck shyly. Izuku hummed thoughtfully. "Japan has started celebrating Christmas because of America, all right?" Yamada nodded gleefully. "I prefer to celebrate Christmas like they do in America, and Shota always tries his best to play along." Yamada had a goofy grin on his face as they entered the store. "The last few years, he's even come home with a tiny tree to decorate in the morning." That's nice. "Do you get fried chicken too?" "Nah. In America, they usually make ham with a bunch of different sides. The next shop we'll visit always saves a small one for me." Yamada was now searching through the aisles, looking at different objects, but always putting them back down before moving on. "But we can get fried chicken if you want." Izuku shook his head. "I've never really liked that. Ham would be nice." "Wonderful. The story will get the ham from specializes in American cuisine, so we'll get a few more sides too, like sweet mashed potatoes, cranberry sauce, stuffing, and biscuits. We'll get some Christmas cake too." "That sounds like a lot of food," Izuku said, smiling nervously at the excited man. "No worries, little listener. It's all small portions. That food isn't common here, so you can't really find it in bulk." Yamada stopped in front of the jewelry section and looked at Izuku. "Nimiri would probably like something from here, don't you think?" Izuku shrugged his shoulders. Yamada led the way, looking at the many different options for jewelry before coming upon a rack full of earrings. He picked up a set of cat-shaped ones and showed it to Izuku. Shota and I met Nimiri at UA. She was in her 3rd year and helped Sho get into his work study. The two of us and another friend had been sneaking a kitten into the school in order to take care of it, and she ended up adopting the tiny thing. He's an old grouch of a cat now, but Nimiri still has him. It's weird thinking about MMY teachers as SS students. Yamada laughed out loud. I can imagine. After purchasing the earrings and a few decorations for the following day, the pair picked up the pre-cooked food. Izuku listened intently at the directions for warming up the food, remembering how Aizawa-sensei claimed Yamada-sensei could burn water. Then, the two were headed back to UA. Yamada-sensei. Izuku had stopped walking once the gates came into view. He was looking at the ground, fists clenched tightly around the shopping bags he held. Yamada stopped and looked at him. Do you think? The boy trailed off, biting his lip slightly. Yamada waited patiently for him to continue. Can I go see some people? In the next few days. Just usually. It sounds like you're asking about the people you used to care for. The people in your territory, right? Izuku shifted from one foot to the other and quickly nodded his head. I think we should maybe have this conversation with Shota, Yamada said after a moment. Izuku nodded once more, barely moving his head before slowly walking past Yamada, towards the imposing gates of UA. The duo set the bags down on the counter, and Izuku helped put the supplies away before going to hide in his room. Yamada sighed as he watched the boy go. Aizawa wouldn't get up for another 2 hours, and Yamada wasn't sure he wanted to leave the boy alone for that long. So, biting the proverbial bullet, Yamada followed after the boy. Izuku had his door cracked open, revealing him on his swinging chair in the corner of the room. Chato was already curled in his lap, purring as he brushed his fingers through her fur. The stuffed green bunny in his other arm held close to his chest. The boy looked much younger than 14 like this. Izuku? Yamada knocked lightly on the door. Izuku looked up at the man, making eye contact through the crack. Come in. Izuku pointed to the desk chair when Yamada entered, and the voice hero took his seat, stomach towards the back of the chair, arms crisscrossed along the back edge. Who do you want to see, Izuku? Yamada asked. Izuku tensed slightly before resuming his petting of the tiny cat in his lap. WWE should wait for Aizawa-sensei. I can try to soften him up on the issue. If I have more information, that is. I want to see Yuasen. She likes sweets. I thought I could take her some for the holiday. Deku smiled sadly a little, refusing to make eye contact with Yamada. And I want to see if Seichusen is still doing drugs, or even still alive. He has a lot of debt. And Kaioyasen's brothers have been trying to put her through school. She'll be home for the holiday. She's not much older than me, but she is going to be a surgeon. She is so smart, and her quirk lets her see minuscule details which will be helpful in surgery. Her brothers raised her, and are in a gang to help make money. I want to know if the turf wars are still occurring. One of them could get killed. And the drug dealers. They were pushing some nasty stuff before I came along. I know Eraserhead is patrolling the area, but it's not enough. I need to see it. See them. Make sure everything is going okay. I just left them all. Deku took a shaky breath. Yamada hummed. Why now? They were the closest things I had. I took care of them all. The whole sector. For 3 years, Yamada-sensei. It's all I had for 3 years, and you guys just want me to forget, and I can't. Deku's voice was rising, but he wasn't exactly angry, more frustrated, and at a loss than anything. I'm trying, but I can't. I know it makes Eraserhead upset when I insist that he take food with him. I know that I'm not supposed to be involved. Another shaky breath. I'm not supposed to talk to anyone who is deemed a criminal. But that's not who they are. They do bad things. They make bad choices. But so did I. So do I. But I get to attend UA. I get 3 solid meals a day and a warm bed to sleep in. I don't have to worry about finding clothes warm enough to get me through the winter, or obtaining medicine if I get sick anymore, but they all still do. Yamada waited for Izuku to continue, knowing instinctively that there was more. This was probably the most the kid had spoken in a while. This time of year, for some reason, it's not so bad. Maybe it's too cold for people to commit crimes. Maybe it's just the holiday season. But they all get together. They all care for each other. Deku turned to look out the window. Last year, 2 of the gangs met up around this time. There were always casualties. But they met up in the middle of my route and didn't fight. One of the members, Coruscant, his mom made me a hat to keep me warm. And the other side all pitched in money to get me 2 of my notebooks and a pencil. They knew I was still school age. They knew I was on my own just like most people, so they tried to help. They all brought small portions of food, some from home and others from restaurants that left the cans open during the season for those of us who would starve otherwise. We all actually got to eat. Yamada's chest tightened some as the boy relived his memory. They said to meet again next year. This year, we all planned to bring more people. The whole community. I reminded them throughout the year. When they were being stupid. We gotta make it to New Year's for the feast. Don't die. Don't take that drug. Don't get sent to prison. What if they've forgotten? How many of them have died in these last 2 months? How many of them are watching their families starve? And I'm here. I can't do anything, Yamada-sensei. I can't even show up for one night. The boy wasn't crying or screaming and trying to hit people and throw things. He wasn't shaking or stuttering or cowering in a corner. He was sitting, slightly tense, in his chair looking out the window at the falling snow. Outwardly calm. But his eyes were reflecting a whirlwind of emotion. I know I can't go. I shouldn't have asked, he said after a moment. Yamada didn't really know how to respond, but took a breath to speak anyway. I don't know if I can help you, but I'm going to try. Deku shifted slightly, shaking his head. I know you won't get your hopes up, and you shouldn't. But I will try to work something out. You're a good kid, Izuku-kun. You deserve more than what the past provided. Heck, you deserve more than what you have now. I know it sucks being moved from place to place, having no steady family. Struggling to fit into a new dynamic every year, so I want to try and make this as easy as possible for you. Deku turned to him now, searching the man's face. Your old family sounds nice when they aren't beating on each other. Yamada chuckled. But I hope you find that this new family can be nice too. Inuusan isn't lying when he tells you you're stuck with us. You were in your territory for 3 years. You are going to be here for 3 years too. And then, you'll still have us afterwards as well. I appreciate the kind words, Yamada-sensei. Deku said, a forlorn smile on his face. But I can't believe that right now. I know how this plays out. At some point, I'll FCK up. Or maybe you will all just get bored. I'll be more of a problem than an asset, and you will drop me off at the nearest government building. People don't like me in the long term. Hell, I don't like me in the long term. I was able to stay on the streets for 3 years because I made sure to keep to myself. To stay alone for the most part. I worked behind the scenes to bring others together. That was my job. I didn't want another disappointment. Yet here I am again. It gets better, Izuku. There is still hope for you to have a family. Maybe for you. Deku cut him off before Yamada had a chance to continue. I don't know what you went through during your time in the system, Yamada-sensei. I don't know how long you stayed in it. But I've been doing this since I was 4. I've officially been in 8 homes now, not including the street. Nothing will change at this point. I'm too old. Too broken. Deku smiled weakly at the man. It's fine. I'm fine with it. I'll get through like I always do. So you don't have to worry. You don't have to attempt anything on my behalf. Like I said, I shouldn't have asked anyway. I know how this works. Yamada frowned at the boy. I have to do some reading so that I can stay on top of this book list. Deku said eventually. Eraserhead is going to be waking up soon, so you should go start his coffee. Yamada didn't move. Still. I told you, Yamada-sensei, I'm fine. So please, just go. Yamada had left Deku to his own thoughts then, and the boy stayed in his room the rest of the evening, not even going downstairs to greet Aizawa. His heart was hurting. He had given too much away to this person who was, in all honesty, little more than a stranger. I wonder how many questions that conversation could have been worth with Inui-sensei. Deku thought wryly to himself. In the end, Deku opted to go to bed early and fell into a restless sleep by 20 o'clock. The next day went well. Aizawa had in fact gotten a tiny tree that sat on the coffee table. It held only 5 ornaments before it toppled over onto its side. Yamada had gotten Aizawa a comfy pair of cat-themed pajamas, and, in return, Aizawa had begrudgingly given Yamada a stuffed Eraserhead plush. Yamada held tightly through for a good portion of the day, repeating over and over to Izuku how he had asked for something like this for years, so he would have someone to hug while Aizawa was out on patrol late at night. Izuku had received a gift as well, the tag claiming to have been from both men, but the handwriting showing only Yamada's bouncy letters. Instead of being wrapped, the gifts were in a Midoriyagi Green Rabbit-themed birthday-type bag that was filled with Midoriyagi merchandise, including a set of pajamas, fluffy socks, a coffee mug, and some notebooks and pens. Aizawa had whispered under his breath that neither he nor Izuku were 5, but his eyes were soft and his tone held no bite. Izuku was actually pleasantly surprised by the gift and smiled over each of the items as he found places for them in his room. Between opening gifts and lunch, the trio lounged in their night clothes, playing a card game that Yamada insisted was too exciting to pass up. When the blonde man lost every round, however, his excited words for one more game quickly turned to playful accusations of cheating on Aizawa's part. Izuku would have rolled his eyes at the man, but then realized that Aizawa was, in fact, cheating. He didn't mention anything though, as Izuku also used the trick of using Yamada's reading glasses to view his hand through reflection. In the end, Aizawa and Izuku were just about tied, whilst Yamada only had one win, that being the first game. Izuku heated the food for lunch, allowing Yamada and Aizawa some time to relax together. The ham and accompanying sides were good, but much heavier than the traditional Japanese food that Izuku had grown accustomed to, and the boy was unable to clear his plate. Aizawa and Yamada couldn't either, however, and a large tin was pulled out to store the leftovers. After that, Aizawa had to go back to bed. He had patrol again that night and needed to rest up for the extra long 12-hour shift. Aizawa apparently always took holiday patrol, as most other heroes didn't want the shifts that took time away from their families. It gave him a large bonus for the new year, however, so neither man complained. The following day, Izuku lazed around, reading the books on his list before convincing Aizawa to have a short sparring session before his 3rd night on patrol. On the 27th, Izuku started his English lessons again, and life seemed to revert back to some normal. New Year's would be another off day for Izuku, but until then, he still needed to study and catch up. Izuku had gone to bed that night, curled up tightly with Chato lying in the crook of his neck and his bunny clutched tightly in his arms. When he awoke, however, his bunny had slipped from his grasp and Chato was on the floor, circling the legs of the person who had woken him. "Yamada-sensei, is something wrong?" Izuku asked blearily. The man was grinning at the boy and shook his head. "You need to get up, Izuku. We are going out." Izuku looked over at his clock. 22 o'clock. He had only been asleep for an hour. "Where are we going? It's a little late, don't you think?" The blonde shook his head and grabbed the yellow backpack off the wall, motioning for Izuku to hurry along. "I'm not going anywhere until you tell me what's going on," Deku said firmly. "I have a surprise for you. Don't ruin it, Izuku." "I don't like surprises, Yamada-sensei," Deku replied, still not moving from his bed. Yamada sighed and walked back up to the boy. "You act just like Shota sometimes, I swear," he grumbled out. "We are going to your territory, little listener. Shota called me. Some people are waiting for you." What?" Izuku asked, stunned almost to silence. "Yep. I have a face mask and a new set of goggles in your bag. You can wear your green hoodie to hide your hair. No utility belt allowed, though. Shota's orders. Now are you coming or not?" Izuku nodded quickly and scrambled from his bed to put on some jeans and his shoes. How? I'm not supposed to." Shota talked it over with Nezu. "So long as you don't actually do anything in Shota and I stick with you, everything should be fine. We won't tell the cops anything." The blonde grinned again. "Shota's already talked with some of the gang members about him, and I being present. They weren't too big of a fan of me, but most of them trust Shota by now and are allowing it. They are excited to see you again. They know you've been caught, but thought you were lost in the system or something. We want to keep it that way. Don't tell them that you are at UA, okay? I won't, Izuku said as he trotted down the hall with Yamada in the lead. Yamada faltered in his step just a bit. I couldn't get Uasen to come. The shelter she is at doesn't allow residents out between 23 o'clock and 5 o'clock for safety reasons. And we can only stay for a short amount of time. Yamada froze for a moment, disappointed at himself for not being able to do this perfectly. That's okay, Yamada-sensei. This is more than I thought would happen, anyway. Yamada grinned before starting his quick pace again. If anything troublesome happens, we are out of there. Got it? Yes. Great. Let's go. The next train leaves in 10 minutes. Territory hadn't changed much. The drab, crumbling buildings and potholed streets left the area feeling rundown and sketchy, but Deku felt alive as he took in the scenery. Hey kid. Aizawa said from across the rooftop the trio were now standing on. The man walked up to the boy and pulled his hood slightly lower, covering his hair more. You couldn't find him a hat to cover the curls? Aizawa asked Yamada. The blonde shook his head, but grinned at his husband. Do you really think they'd recognize who he is just by a few curls peeking out? I'm pretty sure the old beanie still showed off some of his hair. Aizawa looked back at Deku, frowning slightly. I am not a fan of this, he said. Deku's shoulders slumped slightly, and he held his breath, waiting for Aizawa to change his mind and force him to go back to UA. I don't know how healthy it is to put you back in this situation, but I know you want it. Aizawa sighed, looking him over again. I didn't think I'd see you back in uniform so soon, Deku. Neither did I, Deku replied honestly. There are ground rules, kid. I figured. You can't tell them where you live now, got it? Deku nodded. You have to keep your face covered like you used to. These people can't know your identity. Another nod. Absolutely no fighting. If you draw a weapon, I will be forced to tell the cops that you were here. Yama present Mike already patted me down. I've got nothing on me. Yamada nodded from beside him, but Aizawa patted Deku down one more time to be sure, checking inside his shoes as well. If something goes wrong, Mike is going to get you out of here, got it? I get it, Eraser. Now can we go? No, not yet. I need to know that you understand. Mike and we are technically breaking the law letting you come here. Nezu too. If anything happens, if you so much as cut a finger, I know you know these people. I know these people, and they are good and strong working, and will keep this secret. But Aizawa shook his head. Stick close to one of us. If at any point I can't see you, there will be hell to pay when we get back, got it? Yes, sir. Deku saluted the man, making Aizawa grumble and Yamada laugh. His name is Deku here, Mike, okay? Mike also saluted the man, earning a slap to the back of his head when Eraserhead pushed them forward, towards the center of Deku's old territory. Deku. A teenage girl cried out when the boy landed in a crouch at the edge of the crowd of chattering people. Heads turned his way and a few cheers rang out among the crowd. People sent him thumbs up. Most of the people here knew better than to touch the boy lest they be thrown through the air, and those that didn't either caught on quickly or were held back from hugging the kid. Hey little dude, you've grown. A tall muscular guy with bruised knuckles shouted from his seat on the pavement. I think I can even see some muscle through that sweater. Doubtful. Deku grinned behind his mask. Oh good, I was worried. If you build muscle on top of those skill, I wouldn't stand a chance. You still don't stand a chance, Gakui. Another muscled man with shark teeth and a shark fin said jovially. More interaction like this occurred as Deku was greeted into the group of thugs and gangsters, all of whom were simultaneously friend and foe of the child's. The two pro-heroes stayed on the outskirts of the group, watching the scene like hawks. Even Mike was serious as he rounded the large group slowly, opposite his husband. So you got caught, huh? Who did you in? A man was saying to the boy as he offered an onigiri to the boy. Deku then sat down with the group of 6 and shrugged his shoulders. Who said anyone did me in? Maybe I was just tired of freedom. A mixture of laughs and rolled eyes met his retort. It was Eraserhead, wasn't it? I told you not to get too close. That binding cloth is deceptively strong. Deku laughed and shook his head. Erasure doesn't stand a chance at capturing me, then, now, or ever. The whole group burst out into deep chortles, all knowing full well that the underground hero could kick any of their asses, even if they attacked all at once, probably. How's it been going? You guys still fighting over stupid sit with the west side? Deku asked. Yeah man, we gotta do something to keep us entertained. A woman from another group leaned over. Don't worry though. Both sides have been making sure that casualties are kept at a minimum. I would hope that you are keeping casualties at 0. Deku grumbled, but the surrounding teens and adults all just shrugged at the kid. You've always been an optimist, said another person from a neighboring group. Erasure would disagree with you there, Deku said as he stood and moved to another part of the gathering. Groups of people stood and sat in the street, all talking happily, walking between one another and greeting friend and foe with a smile, handshake, or hug. Tonight was a night for peace. No fighting, no anger, no pain. A much larger crowd had come this year than the previous one, and citizens who live in this part were seated with the petty criminals who, now that Deku had left, sometimes helped out when trouble brewed. Music played from multiple spots, those wealthy enough to afford a radio, phone, or iPod sharing the joys of music with the others. Most of the songs were upbeat, though Deku was pretty sure he could hear some type of opera coming from an older group of men and women. Deku! A familiar voice called. Seichusen stood before the boy in a thick woolen coat. I'm still clean, kid. I haven't relapsed yet. Deku grinned widely beneath his mask, and he held out a fist for Seichu to bump. Keep it up, Seichu. Maybe someday you can drag yourself out of this shithole. An older woman laughed nearby. That's my mentor. She's helping me stay on track. The man blushed. Look, kid, thanks for not giving up on me. Because of you, that underground dude was able to find me and get me some quirk stabilization drugs. I'm not hurtin' no more. Still can't really touch people, but I'm working on that. I didn't really do anything, Deku replied. You fed me, bailed me out of situations, and helped me through multiple withdrawals. Then, when you couldn't be there yourself, you sent another person to help. That's more than my old man ever did, and you're just a little brat. Seichu said. I owe you my life. I just hope I don't FCK it up. Deku nodded slowly, not sure how to respond to the gratitude. Seichusen was pulled away by another person, and Deku was called over to the girl who had first called his name. Kaiwaya-san, how is school? She is kicking ass like the genius she is. One of her brothers answered before she had a chance to speak. Shut up, stupid. I can talk for myself. She scolded before turning to Deku. Pretty good. 3rd year starts in just a few months, and then I'll be off to college. I've already got scholarships lined up. I might get a free ride. That's great, Deku said happily. Even these numbskulls are staying out of major trouble. I haven't had to bail them out of jail in the past 5 weeks. It's been miraculous. One of the men who sat beside her shifted nervously and rubbed the back of his neck. You didn't tell her? The other brother asked. Tell me what? Considering that Kaiwaya was 15 years younger, she clearly held the reins in this family, as her brothers cowered slightly at her gaze. This dumbass got in trouble last week, all by himself. But don't worry sis, I got him off scot-free. Watching your smooth conversational skills has taught me a thing or two. The man said, only to be smacked upside the head. The other brother received 2 smacks and a huff from the girl. Deku laughed slightly as he moved away from them, not wanting to receive the girl's wrath either. Deku found a spot on the outskirts of the crowd and watched as they all coalesced in joyful accord. Every now and then, someone would come up and offer him small pieces of food, which he would take gratefully, but ultimately, they left him be. Yamada and Aizawa were still circling the group, one of them always keeping their eyes on Deku, perfectly in sync with one another. By midnight, the group had dispersed significantly, the people making their way into their homes. Those who knew Deku and liked the kid in some form or another bid him good night or farewell. Hey kid. If they ever let you out of prison or juvie, or whatever other program they've got you in, you should look into being a pro, Seichusen said as he made to leave. Look at all the good you did when you were illegally helping out. I'd bet you could really make something out of yourself if you are given a chance. Deku nodded at his words, currently unable to speak. And if you aren't given that chance, come back here. We will figure out some way to help you reach the top. Okay, Deku-kun. Another person said as she stood. Okay. Deku whispered out. More goodbyes and cackled laughs filled the air as the group continued to disperse until only a handful of people remained. Deku remained in his place, sat atop a dumpster near a wall as he watched them all fade into the night. It's time to go home, problem child, Eraserhead said, suddenly beside him. Okay, Deku agreed, hopping down from his spot. Did you have a good time? Mike asked, nervously. Deku nodded in answer, but didn't say anything. The hour-and-a-half walk home was also silent, the trio having to go by foot as the trains had stopped running so late. Deku took his time to process the night on the journey. When the gate of Yua came into view, Deku removed his goggles and mouth cover, stuffing them into his mostly empty bag. No need for those here. I don't have to hide here. The trio walked through the gates, the giant cement structures closing behind them with a soft F-whoosh sound. Yamada yawned and stretched as they made their way towards the teacher's dorm. Take a warm shower before bed so you don't catch a cold. Aizawa grunted when they entered the oversized entryway. Izuku stopped before reaching the bottom stair and turned to face the two men, still decked out in their pro-hero costumes. Thank you, he said, voice quiet but firm. He took a hesitant step towards the two and quickly wrapped his arms around their torsos in a tight and quick hug before immediately backing up, turning around, and sprinting up the stairs to his room.